8 and over in the subcontinent. But Butch, they see him as someone who can hit a good length consistently at pace and be an asset for them with that World Cup in 3 years.
Absolutely no doubting the potential, the skill of Jayden Seales. And you have to, I suppose, as selectors, you have to look at that and think, is it, even though the numbers at the moment are telling you that perhaps there may be somebody else that can do a job, is it worth sticking with that obvious talent and encouraging it and hoping that it pays dividends later on down the line? Will Jacks has 450s and a strike rate of over 100 in his 12 one-day internationals, opening the batting. And has just been rewarded with a central contract. He missed out in the last round, even though he was, at the time, a 3-format player, Tests, one-day internationals and T20s. But it's been announced that he will be the recipient of an England central contract as of this year.
I wonder, Butch, if many will see this series for Jackson Salt, with Duckett excelling in one international cricket, being a left-hander, and Root, we think, batting at 3 in the Champions Trophy. Could they potentially be auditioning for one spot?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's relatively accurate. I'm not sure if Joe Root will be making his way back into the ODI team, as much as you might think he's good enough to do so. But yeah, I think you're right. Ben Duckett is certainly a name at the top of the list that we can expect to see. And both these two, Salt and Jacks, have shown glimpses of the real talent they have. Jacks' strengths are very much against the fuller ball when the ball is new. Smash the ball over extra cover and pick it up over square leg.
Full but deep fine leg in place.
Yeah, as I said, strikes over 100, 104.
That's middle right there, so into you a bit.
Against the full ball, the strike rate is extremely good, 175. Bowlers looking for that little bit of swing when the ball is new in the power play. And then the length goes back and he's a little bit less freewheeling.
It was Alzarri Joseph who used the short ball well against him last year. He will have an important role to play for the West Indies. Good from Seales, and this opening pair, Ford and Seales, both who of course played in that 2020 and 19 World Cup together, what it does is deepens the West Indian bowling lineup. In Sri Lanka, they had to rely on Moti and Alzarri Joseph to bowl the new ball, and it meant less penetration in the middle overs for Darren Sammy and James Franklin. So if they can get Seales and Ford consistently producing with the new ball, even if it's just economy and keeping things tight, it allows Alzarri with his extra pace to be an enforcer. Should be a couple. There will be. Good start from Seales though, disciplined. End of 2, 7 for none. 8 for none, correction.
Cox in at number 3, keeper batter. Only played 4 List A matches in his entire career, one of a young cohort of England batters who will not play a lot of 50-over cricket. Therefore will have to do a lot of their learning in the international arena. Very much a product of the system back in the UK at the moment, where the 100 overrides the only 50-over cricket played in the month of August.
That's the length there for Matthew Ford. Did that so well in that third one international in Sri Lanka, but 85% of his deliveries were in a good length. And that's what the West Indies and Sami are trying to find in Shamar Joseph's selection, in Seals and Ford. They want to find that length more consistently.
Yeah, and if he can get the ball to move, obviously he's not express pace, only 123 kilometers per hour, sort of low 80s, I guess, in miles per hour terms. With the ball swinging back into the right-handers, cramping them for a bit of room. Excellent fielding. Roston Chase with the outstretched right hand at cover. If you can get that bit of movement and cramp batters from freeing their arms, it can be a real nightmare to face it with the new ball. Obviously, if it goes gun barrel straight, then they're licking their lips. But he's using the conditions well here, using the breeze, as Nikhil has mentioned before. A little bit of frustration starting to build, perhaps, for England.
Yeah, this time too full. And the minute he misses his length, Will Jacks pounces.
Yeah, and that is the issue. When you're not blessed with express pace, your line and length has to be immaculate. Not so on this occasion.
Jacks batted at 3 in the last series against Australia, but got 450+ stands, these two, in 5 games together at the top of the order. Complement each other well. Can understand England, though, wanting to go left-right with Duckett, but when they have had the opportunity here in the Caribbean last year and other times to open, they've gotten results. Salt being attacking and Jacks still being able to attack, but being a bit more measured.
I guess one of the issues for England, and one of the things to highlight about this particular 11 and this squad, there's not a single batter in it that scored a one-day international 100, not one. So as well as the inexperience throughout, with the exception of Adil Rashid, there's also sort of a deficit in big run making. These two have a terrific opportunity here to remedy that.
Top class shot of the day so far.
Yeah, again, just striving, trying to get the line correct with that in swing. But over pitching forward, and it's a glorious extra cover drive from Will Jacks. Needs no second invitation to leap onto that front foot. Crash it through extra cover.
Better length, but 9 from the over, 17 for none.
Yeah, just to highlight the point that I was making before the end of the last over. 141 ODIs for Adil Rashid. Next best, Sam Curran with 33. No other players played more than 50. Adil Rashid himself is the leading run scorer in the 11 with 889.
Got it in the gap. Man on the leg side, on the boundaries, behind square at deep, fine leg. Seals also has a deep point for Salt.
Phil Salt really trying hard to keep the blade coming down straight. There gets the inside half of the bat on it.
Yeah, just on Salt and that bat. But one thing I noticed in the Australia series, Hazelwood and the seamers tried to have the ball finishing just on the top of off, and number of times he was caught deep point, caught at second slip. Alzari Joseph also bowled with a couple of slips last year to him, so maybe that is a tactic for the West Indies to get him early in his innings. They've got that pat offside field, but just the solitary slip.
Yeah, I mean, watching somebody like Josh Hazelwood go about it in any kind of international cricket, it's fabulous. You pinpoint perhaps little weaknesses from batters, but with somebody like him who is so forensic in terms of the way that he's able to hold a line or find the right length, he's plenty quick enough. If you are going at the ball hard outside off stump early in the innings, odds are very much in his favour.
Well fielded. This was something that let the West Indies down in Sri Lanka. They dropped 5 catches in the third ODI. Number of misfields on with those guys standing on the edge of the circle. So it's been a good start. First, a diving effort by Roston Chase, and that one. Lewis. A bit of acknowledgement as well from the opposition.
Always very fair, the English fans.
We'll see, Butch, as the series progresses.
Unless you play in Australia.
Why do your English fans love the Caribbean so much? Other than just the beaches, Butch, because places like South Africa have nice beaches, Sri Lanka has nice beaches. Why is it that you guys love coming to the Caribbean so much?
Listen, as soon as we get to, I was going to say as soon as we get to September, but if you're looking at this summer, it was as soon as we got out of July. Just follow the sun. I mean, you're blessed coming from these wonderful islands. You don't have to go escaping the winters too often.
Very good from Seals. Just the 2 runs from it, 19 for none.
It is an extraordinary place, Antigua and Barbuda. It's not as well known or as often visited as places like Barbados, but it is absolutely stunning. If it's beaches and clear waters that you want, if it is friendly smiling faces and wonderful service, then this is your place.
365 beaches, they say, one for every day of the year. I'm sure they've been enjoying. Butcher's been enjoying as well. Saw him in the ocean this morning. Matthew Ford has gone for 14 in his first 2, but biggest productive phase is with that new ball that's swinging. You've got the 2 new balls in, so you understand why Shea Hope has persisted with him. Better start. But special day for not only the West Indies, but Antigua. Tomorrow being their 43rd independence. We've got 3 Antiguans in the team, in the squad. 1 in the 11, Alzari Joseph. They've got Joel Andrew, 17 years old, also from Antigua, and Hayden Walsh Jr. growing up in Antigua. So great to be back here to celebrate with this sport that is so celebrated in this country and has produced so many greats.
Okay, I think you've had enough now.
You think about who they produced: Sir Viv, Andy Roberts, Sir Richie Richardson, Sir Curtly Ambrose. It's Amazing. Jewel Andrew and Azari have been inspired by them, and they'll be hoping one day we will call their name alongside those greats. Rosariel didn't carry. But again, there's that sign of Jats looking to drive when it's on a fullish length.
Just watching the release of that, whether it was a cutter with the in-swing action, sometimes you can just unintentionally, the hand falls down the left side of the ball, takes a bit of pace off, but I think it was just a delivery that didn't quite come on. Jack's got through the shot too early.
Knowing Ford at 22 years old, but knowing what I know about him, if he had to convince you, he would tell you that is his outswinger, which he's been working very hard in the net with James Franklin to try to develop. He's got the stop ball which goes in, wants to have that seam up outswinger as a change up.
Yeah, I'm not sure it was that. Not sure it was that. But yeah, handy to have. Really does sort of get the bowling arm up high, very, very close to his right ear. So the hand almost comes over the top of the head. Here as Ford gets into his delivery stride. That right arm almost comes over the top of his head, which really promotes the ball going back into the right-hander. Going across the perpendicular and angling the ball back in. Five overs gone, 20 without loss.
It's been a good control of length from the two opening bowlers. Two powerful England openers have been contained to just 20 halfway into the first power play. Yeah, both teams have got good knowledge of conditions, played a lot of cricket here last year, ODI, a couple of ODIs here, both won by the chasing team. Now for Jacks, that deep fine leg comes a bit square with the deep point, no slip.
Really good response. Any sort of hesitation between the two batters there and it would have been trouble. It was a tight single, but they both got their heads down and went straight away. .261 has been the average score the last 5 ODIs here. Hasn't been good enough on any of those occasions. Certainly has been a real advantage to chase here.
I was trying to figure out why, Butch, because it's only the second day-night game you've had in 23 matches. So I thought maybe you have that Jew factor coming in the Caribbean where under the lights it tends to come on a bit better. But it hasn't been that because the games have been in the day. So I'm interested to see what causes batting to be maybe a bit better when it comes to the evening or second innings.
Certainly in the early exchanges here, even though the pitch is pretty blameless, ball just seems to be hitting a little bit higher up on the bat than the batters are expecting, which tells you it might just be holding and standing up a tiny little bit.
That was hit fiercely back at him, bump ball. sign of a cutter there from Seals. Just slightly slower, 128 that last delivery. I think that's what Darren Samuel was telling him, to go pace off, attempt pace off.
Cross seam, I reckon. Cross seam is what we're getting. And that again will just promote the idea that the ball may, if it hits the shiny side, it might just skid on a little bit, but if it hits the rope, then it will stand up, hit the stickers rather than the middle of the bat. West Indies have abandoned the slips, so they're not looking for the ball to swing or to be nicking off these batters now. And there's evidence of it. The ball comes out, cross seam, just jumps a little bit, hits the stickers.
One of the things he was disappointed in himself with, Seals, is that consistency in not only hitting a good length, which he does well, but the line being on off. And he was guilty of going leg side a lot and flicked in the power play. So this has been a much better start.
Yeah, I just get the feeling that I've not seen any cross-batted shots really from either Jacks or Salt. I just wonder if Salt's starting to think about that back of a length. Can I get a pull shot away? No fielder in front of square on the leg side now. The line was good. Prevented any thought of hoiking it over into the leg side. That's the end of the sixth, 22 without loss.
Yeah, clear skies in some parts of Antigua. Here at Sir Viv Richards Stadium, it's sizzling and overcast, which has been good for the West Indian seamers.
Look at that bit of spatchcock chicken. Really ought to get the barbecues in, allow them in at Lords and Edgbaston and places. Be carnage.
Yeah, it's a shot that has dismissed him in the past, Phil Salt, but gets a boundary.
It's a position that's really gone out of fashion in modern ODIs. Just a regulation sort of backward point position that Jonty Rhodes and co made famous back in the day. Saw England and Australia go without a fielder in that region at all during the recent series back in England. You think of the amount of balls that go catchable height in that area. That's why they used to put the best fielders there.
Yeah, both his deep fielders are leg side, a deep fine leg and deep backward square. So he's banking on finishing the ball on the stumps, but that length is very important as well. Anything too short, Salt can easily open up, hit offside.
Yeah, I think West Indies here are just preying on England's impatience, really. See if they can get them to play a swipe across the line or take something on over the top.
So weird, Butch, to see Phil Salt this responsible. So used to seeing him play an eternity of T20 cricket and absolutely bashing everything.
Well, he's a senior player, senior batter in the team. Top order. 24 caps, he and Will Jacks, with inexperience coming in behind. They were taking it on. Long time, 50 overs. Sometimes we forget that with all of this short form cricket that we see constantly on our screens. There is Jacob Bethel with the adamant stripe.
Yeah, maybe just hint of slowness in the surface, and it's one of the things Butch he has been in the media talking about Phil Salt, wanting to find a better structure in one international cricket and the difficulties of playing the amount of T20 cricket they have and then transitioning to the longer format.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, he's got a strike rate prior to this game of 126. I mean, it's extraordinary, really. But as I mentioned, there's not 100 in this batting lineup. Hasn't done it for long periods. Shot. Fabulous. Plenty of fielders in that region, but none could get in the way of that from Phil Salt. That's a really sweet boundary to finish off the 7th over. 30 without loss.
Yeah, and a second boundary in the over in the offside, where Ford does not have any boundary fielders. So he'll be disappointed with his line. And they've done well to put him under pressure and score against him. 23 runs from his 4.
Local man Alzari Joseph into the attack with the wind pushing across his right shoulder towards his left. And he's got a deep backward square and a deep point as the two fielders outside the circle. Nice hard length. Oh no. It's a valiant effort, but 4 overthrows. Hello, Carlos.
Afternoon, Bish. Not upset with Evan Lewis one bit here. It's proactive, it's good intent, and there needs to be someone backing up the 3 fielders in that region. Hetmeyer, the deepest of them all, trying to salvage it. There's a little bit of disappointment from Evan Lewis, but he was in the right, I reckon. There's always a chance to make that a half chance and take a wicket, break a partnership.
Good running. And Moti at that deep backward point position, one of those 2 fielders we talked about. But 2 eventful deliveries to start this spell from Joseph. A no ball, which means now a free hit in the field cannot be changed.
Yeah, first ball, 4 overthrows, no control. Alzari Joseph, you're definitely in control of keeping your foot behind the line. I've never had a no ball problem, so I have less sympathy for fast bowlers with a no ball problem. The line does not move, and Alzari has started this spell behind the 8 ball. Technically 7 runs off his first delivery, 1 legal delivery, and now on the cusp of a free hit.
Just one. Joseph, I think, went a little bit wide on the crease to spear it into Jacks. Liam Livingston left of screen leading for the first time. in international cricket. No Harry Brook here. No Joss Butler. In all of that, the length from Alzarri Joseph has been good to start, even for the overthrows and for the no ball. It's exactly the type of length, 6 to 8 meters, West Indies are looking for to combine with a tight off-stump line.
Yeah, 100%. And he has a little bit of extra pace as well. These two men are on screen, would formulate those bowling plans. Alzarri Joseph, tasked with being an enforcer. And his speeds have been upwards of 135 for this over so far. He's a fit cricketer. He can maintain these speeds over the course of a 50-over game. That last one was at 143 kilometers per hour. This is what West Indies want from him. He's always had the pace. He struggled, however, to maintain that good length and line over a prolonged period of time. Yes, he's a wicket taker. You have to build pressure, however, to take those wickets in clumps.
There were pangs of growing pains from Alzarri and one or two others when chased through that because of the overthrows first ball of this over. You could hear them shouting, "Hold it, hold it."
The man safe. Don't throw the ball. Alzarri, I kind of disagree with you, but I understand. Just get out of the over. One ball to go.
That would be a good over for our ball tracking to do a pitch map. 39 without loss. England generally in recent times have gone at around just over 6 and over, 4 debutants. Jacob Bettel, also very young in the game, in today. He's not a debutant. Seals takes over from Ford. Oh, that's a terrific catch. That is athleticism supreme from Alzarri Joseph, helping out his fast bowling colleague. But that's the length. Hit them off that length or try.
Sensational catch from Alzarri Joseph. Once again, as you mentioned, Bish, good length. Hitting closest to the sticker. And Alzarri Joseph pedaling back, eyes on it. Outstretched arms, composure from Alzarri, elation from Jaden Seals. Disappointment for Phil Salt. He's gone for 18. England 39 for 1.
One of the 4 players on debut, Jordan Cox, in at 3, highly thought of as someone who is next in line for test match cricket in New Zealand for England in the coming weeks, but for now it is an ODI debut. first wicket for Jaden Seals in 5 matches. He'll be happy. I love the length and combination of lines. Slip in place. Yep. 2 full.
West Indies have been searching for a consistent length. That is it. Little bit of inward movement, but look at this catch. Pedal back quite close to the boundary. Kept his eyes on it. It's actually very good catching technique. Pedaling back, but slightly turned to the side. So his eyes were never off the ball, Alzari Joseph, and he knew exactly when to reach out, to break stride, and to grasp the catch. Beautiful stuff.
I think it's worth seeing again for all of those principles that you espouse there, Carlos. Just looking at it from our vantage point, I thought, in my own mind, will he get there? Doesn't look as though he'll get there. But he committed himself to the chase. Committed himself, and as you said, the technique is good, but it's the commitment to the effort.
Yeah, and you have to have the speed, don't get me wrong. But you also have to have that commitment, that drive, and you marry that with good technique.
Terrific length. Just want to slip this in while we discuss that. We talked about bowling that good length. Against England in 2023, 38% good length. In that power play against Australia, 48%. Against Sri Lanka, 54%. Today, 60% so far good length in the power play.
And that was another visual of it right there. A little bit of movement as well to aid in the aesthetics, beating the bat, the nod from the batter, the nod from yourself, Bish. Has seen a lot of good things today.
Again, Cox off the mark in one-day internationals. It's what I call test line and test length, which certainly has a place in both white ball formats. You look at guys like Jasprit Bumrah, Josh Hazelwood, some of the modern excellent bowlers who exhibit that sort of control. There's still a place for it. There again, combine that with Joseph's over, apart from the overthrows, and this one very good, 40 for 1. For 1. Too straight. Off the pad, I think. Yep, leg buys, but runs to the tee. Of course, before the start of play, Matt Walker, who is coach at Kent as well, presenting 4 caps. One of those to Jordan Cox, born in Kent, plays now for Essex. 4 different cap presenters and presentations.
The highlight of it was Jacob Bethel presenting a cap.
I like him, actually. I knew his dad, Graham Bethel, when I was injured and playing league cricket in the UK back in the early 90s at Sheffield. Graham was around and he was living in England at the time, and he took me to his house. fed me up. And I've met very few nicer people than Jacob's dad, Graham Bethel, obviously a Barbadian. And I said to him this morning, there he is on the right, I said, please say hi to your dad. He was very good to me when I was recovering from a stress fracture back in the early 90s.
We always have a soft spot for people that feed us fish, especially in the Caribbean. But Jacob Bethel, and have fond memories of watching him here in the under-19 World Cup, also captaining him at Warwickshire. Also Dan Mosley, who he presented the cap to. Two very fine young men off the field, very professional, very ambitious. And it's a pleasure to see them both representing England international cricket here today.
That's another story, Dan Mosley. Played in that, was it 2020 Under-19 World Cup in South Africa. And remember, he performed so well myself and Tom Moody, I think, former Australian all-rounder. We sat down to choose a team of the tournament, and Mosley was in there. He got runs, he was very, very good, and great to see him now graduate to international cricket. Highly talented, even from a youth. Again on that length, Carlos, and for viewers around the Caribbean and around the world, let's have a look at that consistency of length in Alzarri Joseph's first over. Carlos mentioned the speeds are good. That full one was a free hit. But other than that, he's been living on that good length nicely.
Yeah, and something else that I saw there, we could talk about it in next over.
Apart from the 4-leg buys, a decent over, 46 for 1. First power play has come to an end. That's the phase where in the first 10 overs only 2 fielders allowed outside the circle. Now the captains have the option of pushing 4 fielders outside the circle. So England some way below what they've averaged in the first power play. Usually they score 60 and above. Credit to the West Indies.
Just a little bit fuller of that length, but not bad. Bit more attacking, and he's worked to earn the right to bowl that fuller length. And we were talking off air about 4 stump versus off stump, and just watching Alzarri, and we were talking more in reference to Matthew Ford. And I feel like his pace, you need to keep the stumps in play. But with Alzarri's pace, 4 stump is actually more threatening. Brings the outside edge into play a bit more and asks the batter a bit more questions. Do you want to try to essay a drive through the off stump, the offside, or can you be disciplined? And this is Matthew Ford, and that's the line we're talking about. They don't want England were quick to pounce on anything full, anything wide. A few more boundary balls than Matthew Ford would like. Phil Salt loved it until a fantastic catch from Alzarri Joseph in partnership with Jaden Seals. And West Indies will be happy with the first 10 overs.
There's a little bit of swing on it, 2 fielders. It's finally held by Gudakesh Moti. He had Alzarri in his peripheral vision. I just got the feeling that held its line as it arrived at the bat. Second wicket for Seal.
And that's that more attacking length that we're talking about. You only get away with that length when you've built pressure. and he's forcing it. Will Jacks. And it's a very good catch by Gudakesh Moti because of what happened. You'll see how Zari Josephine shot right there. But I think that's testament to the local man's knowledge that the wind will be blowing from mid-off where he stood to mid-on where Moti was. Jacks loses wicket for 19. England 46 for 2.
Jacob Bethel, we were speaking about him, played out here at this ground. In fact, in 2022 Under-19 World Cup for England, they got to the final against India. Of course, grew up in Barbados, got a scholarship to the UK, went to school in rugby, and then got contracted by, as Carlos said, someone he's led by Warwickshire. His left arm spin and his batting is something that excites so many. A widest slip. Excellent seam position, and I think it just straightened as it hit the surface and arrived at the bat, Carlos, and that's Jaden's stock delivery in Test cricket. I was surprised he didn't get the ball to straighten from the opposite end with the wind assisting, but finally he's gotten some shape on the ball.
And you normally equate the lacquer coming off the ball with the red ball more so than the white. And based on conditions, as you said, he should swing the ball away from the right-hander, more from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Guess he's just showing us a little bit of his skill swinging it against the breeze. But what impressed me is the ability to be disciplined from one end and build pressure, but then to just incrementally push his length a bit fuller. So he's not gone from a good length to half volley. There is that length, fuller of a good length, as you say in cricket parlance, and he's been able to find that.
And very good to Jacob Bethel as well, 46 for 2. Wicket maiden there for Jaden Seals. Two wickets to Jaden Seals. The last over was a wicket maiden. Salt is having an inconsistent year. Averaging less than 20 this year, Phil Salt with the bat. We remember him most famously for the 200s he scored here last year in the T20Is. Back-to-back hundreds.
Yeah, it's kind of a trend. Few players don't have a dip after that breakout year. And Sydney Sixers coach famously says there's a difference between being the hunter and doing well and then being the hunted.
Oh no, Alzari will be livid because he helped out Jaden Seals with that outstanding run and catch, and now his colleague hasn't repaid him.
I think that is the source of Alzari's frustration more often than not. It's a bit wide if we're being critical. Controlled by Jordan Cox, but should be one. And a spill on the boundary by Jaden Seals means it's 4 to the tally of Alzari Joseph. And he would feel aggrieved with the effort he puts in, whether on the ground or in the air, to assist his fast bowling partners.
He almost overran it, really. He got past the ball, Jaden Seals, and found that it was actually to his left by the time he got his hands down. Just there.
A little bit of panic in the hands as well. It took a little bit of a bobble, and it just felt as though he wasn't quite sure. The best fielders have this ability to rise with the bounce of the ball, start as low as possible, and much like the swing on the upward swing, as this little man is enjoying, being able to rise with soft hands and be able to make good contact.
I know my brother, my older brother, after about 5 pushes, with me expecting the 6, he would have disappeared from behind me, and I would have tumbled over. Really impressed with his length. His figures don't do justice, Alzari, to what he's done so far, but that guy is going to come into the attack at some point pretty soon, Gudakesh Moti. He's growing in stature across formats.
Yeah, and I think he'll be a more potent force once the fast bowlers are more disciplined, as they have been today. Forces the batters in the middle to take a few more chances against him.
Over. 52 for 2. Oh my goodness. It's a pity we were at work today and we came in late yesterday. Carlos will be sampling that a little bit later in this trip. So lovely Twin Island Federation. Speaking of the man, growing into one of your favorite, I suppose, facets of the game, Carlos, the all-rounder, Gudakesh Moti is what we can say now, couldn't we?
Yeah, he is developing into a nice all-rounder. From everyone that you speak to, whether it be Guyanese cricket, West Indies cricket, they've played with him and spent time with him. He's such a good character. On and off the field, just loves the game. Loves improving, which sounds as though it should be the norm. But we know that some players get to a level and get comfortable, and it always seems as though he's always pushing the button, trying to improve. And we've seen that improvement now with the bat at the highest level. And I could only imagine, I don't know him that well, but I've asked about him. And I could only imagine that he himself would be looking to improve even further with the bat and potentially stake a claim for that number 8 position as opposed to batting 9 and 10 and then having to do these rescue jobs. And that bodes well for West Indies cricket if you can have players pushing each other, even within the 11.
And if you have players coming in at 8, 9, 10, 11 who can draw applause from West Indies fans for their exploits with the bat. Nice sweep. from Cox. So many teams in the world employ orthodox and reverse sweeps now.
Jordan Cox, very proficient in this stroke. The sweep, you will see the reverse sweep as well. Very technically sound. Just one man to beat in front of square, and just the ability to get it behind square, head over the ball and sweep up. And you'll see a wide range of shots. This will be a very intriguing battle. Cox versus the spin.
And Shea Hope going the attacking route. He's allowed 4 fielders outside of a circle, but he's only chosen to put 3 outside. Good line. Kept that slip in to attack with 2 young players at this level at the crease.
Yeah, and it's an interesting one. We haven't seen much spin, but especially the right-hander, Kishimoto, will be looking to use the breeze to drag it into the stump. Good finish to the 13th over. England 58 for 2.
$59 for 2, England, in this first CG United one-day international here in Antigua. Antigua and Barbuda, what a beauty. And here's one of her fine sons, Alzari Joseph. Well, it's been, England have gone 20 for 2 in the last 5 overs, so perhaps a slight advantage West Indies after that power play. What says you, Mark Butcher?
Yes, good afternoon, AJ. Definitely, West Indies, I think, sussed out the conditions pretty quickly. Got a little signal from Darren Sammy to go cross-seam. They did so against the 2 openers who were trying to break the shackles. Got rid of the slip, set the field back onto the ring and said, right, hit it over the top if you can on a pitch that's just holding. They perished doing that twice.
Oh, that's nice from Jacob Bethel, and it will feel very good. Free his arms. A boundary on the onside for the young Englishman.
Yeah, that's the first successful cross-batted stroke we've seen. I think these have generally been on the fuller side of a good length. But Bethel is very, very quick onto that. Pulls it way in front of square. He's a talented boy, that is for sure.
Is he ever? We heard Ian Bishop talking about how his father, Graham Bethel, was very good to him while he was in England. Wow, fantastic. 4 more. This time over square.
Now, Alzari Joseph is ticking here. He's had misfields, overthrows off his bowling. Just went a little shorter. I don't think the first ball was meant to have been a bang-in delivery, but he certainly just dropped the front shoulder a bit and tried to slam that into the deck, but Bethel was equal to it again. Slight adjustment to that leg side field with the big backward square going out now. Yeah, seamers today, in general, have been in a good length. That's sort of 8 metres, between 8 and 6 metres. That's the odd shorter delivery. That 2 wickets that have fallen with the 2 batters trying to go over the top with the field set inside the ring. Both times they miscued and were sent back to the pavilion.
Well, and it's 4 more. Prolific young Bethel. this one down behind third.
Yeah, quite deliberate. Lovely little glide. It might just have gone a little bit finer than he would have anticipated, but certainly was aiming in that direction. Joseph, who's tried to adjust that length, gets a little bit wide. Bethel is off to a flyer now.
Yeah, England fans happy with that. Many Barbadian fans will be excited to see him play so well. Having been born and raised in Barbados, very well loved there.
Yeah, yeah.
71 for 2. 72 for 2.
Biggest over of the game so far. See there during the power play, England struggled to break loose really. 2 wickets that came either side of that power play. Nice little rebuild starting to happen now. Partnership 26 from 21. England back on slightly firmer footing.
Yes, 13 runs off that last Alzari Joseph over. Gudakesh Moti. Mark, we heard Ian Bishop talking about Jacob Bethel and his father, who was so good to him when he was in England, but he also is the grandson of Arthur Bethel, who was a wonderful Barbadian cricketer, obviously played in the time of Sir Gary, so didn't play for the West Indies, but played for Barbados.
Yeah, and I've heard a rumour that Sir Gary's quite a fan of young Jacob. Spoke to him on the occasion of his debut against Australia last year.
Yes, well, Sir Gary would have played with his grandfather, and in fact, they played in a very famous Barbados versus a World 11 in 1967. Sir Gary and Arthur Bethel would have been on the same team. Arthur Bethel passed away last year, but he'll be watching from on high, see his grandson performing so beautifully in the colours of England.
Yeah, seemed like a pretty level-headed young man, Jacob Bethel. Bleached hair aside.
Yeah, I like the new haircut, actually. It's not only bleached, it's a bit of a sort of mohawk style. Get with it, Butch.
I'm just jealous I can't grow any. Brilliant fielder. Absolutely stunning fielder.
Well, handy over from Gudakesh Moti, just 2 from it. 15 gone now. It's time for the Blue Waters drink break. 74 for 2 England. We have a look at the CG United batting card. Well, starts from both Salt and Jacks, but it's the youngsters, Jordan Cox and Jacob Bethel, digging in now. A couple of wickets for Jaden Seals.
Yep, he's struggled for wickets in the power play as Jaden Seals, but the selectors have stuck with him, and he stuck with a pretty good line of length. It wasn't quite coming on. Phil Salt decided he needed to go over the top to find the boundary. Now Zari Joseph made a very difficult catch look extremely simple indeed. Will Jacks fell in similar fashion, really, at least in terms of the intent, trying to go over the top. Seals again holding a fullish length, the ball just holding up on him. As Jacks turned the blade to get it over mid-wicket, the leading edge sent it straight up in the air, and Moti, well, it didn't make it quite look as comfortable as Zari Joseph, but the result was the same. 2 for Seals. And he was generally very good indeed in terms of length and line. Best figures in ODIs to date for Jaden Seals. They've stuck with him and he's starting to deliver. Joseph has been a little expensive. Ford was decent with the new ball. Now the change bowlers are trying to put the squeeze on.
It's the first one-day international of the 3-match series. We're in Antigua and Barbuda for it. What a gorgeous place, full of art and culture and wonderfully creative people. Very welcoming, of course, very used to people wanting to come to their shores, enjoying the turquoise water of the Caribbean and all the art on offer, particularly this weekend on Independence. They'll be celebrating 43 years of independence tomorrow, Friday. Roston Chase into the attack now for the West Indies. Has a best of 3 for 30. He's proving himself just to be an extremely useful and reliable cricketer. Big game player as well.
Yeah, he and Moti, excellent economy rates through the middle part of an innings. Chase less than 5, Moti less than 4. So a good test here for Cox and Bethel. Partnership 28 at a runner ball. Want to get bogged down here.
It's just a wonderful time of year in the Caribbean. The weather's just started to cool down now after a blistering hot summer. And today, particularly here in Antigua, really cool, overcast day, ideal conditions. I think for being out there all day for the players.
Yeah, nice of you to turn the heater down for my arrival. Just ease me into it.
It really has been extremely hot this summer. In fact, record temperatures across the globe, particularly in the Caribbean. Carlos Brathwaite and I made our way to Antigua a couple of days ago, and of course in the airport in Bridgetown we ran into many English people. You can just spot a cricket fan, someone who's come to the Caribbean for cricket, a mile away. And there's a certain anticipation and excitement. You know, a lot of sun and fun in their future. I actually heard Nikhil Uttamchandani ask you a few overs ago about why you think the English love the Caribbean so much. With their beaches every part of the world. Your answer was it's hot.
Yeah, I mean, it's not rocket science, is it? I come from England. We don't see the sun most of the year. Get the chance to come out. It's half term at the moment, so there are a lot of kids out here as well. Parents have brought their children along to come and see the cricket and enjoy the beaches and the culture of Antigua and Barbuda.
Do you see the quote there? The beach is just the beginning, Bish. That's just where it starts.
Listen, you tell them. You tell them that.
There is a little bit of a spring in the steps of the English visitors, you know. Loosen up a bit, get into the calypso feeling. And as a cricket fan, there's just such wonderful banter between the West Indies fans and the English fans as well. This rivalry, not just the 11s, but among the fans as well. How's about that for a little lounging? 5 off the over. 79 for 2. Yeah, it really looks like that. Don't adjust your TV sets. Antigua and Barbuda. England 79 for 2. Some innovation. Right, cheeky from Bethel to pick up a couple. Going at a 4.94 run rate right now. What do you make of that?
Well, I mean, it was a circumspect start, which is due to two things, perhaps. One, the West Indies were good in terms of their line of leg. Second thing is the pitch has not exactly come flying onto the bats. It's been difficult to hit through the line. And I think there's probably a third, possibly a third thing, and that is the inexperience of the batting lineup. Felt that Salt and Jacks at the top, albeit they haven't played a massive amount of cricket themselves, sort of were trying to take on the responsibility of getting themselves in and going big. Neither of them managed to do that. But there's less freedom allowed, or at least felt, in a team whereby you're not being followed by the next guy who averages 40 at a strike rate 100, the next guy who averages 40 at a strike rate 100. And that confidence, or the lack of confidence on the converse side, can play into the way that you go about the innings.
Well, there's no shortage of confidence for this young man, Jordan Cox.
You're sort of thinking back to the golden era of England's 50 over cricket under Owen Morgan. And the reason they were all able to go out there and just go hell for leather from ball one is that they trusted that the next guy was good enough to do the same and the same and the same. And at some point, that might be the case for these guys, but they're a long way away from that just as yet.
Well, one of the potential reasons you gave was that the West Indies have been good, and Shea Hooper said ahead of this matchup. I'll tell you a bit about that in the next over. 83 for 2. Getting into the spirit here. Very easy to enjoy these conditions. Cool and breezy here in North Sound. Yeah, and still 26 degrees centigrade here for the first CG United ODI. You'd been talking about the approach of these two batters having followed maybe an underwhelming power play. And Shea Hope had said before the match that he wants the culture of this ODI team to be one of aggression, one of confidence. I mean, of course, you respect the opponent, but you don't really build your game around them. So they really wanted to get on the front foot, the West Indies. Throw the first punch, which perhaps they have done.
Yeah, I think it's a fascinating series for lots of reasons. England with a very experimental looking side, very inexperienced side. West Indies looking to kind of get some sort of semblance of an idea of what their best method and what their best players are in 50 over cricket as well.
It's going along nicely here. Bethel run a ball.
both teams with a lot of talented players. I mean, real talent. Look at the likes of Hetmeyer, who's back into the side, and Shafane Rutherford. Shea Hope obviously is world class in the ODI arena. England have got all of these players who could be something. So you put that together in a series whereby perhaps for the West Indies a little bit more important in terms of getting the wins, because they need to make sure they're in qualification in the top 8 to automatically qualify for the next World Cup.
Indeed.
Put it all together, it should be a lot of fun.
2 off it. Tidy over from Roston Chase, 85 for 2. The Carib party stand, to be envied. Fantastic, and of course, a tip of the cap to this country, Antigua and Barbuda, really the epicenter, the start of where partying at the cricket took place in the days of chicky and gravy at the Antigua Recreation Ground. We're at the Sir Vivian Richards Ground now in North Sound, Antigua.
Forward back into that. I was just thinking of playing at the Rec. I played 2 test matches there back in the day. Watching Gravy and the Platform Hills hanging off the stands. What was more fragile, the look of Gravy or the look of the stands themselves? And it's well, great memories of days gone by. A magnificent arena with some of the biggest records in the game. Lara twice. Viv with the fastest Test 100. John Embry got put to the sword that day. A lot of pain for Englishmen at the Antigua Recreation Ground. As much fun as it was.
It's really extraordinary that such a tiny island has produced so many greats of this game. It's well fielded. Been rather tidy in the field, the West Indies. Oh, fantastic. That's a bit of an honouring of Sir Vivian Richards, a gift to the world indeed. Master Blaster. I spent a little time in a series last year on YouTube looking at some old footage with his son, in fact, Mally Richards. And you can't quite believe your eyes. You got to rewind it and start again.
Now, I always think of, you obviously hear a lot of talk about sort of like bat sizes and boundaries being brought in, and all of the different reasons people will have for the way that the bat tends to dominate the ball in white ball cricket now. Just looking back at some of the old video footage of Viv playing in Australia when the boundaries were right back on the boards at the MCG and the Wacker and places, and him just sending it 40, 50 rows into the crowd with the old kit. It's not the kit, my friends, it's the man holding it.
Yeah, we talk a lot these days about batters and their trigger movements and their back lifts. And, you know, when I was watching Sir Viv, the bowler just never saw him coming. He was so quick, so effective, timed the ball so beautifully. Saw him here recently during the CPL, and he looks as young and vital as ever, in fact. Maybe you can get some golf with him this weekend.
Surely not, we're here to work. Every day, every minute of every day.
Oh, this one is up in the air. Will it be another? Yeah, dismissal in a similar fashion. All three have gone similarly. This one now to Matthew Ford.
Well, well, well. Jordan Cox attempted to pick that ball up over deep mid-wicket, banking on the fact that it was going to come back into him from that pushed-in angle from Ford. Again, the ball just stands up on the seam a little. Ends up top-edging it down a third man. It's an excellent catch. West Indies break through once again. And that burgeoning partnership has been extinguished. Jordan Cox on debut with 17 from 31. England 86 for 3.
The new captain, Liam Livingstone, striding out to greet Jacob Bethel here. Handy 4 half-centuries in this format. Decent average, and we'll feel he has not only something to prove, but to lead from the front.
It's a bit of a heave, isn't it, from Jordan Cox? Perhaps thinking that with the lack of pace from Ford, that he could pull him off a fullish length. The ball perhaps did stand up a little bit, but it's a bit of a hack. And not the way that Jordan Cox would have wanted his first innings to end in ODIs. Just going back to that chat about Sir Viv Richards, was that if you look at the modern batsman and the sort of the build and the way that, you know, the guns are bulging out of the shirts and everything, that's the way modern batters look now. Back in Viv's time, he was an outlier in terms of his strength and his athleticism. Batters didn't all look like him back then. So there's a lot to do with the physical strength of these guys as much as the kit, which hasn't really, in terms of what it's made out of, hasn't changed since W.G. Grace was playing. It's still willow and cane and glue and twine.
Yeah, you could write a PhD on Sir Vivian Richards, because the swagger and the body confidence is another talking point. A little slowing down here, England. West Indies strangling them a little bit. Before the wicket, in fact, 5 overs since a boundary, since the last boundary.
Yeah, England were moving along okay, but it wasn't much more than a runner ball. The boundaries had again dried up after that little spurt from Jacob Bethel. And again, in trying to go over the top, England have perished. It's the third wicket that's fallen in such fashion.
Slip in play. Miserly again from Chase. There's 3 off it. 20 gone. England 89 for 3.
Again, with the amount of short form cricket, 20 over cricket that we see, not even at the halfway point, 50 over game yet. So there might be 3 down, might be 3 batters back in the hutch, but England bat deep. And there is plenty of time put a big score on the board, should you have the patience to get yourself in on this surface.
89 for 3, England currently. And if you're a cricket lover, stick around. Jacob Bethel and Liam Livingstone, the captain of this ODI side, in the middle. Having a good day, Matthew Ford. 1 for 24 off his 5. Good economy. Real opportunity here for the West Indies as a team, but also individuals to excel against an England side missing a lot of their Test stars.
Yeah, 4 debutants, as we've mentioned before. I suppose the interesting thing is West Indies are not built in terms of their bowling lineup to have a bowler come in and then rip through a side. And all of their wickets have been built around building pressure on a slowish surface so far.
That's a beautiful shot. Straight drive down the ground, but they have to hurry there for the third. There was some hesitation. Managed to run 2 in the end. Yeah, a bit of a laugh from the captain now.
Beautiful shot. Just you see there again, it comes right off the toe of the bat. Timing the ball has not been straightforward.
But there was some hesitation from Livingston in terms of taking the second run.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure why. It was the longest 2 of all time there.
You'd expect there'll be some nerves from him. A lot of eyes on him today, Liam Livingston. And he's an example, actually, to cricketers around the world to, you know, to stay ready, one, and also to maintain relationships. You know, he could have thrown his toys out the pram when he got left out, but here he is, leading the side.
He might have done in his younger days. He's much more calm, has a much better perspective on life in the game now than when he was a young tyro. He's over 30 now. When he performs, when he puts on a bit of a showing, and tend to win cricket matches. It's a pivotal player for England in this format, albeit that he's only played, what is it, in his 31st game.
Oh dear, this will be soft as. He'll be disappointed with that, Jacob Bethel, but more celebration for the men in maroon. Matthew Ford with his second.
Well, again, Bethel has played 2 beautiful pull shots off the extra pace of Alzari Joseph. This time he simply gets through it too early, hits the Q end of the bat and goes straight up in the air. Simplest of catches to Brandon King, and another England wicket falls, another one caught in and around the ring. And the Bethel's promising knock comes to an end for 27. England now in some bother, 93 for 4.
Sam Curran coming out to join Liam Livingston, one of the more experienced players in this particular ODI team. 25 innings, just the 1/2 century.
Bethel's just threw this too soon, trying to drag it from wide of off stump. Ball just stays in the pitch a little. And that is ignominious. Look on his face, said he couldn't quite believe it. But if you've been watching England batters being caught in the inner ring, you should believe it, because it's happened plenty.
He'll have to reload this one.
For conjecture as to what Sam Curran's best position might be, as James Franklin pops out and to deliver a message or two. I should imagine it'd be somewhere along the lines of keep doing what you're doing, keep building pressure, because England are not soaking it up very well.
Bit of a hush among the English fans scattered around this ground. And a dot to finish it. That's 21 overs gone. England are 94 for 4.
So it has been boring, as Carlos Brathwaite alongside me likes to say. He always says, do the boring things well, don't you, Carlos?
100%, especially from the seamers. They were excellent today. It builds pressure and allows the man on screen along Gudakesh Moti to come into the game. And cricket is such a beautiful game. Sometimes you build pressure in the moment and you're rewarded a few overs later. Alzari Joseph, Jaden Seals. Matthew Ford wasn't hitting his traps as he would like in his first spell, but came back, made amends. And as you mentioned, 22 for 2 in the last 7 overs. They're now reaping the rewards of really good discipline with the new ball in the power play, and ever since then up to now.
Something that, Carlos, they missed in Sri Lanka. You see, before Cox's dismissal, 30 balls without a boundary. Now they've got up to 47 balls without a boundary. That building of pressure from both ends. I think you were talking about it with the Seals wicket. First one he got of Jacks. Second one, rather. That support from each end, minimizing boundaries, almost works for each bowler, forcing England to have to go after you.
Yeah, and one thing I'll be watching throughout this series with the West Indies bowling lineup is the ability to take wickets. The game has gone in a place where the batters know they need to score 300. 260, 261 is about par here. But to prevent players with an ever-expanding range of strokes, to restrict them, you need to get wickets.
97 for 4. It's been good discipline from the West Indies, and that has rewarded them in their wicket taking. And the big positive has been the 4 wickets coming from others, no Moti or Joseph, who took 8 of 11 wickets in Sri Lanka. Seals has got 2, Ford has got 2. Big moment for him to get Jacob Bethel, Carlos, for a number of reasons, but they played under 15 cricket against each other. Ford for Combermere, Bethel for Harrison College, and guess who the keeper was on that day?
Probably someone who's next to me and not out in the middle, like Jacob Bethel or Matthew Ford. I wonder who that may be.
Well, he was asked to play, but he chose commentary. A lot of Bajan connection in this game. Bethel, Salt, Jofra Archer, and then on the other side of things, Ford, Shea Hope. 3 Antigans in the team as well. Good start for Matthew Ford. And Carlos, analyze the way he's gone about things.
And that is Jordan Cox. The length again has been important. Just like this one, back-to-back, similar deliveries. And it's the build-up of pressure that has forced them to have to try to attack or over-attack that length. And you think back to Bethel's pulls against Alzari.
Really nice positioning. Lewis does well.
You think back to Bethel's pulls against Alzari, and he showed so much composure in essaying the pulls. Square leg was up, made it a little bit easier. But there's a level of tension that increases the longer the innings goes on without hitting a boundary. And that tension almost causes batters to force things they don't need to. And more often than not, it's a fault shot, and on those occasions, loss of wicket. That is the 100, however, for England. 4 wickets down in the 23rd over. Important milestone for them. The West Indies will be happy that it's taken them so long, and they've dug so deep into their batting lineup before that milestone was reached. Important stat, only 11 fours for England ODI team in the 23rd over. Excellent work from the West Indies.
All about the timing from Sam Curran. Big opportunity in this series for him. First boundary in 55 deliveries, 104 for 4.
Half pie, half rice. Neither off the back foot or the front foot, but beautifully timed. Magnificent poise in the stroke, and enjoyed by all and sundry. 104 for 4.
Sam Curran has been in the media recently talking about his test place and wanting to be back into test cricket. He will be one of the few in this team, along with Livingston, who will be trying to vie for a spot in that Champions Trophy lineup. Right now, Carlos, Chase is doing well in terms of his economy, so the West Indies have got their 5 bowlers, but I'm interested. We asked Surfing Rutherford about it earlier today. I'm very curious to see how they develop him. Bowled a couple of times in Sri Lanka, but on occasions where they don't have Shepherd, can Rutherford develop his bowling enough by the next World Cup where he can become a consistent 4 to 5 over bowler? Got the ball to reverse at times, the older ball that is, so whether they get him into the attack at some stage, we will see.
It will be interesting to see, and what I think it will be, because Shea Hope has shown the propensity to use the bowlers in short bursts. It means that it allows someone like Rutherford to bowl a couple 2 over spells, couple 3 over spells, so you might even get up to 6 overs, and that takes a lot of pressure off the main 5. Close. Very, very close. Hands on head. Just wonder if it was a bit lower and on target, if it could have been a wicket. Evan thinks so.
Eventful over, 106 for 4. A good opening spell from Matthew Ford and Jaden Seals. 30 runs in their first 7 overs, which built pressure on Jackson Salt. And eventually, when Seals came back into the attack, was able to dismiss them and Ford picking up the other 2. Alzari Joseph was expensive though. First 4 went for 30. Change of ends for Alzari Joseph as well, now from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end.
And it's very important that Alzari Joseph goes well in this middle period. Didn't start the best. That badge has a lot of history. Go West Indies. And those smiles would be even broader if this guy can get a few in the right-hand column. Needs to build a bit more pressure. Has Chase and Moti doing their job as finger spinners, being really disciplined, being really tight. Good fielding again. Roston Chase been excellent today. Not only him, but the entire West Indies fielding unit. But as a team, West Indies, without a consistent wrist spinner, or at least one consistently in the 11, they need to formulate plans to get wickets and hunt in packs. In my opinion, be very disciplined with Lems, as you said earlier, do the boring things well as the seamers, be rewarded for it. Bring the spinners into play, they are consistent as well, and just continue to build pressure as a unit.
It's one of the reasons why Darren Sammy's been so vocal. Shea Hope himself yesterday in the captain's press conference keeps talking about the value of having a wrist spinner in the 11 in both one international and T20 international cricket. But Hayden Walsh was expensive in Sri Lanka. The one I'm quite interested about, Carlos, as we go throughout the series is Akil Hossain, maybe to pick up that discussion. Hasn't played since the World Cup qualifiers, but what he was doing well was bowling the new ball and keeping things tight in the power play, allowing Moti to come in the middle more often, and then teams were having to take him on. But they've gone a different direction since.
Yeah, and this man on screen is important. Probably the premier wrist spinner in the region for the moment at least. Not taking his chances as he would have loved to, and West Indies fans would have loved him to do. Where you could think back to series that he's done well against Australia many moons ago, at least it feels like, when he got MVP in the CPL. So you always feel as though when you have a wrist spinner, when they do well, the team generally does well. And no further you have to look than Adil Rashid. But 25 matches, 28 wickets, you want your wrist spinner to be doing a whole lot more.
Good start from Alzari Joseph in this second spell. Just the 1 run from the over, 107 for 4. And Carlos, in terms of the wrist spin, good to see in our regional Super 50 going on now that there are a few seeming to come through. Zishan Mortara, a favorite of Ian Bishop. We've got Darryl Cyrus from the Windward Islands, Javid Leacock from Barbados. So there is opportunity, and those players should know that they have a good domestic tournament. It could play a part in maybe getting a spot in a Bangladesh series or further. Just 3 and over, Chase, in the first 5, and with the left-hander there, Shea Hope will try to get as many as he can out of Roston Chase. Can he be attacking with his field? Still has the 4 fielders outside the circle. At times, he's brought up one of those fielders and added a slip.
DJ is a bit excited. And back on the topic of Hayden Walsh, started 2019 and a couple of years after that in the period between 2019 and 21, 19 wickets at an average of 23 apiece. Out of the team for a year or so, came back in 2022, and ever since then, between then and now, only 9 wickets at an average of 63. So I think the challenge is there for the coaches, for Hayden Walsh himself. How can they get him back to his best? That 2019 to 21 period, if they can get him to replicate that in white ball cricket, the West Indies stand to benefit. How can he replicate that form?
Shea Hope is challenging Livingston here. We'll see it when he comes back onto strike, but he's brought up mid-off and added an extra feeder in the leg side. We know Livingston likes to score leg side, but also likes to go down the ground. If he wants to go over mid-off, he'll have to go against the turn. I was trying to think, Carlos, when you were playing one international cricket, have a think and tell me in the next over how you guys as a team were able to strike in the middle, because it's an area of deficiency for the West Indies for a number of years. Whereas the other teams who have that wrist spinner, a Hasaranga, a Zampa, Adi Rashid, have been very successful. Do your research and tell me in the next over. Good denial of boundaries from the West Indies, though. Up to 18 deliveries without one. 111 for 4. Something for everyone when you come to the cricket. Bit of cultural cardio going on. Spinny is coming from Barbados. Make sure the kids are active, moving. Carlos Brathwaite needs some of that cardio. Can't find the guy in the gym. Two jumping jacks, he would be tired. Alzari Joseph continuing. So have you had a thought, Carlos? What worked well for you guys in one international cricket when you were in the side?
Well, it didn't work well, Nikhil. That's why we weren't as successful as we want to be. And it's something that's plagued us with ball in hand. And we think back to just trying to be really disciplined. You always had someone like O'Shane Thomas who you're trying to get the most out of, knowing that if he had to click at international level with his height and his speed, that he can be that enforcer.
A first sign of release from Livingston and England. First boundary in 20 deliveries.
Livingston will be happy with that release. Charging down the track, picking the gap. But West Indies will be happy that he's had to manufacture something to get that elusive boundary. How does the approach continue? Does he drop and run, get off strike, boundary on a single, or does he go again? And back on the topic of not getting enough wickets in those middle overs, at some points in time we almost put a little too much pressure on the opening bowlers to try to get us those wickets earlier. Hitting the bottom of the bat, a little bit of a slip from Livingston, but up and on his mark. Almost played the shot and then prepared to run 100 meter. Down in the box and setting off when the gun fired, making it home quite safely.
Curran has had his vulnerabilities against the short ball. He's pulled well in the last couple of years, but teams have used it against him. I wondered if that factored into Shea Hope's thinking, bringing Joseph back as opposed to someone like a Seals, but haven't seen the shorter delivery as yet.
I think it's more to do with Alzari's inconsistency today. If he'd been bowling better, or at least had better figures, you'd see that short ball to Curran a bit earlier. But almost like he's a bit under pressure, Alzari, regardless of the state of the team at the moment. And I hope the communication is clear. And to be fair, we're just suspecting, suggesting. But it would work, it would make sense. Alzari Joseph to Sam Curran hitting against the wind. Bowling the shorter deliveries in which he struggled with. At high pace, he's been upwards of 135 this over so far. Can he finish with one shorter deliveries, deep square bat, deep fine leg bat, force him to hit in the wind, or be very uncomfortable trying to ride the bounce?
Seven from the over, 118 for 4. $118 for 4 England. 6 and over from here gets them past the 250 mark. They've got enough power with Mousley, Overton to come, and these two to be aiming maybe 260, 270. Roston Chase has bowled 6 overs for 19 runs. So whether now Livingston, after that boundary in the last over, ups the ante and goes up a gear, we will see. Hayden Walsh on the field. Yeah, Carlos, I'm thinking about that discussion in the last over. And you mentioned a word named enforcer. And I wonder if that is the thinking behind having a Shamar Joseph enter the one-day international squad. He's yet to make his debut. But I keep thinking about a few examples. You said O'Shane Thomas at the 19 World Cup that you were at. I remember the game against Pakistan with his pace hitting the deck. At that very World Cup, Lockie Ferguson with his extra pace in the middle overs where nothing is really happening, getting the ball to maybe seam back into the right-hander and using his pace to sometimes bowl the bouncer. So when he does get his opportunity, maybe that can be a role for him to help the West Indies be more prolific in the middle.
Yeah, and I've had a chat with him before and lead up to the World Cup. Just a message to say, remember you're a test bowler. I think when fast bowlers get that white ball in hand, they think of all the magic deliveries, the variations. Sometimes a good old line and length works if you're consistent, if you have high pace, better yet, if you can move it either way. And then you slip those 2 short balls in every over. You have mid-on and mid-off up. You pose a real challenge, and you think back to Jaden Seals and Matthew Ford building pressure. And they bowl at 133, 135. Imagine someone able to build that same pressure bowling upwards of 140, moving the ball, and then sliding 2 short balls in per over. That is a real difficulty as a batting unit. to counteract that consistently for a long period of time. In the middle, in that second power play, you ask a lot of questions of the batting unit. West Indies need that.
Good from Chase again. Just 4 from the over. 1-2-2 for 4.
Views from on high of the beautiful Wadadli, Antigua and Barbuda. A wonderful place to come and enjoy weather, lifestyle, some good living, and of course cricket. We're here for the CG United ODI series, ODI number 1. Today, 122 for 4, England. And some good, disciplined, tidy bowling from the West Indies. 2 wickets for Ford and Seals, respectively. It was Jaden Seals with the breakthrough. Alzari Joseph, an absolute stunner to catch Phil Salt. And this one, Will Jacks skied it. And Gudakesh Moti managed to hold on. Jordan Cox, injudicious. Kisi Karti pocketed it, and then Jacob Bethel had been going very well. So it's Sam Curran and Liam Livingston currently. Just eking it out here. 101 dot balls so far for England in this innings. It's either been sort of a flourish and a flurry, boundaries, or dots. 50 singles, just 6 twos. This tells the story right here. Great graphic. I'm gonna ask Ian Bishop his thoughts on this. It's a topic he's well versed in, having been following the West Indies for the last 2 decades. England just looking a little hemmed back here, Ian.
Yeah, it's something that as they look to develop this next level, this next core, that is something that they got to rectify. 102 dot balls in the innings is a lot. It's far too much, and then even if you're not getting boundaries, you want to be able at least to turn things over.
That's better. Little scoop behind square. They'll pick up a couple here. Might even... No, it's just 2 in the end. More of them, say English fans. Running between the wickets. They've been good, the Windies bowlers. Been really good. Parsimonious to the extreme. 4 from it. 29 gone, 126 for 4. That tall is building, 14th over, 13 runs from it, but since then, wickets falling regularly. Ah, yes. The president of Cricket West Indies, right of screen, Dr. Kishore Shallow. Gentleman beside him looks strikingly similar. A little later on today, at the half-time break, Ian Bishop will be catching up with the outgoing CEO of Cricket West Indies, Mr. Johnny Grave. It's been a bit of an institution in this part of the world for so long. But yeah, we're hanging loose for this CG United ODI #1. What are your thoughts, Ian Bishop, on this particular run of play here?
As has been espoused by yourself and previous commentators, West Indies' discipline generally has been good with their control of line and length. Like to see Jaden Seals come back in and get another couple of overs. I thought a second spell was pretty much what Darren Sammy and the bowling coach would want. And what England want is for Liam Livingstone to go deep into the innings. They've got Dan Mosley to come, Jamie Overton, and then to a lesser extent, Jofra Archer, Adil Rashid, if needed. And so they will want to stitch a partnership, continue, and build to a crescendo over the course of the last 10 or 15. Long way to go till then, though. 129 for 4. 130 for 4. "20 overs left is a fair amount of time at 130 for 4. The pitch is a little bit slower, I think, than I perhaps thought it would be. And so when you've got the bowling of one Jofra Archer, Adil Rashid, Turner, Sam Curran, if you get 250, you're in it.
30 overs gone here. England 130 for 4. Partnership building between the captain Livingston and Sam Curran. 37 off 56 balls. Oh, that's beautiful. Confident, belligerent, straight down the ground. And a welcomed 4.
The key with this is not to look to hit it down the onside of the pitch, because there's a long on in place down the right side of your screen, but to hit it exactly where Sam Curran has done with Alzari Joseph at mid-off. Just beat him to your left, and that's the result.
As the afternoon creeps on here in Antigua, 4:15 or so, we expect a lot of local Antiguans when they get off work to come on down to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium and join the tourists who are already enjoying all the action. Some great food, in fact, a big food fair here tomorrow in celebration of independence for Antigua and Barbuda. But it's just a wonderful place to watch cricket here in North Sound Antigua. Fun for the whole family. Talked to a lot of people on the ground who are just excited that ODI cricket is back. With the proliferation of T20 cricket, it really feels like an occasion to be watching one-day internationals here in the region.
.137 for 4. Matthew Ford bowled well in his latter spell. Jaden Seals in his second spell, very good. Joseph will hope to come back into the attack and prize out one or two if he does get the opportunity.
Well, having gone wicketless in Sri Lanka, Jaden Seals has picked up 2 today, and what an economy. 137 for 4 England. Austin Chase from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Okay, West Indies, in fact, have renewed an exciting and a long-standing partnership with the Apex Group Limited. It's a global financial services provider. You can see it on their shirt. Yeah, Apex brand. This is going to feature on the front of the men's team shirts, in fact, for the 14 white ball matches. That's series against England and also the series against Bangladesh. Pretty cool logo. I want to thank them, and of course thank CG United, official sponsor of this ODI series and the T20 series. Outstanding to support the cricket in this part of the world.
Sam Curran almost smashed his bat into his pad very gently as he took off with that single, because a couple of balls before that single he smashed a short one straight to Hetmeyer, which he would have been thinking should have brought him at least a couple of runs.
Well, he's gone down the ground and really unleashed Liam Livingstone. First 6 of this encounter and of the CG United ODI series off the bat of the captain. And it also brings up the 50 partnership between these two.
It is why England need their captain for this series to bat deep into the innings, not just putter along, but he's got enough hitting power to challenge the momentum of the inning.
Well closed out by Austin Chase. 32 gone. It's 144 for 4. All the 4s.
Partnership of 39 for the openers. Now this partnership between Curran and Livingston, 51.
That 6 that Liam Livingstone hit in the last over is the first boundary conceded by Austin Chase in this match. I will remind you, he's bowled 9 overs.
Consecutively as well, which is a credit. It's good use of the feet, you know, quick feet. I don't know what prompted it. I didn't see or could predict a whole lot of flight on the delivery until the very last second. I think he just decided on that occasion, Livingston, that he was coming regardless, coming down the pitch.
Yeah, really different objectives for England and the West Indies with this series. England will be looking to blood some youngsters, get some matches under their belt ahead of Champions Trophy. While the West Indies, well, they're seeking points. They need to try and climb that leaderboard. ODI World Cup in 2027, an automatic qualification would be a bonus. 33 gone, 147 for 4. Interesting to look at the ICC men's ODI rankings. We're down the bottom there at number 10. Actually, the top 10 will qualify. The top 8 will qualify. The hosts, of course, with automatic qualification. South Africa and Zimbabwe. Namibia will have to qualify, even though there will be games in Namibia, interestingly. But this is why West Indies will be keen to get their hands on a couple of points over the course of this series. Get themselves in a comfortable position and not have to involve themselves in the qualifiers. So this series against England and then series to follow against Bangladesh of crucial importance for the Windies in that respect.
And for all those reasons you articulated is why the West Indies and Shea Hope will want to see one of their seam bowlers come back into the attack pretty soon to create additional wicket-taking opportunities potentially.
Well, another one. He's enjoying it, chipping down the wicket. And that's lost. Another ball, please. 6 more from the captain.
Liam Livingston flexing. And again, he's decided to come. He wasn't quite there to the pitch. And because it was shorter than the one he hit in the previous over, he had to drag it into the wind at mid-wicket. Wind ain't holding that back once he gets to it. So we'll find a seam bowler perhaps coming to replace Roston Chase once he completes this over from the Sir Andy Roberts end.
It will be the final over of Roston's spell. Hasn't picked up any wickets yet. And that's going to be 4. 10 off the last 2. We're sensing a little change of momentum here. Press gas, says the captain.
It's been a good year with the bat for Liam Livingston. I would assume, for a statistician or analyst could inform me, he's averaging in the high 30s so far this year with the bat in one-day cricket.
Oh! It's put down. Unusual from Shimron Hetmyer. He's such a nifty fielder. Roston Chase is mortified. Could have got that elusive wicket on the last ball of his spell. Have a look at this.
Yeah, he got low enough. And I think it might just have hit just above the palm of the hands, near what we call the heel. And Chase will say that's too straightforward a chance. And Hetty agrees to have been missed on the cusp of the Blue Waters drinks break.
Liam Livingston, the captain, leading by example and has upped his strike rate significantly, almost at a run a ball now. And a nice partnership developed between these two. 4 wickets to fall for the day.
And Jaden Seals created a couple of opportunities with a good catch from Alzari Joseph, and then Gudakesh Moti in the periphery of Alzari Joseph taking the catch. And Matthew Ford has his say with a couple. Cox and Jacob Bettel. So the 2 youngest of the seamers doing well. And what's the reason for some of these wickets? Perhaps maybe our ball tracking suggesting the ball losing enough pace after release, after bouncing. That may be one contributing factor. A couple of batters getting into their shot or their stroke a little earlier than perhaps was perfect, leading to their downfall.
And that tells the story. Look at that economy from Jaden Seals. His best figures in ODIs, 2 for 8 off his 5. And Chase, none for 47. His 10. We're in stunning Antigua and Barbuda for this first one-day international of the CJ United series. The rivalry, well, not much rivalry when it comes to out and about in Antigua, because everyone enjoys it. How could you not? Just a picturesque place with a big sky. So much natural beauty. If you love the sea, you'll love it here. 365 beaches, one for every day of the year, they say. The beach, though, is just the beginning. We're having a wonderful time. Come and visit Antigua and Barbuda. Come and have a holiday, or come, better yet, to watch the cricket. Back with Moti now. Interested to ask you something, Ian Bishop. In fact, we saw Roston with none for 47. Unlucky not to pick up one there on the last ball of his spell. This is the drop here, Shimron. Hetmaya he was there, he was all over it. Didn't manage to hold on. But in his first 8 overs, he conceded 27 runs and 20 in the last 2. So I wonder if the consecutive overs maybe fatigued, whether it would have been worth it, give him a little break in between. Interested to have your thoughts.
Yeah, I think Liam Livingston had just set himself. He'd been spending time at the crease and just decided that he would try to take down what he saw as a matchup, having absorbed so many deliveries. But Chase should have had his man. And the reason for the catch being missed was, when you look at it closely, how high up near the wrist, or what we call the heel of the palm or the hand, where the ball hit, instead of being absorbed right into the palm. Night before, the question would be whether Jaden Seals' feet were in contact with the boundary rope at the same time as the ball hit his hands. That's what we're going to have to look at again.
A good effort from the 23-year-old anyway. He's keeping his legs somewhat parallel to it there. He touches there. Might well be 4 runs. That's up to the TV umpire, of course.
A signal 4. It looked that way in real time.
Oh, well, what a heartbreaking dismissal for the England captain. 2 off the milestone of a half-century, a soft chip back to Gudakesh Moti, who picks up his first.
Did it straighten? Did it hold off the pitch? We've often talked about left arm spin to guys like Livingston. It took a while for Moti to get his first, but he's finally gotten it. An important one. Livingston goes for 48, 165 for 5.
Dan Mousley. I'm going to show you his list here, career. He is one of the debutants here for England.
Replacing Liam Livingston, who had just started to feel that he needs to take control of the innings. Good wicket-to-wicket bowling. Just maybe held in the pitch after angling in from Gudakesh Moti.
So an international debut for Mousley. First time in any format. Plays his cricket for Warwickshire. Announced mostly, I'm being reliably informed, forgive me. That U is silent. Successful over from Moti. And after 35, England 165 for 5. Well, it was a 72-run partnership between Liam Livingston and Sam Curran. Came to an end. Cotton bowled Moti, so it's Dan Mousley in the middle now with Sam Curran, and Jayden Seales back into the attack. 2 for 8 off his first 5. He's gone after him right away. No sighters for Sam Curran. Oh! Well, he was following it all the way. He was underneath it, Casey Carty. Didn't manage to hold on, got a hand to it. He's got a life.
It was a challenging opportunity. It's not straightforward. Matthew Ford was coming from Casey Carty's right. It's the type of catch that Alzari Joseph took this morning. And wonder if Matthew Ford had perhaps a more straightforward angle. I don't know, but it was not a straightforward opportunity. But Jayden Seales and Casey Carty would feel it's one that they should have added.
Off the mark into his international career. Mousley. And a cheeky smile to go with it. What an important day for this young man, his family, his club. Many proud folk watching on here today in Antigua and Barbuda. It'll be a moment he'll remember all his life long. His international debut to represent his country, England. He had his first professional contract with Warwickshire in 2019. He played for the England under-19s as well. But this is the big day for the young man.
He was so good in that England under-19 team in the 2020 World Cup in South Africa. I think he scored 241 runs at 80 And we selected him in the team of the tournament after that World Cup. He was that impressive. Other players who got selected in that, for example, were Yashasvi Jaiswal, who's gone on to make a name for himself. Getting his cap from Jacob Bettel, who was from the alma mater 2 years later of under-19 World Cups here in the Caribbean. Jake Fraser McGurk, I think, was another one who impressed in that 2020 under-19 World Cup. And we could talk about Ravi Bishnoi and those guys as well. Ibrahim Zadran, it was a good class actually. Jaden Seals was one of the most impressive ones there. Matthew Ford was there as well. And this end is not the end that Jaden Seals bowled his best spell. It was actually in his second spell from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, the opposite end, that he picked up his 2 wickets. But he'll be hoping to replicate the same control of length as he did in that second spell.
Yeah, very handy, just 3 from it. And after 36, England 168 for 5.
$14 overs to go. And with 5 wickets in hand, Sam Curran is 29 from 44. As debutant Dan Mousley, or Mosley even, for company. A favourable matchup for Curran in the left-arm spin of Moti. Outfield here is it's quite heavy. The grass is, it looks beautiful from up above where we are in the commentary position. Down on ground level, it's pretty rough and pretty ready, so the ball sometimes will not come at the fielders as they would expect. Might explain 1 or 2 of the fumbles out there. It's been hard going for England. Boundaries have been hard to come by. West Indies have been disciplined by and large. And given that they managed to win the toss and bowl first, doing so has been successful in the last 5 one-day internationals played here. West Indies are in good shape. Carlos Brathwaite.
Yeah, good reward. Save for the last 2 overs from Roston Chase. Alzari's spells have been very good as a unit. They've been rewarded.
A 72-run partnership between Curran and Livingston was pretty well done, well played. They'd go against their instinct to attack, find ways of keeping the scoreboard moving. Livingston had just started to open his shoulders before chipping that return catch back to Moti. Left arm spin has been a bit of an Achilles heel for him in ODIs. West Indies find themselves in the ascendancy once more.
And interestingly enough, I thought Roston Chase probably bowled 3 overs too much. 7 overs, probably still too much to be fair. We really wanted to attack Sam Curran. I just think if you had 2 or 3 overs of Roston Chase now, 2 left-handers at the crease, how much more of an attacking option he would be rather than a Moti. That's the end of the 37th over, 172 for 5.
chase 10 off the reel, almost picked up, should have picked up Livingston in his fine low, just off with the figures, reputable figures of number 47. Pace of Alzari Joseph. It's been the bowler that England have tucked into the most on this very sluggish surface. Ball holds in the surface every once in a while. The faster you bowl it, the easier it's been to hit, and now Alzari Joseph has been on the receiving end. The rest of the bowlers not so much. Crowd slowly building here. A lot of the English fans were here with their flags draped over any static surface from the beginning. The locals have started to find their way to the ground as the sun has begun to set here in north-south. Should be a really decent atmosphere come the second half of this game after nightfall. Almost gathered in. Scamper a single on the misfield. Carlos, you're the man here. The flags. Explain.
Left, Guyana, St. Lucia, Grenada, Barbados, Jamaica in the middle at the top, Antigua, St. Vincent, Trinidad, and then these two with the cross in the right corner, left corner. I think one is Anguilla, St. Kitts in the middle of them, Dominica at the bottom, but not sure it's those two. St. Martin and maybe Anguilla.
Top of the class.
Not sure how much I got right, Butch, but I get points for speed.
Speed was fantastic. Top right, I'm hearing, is Anguilla. That one?
Ooh, pineapple.
Yeah, the home of SpongeBob SquarePants. Cracking sound off the bat of Curran, but again, difficult to find the timing and the placement to get it through to the boundary. No, I mean, SpongeBob could be in the Caribbean Sea somewhere, I suppose. But Curran, plenty of perspiration on that face. He's had to work really hard for his 33. All of the England batters have got a start so far, which gives you a clue that the pitch is not one that you're going to run in and blow batters away on, but it is one in which you can keep them under wraps if you bowl well enough. Seen many of those, but it's a good one.
Love that from Jaden Seals. Not express, but he's bowled well enough, consistently enough to earn the right to be able to sink one in at Dan Mosley. Welcome to international cricket, son. Mose. I played with him and I called him Mose for about 2 years. And his name has evolved to Dan Mosley. Now he's an international cricketer.
.38 overs gone, 177 for 5. Some powerful men in the picture there. Johnny Grave in the middle of the shot. The glasses. Rod Bransgrove, owner, proprietor of Hampshire Cricket Club. Rod will have a yacht park somewhere in English Harbour, I should imagine. Johnny Grave, whose time at the helm of West Indies cricket has come to an end as of today. And we'll be hearing from him in the interview. He'll be being grilled, Paxman-like style, by Ian Bishop. Mosley goes over the leg side into the wind, and he's picked out the fielder. It's Evan Lewis at deep mid-wicket. Moti has always had that little bit of extra cover, not in terms of fielders outside the circle, but in terms of that easterly breeze. Mosley went for it and has perished.
Smart bowling from Gudakesh Moti. 89 Ks the ball before, 84 this delivery. Just a subtle drop of pace. And not enough pace needed to cut through the wind. Dan Mosley goes for 8. England 179 for 6.
Jamie Overton punches a black glove with Sam Curran, another one of England's debutants in ODI cricket. Played test matches, of course. This is why he's there. Mosley tempted to drag it over deep mid-wicket into the breeze, didn't get it. And Moti has struck twice in the last couple of overs, and they've been big blows. Get rid of Livingston, get rid of one of the left-handers as well as a left-arm spinner. And all of that brings Overton to the crease. Batting at 8, won't be bowling, still not fully recovered enough to bowl from that stress fracture. And England want to see what he can do at the back end. They weren't thinking about him sweeping, I don't think. Very, very strong down the ground is Jamie Overton, and we're going to go upstairs.
TV umpire to director, we have a play review for LBW. The original decision is not out. I've checked the feet and it's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please? Okay, ball is close to the bat. Can we just go to ultra edge, please?
Just building.
Copy. Stand by for ultra edge.
Still building. Stand by.
Still waiting for ultra edge.
Here it comes. You ready?
Yeah, just keep rolling that through, keep rolling that through. Keep rolling. There's a gap between bat and ball, just keep rolling that through. Keep rolling. Keep rolling, right? Missed the glove and then made contact with the arm and pad. I'm satisfied, no bat involved. Can we go to ball tracking when ready? Original decision is not out. Pitching in line, impact in line, and wicket hitting. Rod, I'm going to ask you to overturn your decision of not out to out. You're on screen, signal now.
Well, Rod Tucker has to change his mind. And Alahuddin Palaka, the third umpire, has given Jamie Overton out. He's absolutely stone dead once it missed the glove. And his stay was short and not sweet at all. First ball for naught on debut. England 179 for 7. Well, England's most senior player, England's leading run scorer and leading wicket taker, Adil Rashid, is at the crease on a hat-trick ball. Gudakesh Moti is turning this game firmly in favour of the home side. Oh, run out. Shafane Rutherford didn't let it go. Rashid's off the mark. Goodness me, what a turnaround this has been from Moti. Oh, run out. Wickets of Livingston and Overton. England have gone from a position where they might have been thinking about an assault in the final overs. Back up against it once again.
As a batting unit, you hate to have to tell 9, 10 and 11, hold on, bat the 20 overs or bat the 50 overs.
Curran will keep the strike. It's 181 for 7. Overton have been brought into the side for his power hitting down the ground. Comes out, tries to play a delicate dab sweep, misses it completely. Ball having not hit the glove, but hit the arm. Meant that he was absolutely stone dead, and Darren Sammy's pretty happy, as are the rest of the West Indies fans in this beautiful ground. Wickets coming in a hurry since the dismissal of Liam Livingston. See that England's batting lineup, as inexperienced as it is, managed to get themselves in that top 6. Sam Curran is still there, and it's with him that England's hopes of a defendable total rest.
It'll be nice to see how Curran approaches this little tricky period. Some mention him as a replacement of sorts for Stokes. We can think of Stokes being in this situation, batting with the lower order, targeting that side to the leg side, which he just tried to do with the wind. Will he just think to attack from one end and rotate from the other? Will he go hell for leather from the beginning?
I don't know about you. You've batted in this situation before, coming in the lower middle order with the tail. I just wonder whether or not now's too early. You might want to give it another 4 overs or so, and then leave yourself 6 at the end. Try not to lose another wicket between now and then.
Yeah, especially batting with someone like Adil Rashid, you have to show him a little bit of trust as well. You start to rotate, you know, give him confidence verbally. Back him to be able to rotate with you as well. You don't expect him to score at the same rate you will. But funny enough, as we can see with those last couple of balls, sometimes bowlers tend to over-attack the lower order. It brings the lower order into the game, makes it easier for them to rotate. Fields become more attacking. You get the odd inside edge or outside edge. All of a sudden, they're 20. You've continued to rotate. You move from 35 to 55, and you set yourself up really nicely for those last 5 overs. So I think it's still too early. But in his mind, if he has a target of a 260 or a 270, he may think the best way to do it is to attack from this end, go leg side and straight, and rotate from the other. And you probably think Alzarri Joseph is the man to come back with the extra pace, but he's actually been the man that's been easiest to face on the track. So maybe Shea Hope can bring it back, force them to play some more attacking shots and try to get that breakthrough and either get rid of Curran or eat further into that low order.
Well, from what I've seen, If I was out there batting, I'd be much happier seeing Alzari Joseph than the others. Just his extra pace has been that much easier to time. But we shall see. It's the captain's lot. Get all of that stuff in through the computer.
He is showing a bit more intent, Curran, mid-on and mid-off up, as they normally are in this second power play with only 4 fielders allowed outside. I just wonder if that's playing on that mindset. How soon do we go? How hard do we go? Doesn't want to run out of partners and think, what if?
Well, I tend to agree with you about Adil Rashid, though. I mean, he can handle himself. As he just showed you there, find interesting ways of getting off strike. So I think you can trust him for short. No need to give it away while he's at the other end. Well, good result. Curran will keep the strike. It's the end of the 40th over. 10 to go. England 187 for 7.
Power play, OB.
Moti will keep going. The fielding restrictions have been relaxed further. Down the ground. No, he's picked him out. Hetmeyer doesn't make a mistake this time. Curran had decided that he was going to go even with 10 overs left and Rashid at the other end. Moti was his matchup, but Moti has knocked over both the left-handers and picked up Liam Livingstone. It's been an excellent spell in the dying overs from the left-arm spinner. And there goes Curran, and perhaps there goes England's chances of a defendable total. He goes for 37. England in big trouble, 187 for 8. Well, myself and Carlos Brathwaite discussed as to whether or not it was too soon for Sam Curran to reach for the stars. Sam saw it differently, but he is now gone and Jofra Archer has replaced him.
Yeah, Moti's pace has been brilliant once again. Playing on the slight insecurity of a Sam Curran who wants to get on with it, doesn't want to be left running out of partners, and evidently has left them. But with someone like Jofra Archer batting at 10, and we play for the same club, he's had an excellent year in club cricket. You think back to his prowess with the bat in the IPL when he won MVP. He's a more than capable batter. Hasn't quite shown it in international cricket yet, but I think persons at Sussex, followers of the Rajasthan Royals, know how good he is with the bat, but now is the time to show it, here and now.
Budakesh Moti is a smart operator, skillful bowler, just taking all of the pace out of it. And it's Jofra Archer, he's groping for the ball, slip in place. Man comes up inside the circle, inviting Rashid to play against the spin.
Love this from Shea Hope. 6 in the circle. In the third power play, when you can have 4 men in the circle minimum, has an extra 2 men as an attack. And we speak often about West Indies trying to get wickets with the ball. The captain is trying to enforce a change in the field. That's the end of the 41st, 188 for 8.
Just the 5 options used for the West Indies. The 2 spin options finished. A change of ends now for Azari Joseph. He's been the most expensive of West Indian bowlers today. Lights taking effect. The West Indies will want to be clinical now and wrap this up quickly. A couple of big positives for Darren Sammy, Shea Hope and the bowling group. 6 wickets taken in the middle. Spoken about their struggles in the past, so that's 1 positive. And Jaden Seals. Ian Bishop alongside. The fact that they've committed to backing Seals Bish even after going at 8 and over in Sri Lanka.
Commendations indeed. And look, there's still more work to be done for Jaden Seals, but what he presents is a nice contrast to, let's say, a Matthew Ford, whose in-swinger is his stock delivery. Jaden Seals, when the ball is swinging, his outswinger is his go-to, as we've seen in Test cricket. So it's a nice contrast. And I would hope the era that this new paradigm, this new dispensation that the coaching staff is trying to inculcate is if we identify talent, we identify a player or players who we think has that future, then we give them extended runs, even if their form tails off or they don't have a good game or 2. What it does is it builds confidence in guys in the team and guys who come in the team knowing that they won't just be dispensed after a bad game or bad spell.
I've seen a couple today. This field so allows Rashid to get 1. I imagine it's a tough balance, Bish, because some of the feedback, for example, with someone like Ali Athanaze, who played the first couple of matches in Sri Lanka and then was dropped for Evan Lewis, but the West Indian management staff felt it was beneficial for him to go into the Super 50 regional tournament. But again, the communication so that his confidence is not dropped or down. He's a brave man, Azari Joseph, to be bowling short at Jofra Archer. He may receive some of his own. fast bowler union. Bish.
It's very well lined. And thankfully for England and Jofra, he's just shaken it off. It's not too debilitative, the hit.
Nice change up to go Fuller to finish the over. 191 for 8.
Lots of commendations for Gulekesh Moti. It took him about 4 overs before he got his first wicket. And once he did that, he went on a roll. Initially picking up the wicket of Liam Livingstone at a key time. Followed it up with 3 more.
Four wickets for Gulekesh Moti today.
Second best figures in one-day internationals, getting it to hold a little bit against Livingstone. Mosley holding out into the wind. Overton missing the paddle. And then the important one, another important one of Curran. So the 2 set batters in the middle bookended that spell of wicket taking.
Matthew Ford back into the attack.
Those 4 wickets in the fuller length. Stock ball into the good length. I've often wondered about spinners' pitch maps and its utility, given the nature of the art. That's no slight on our ball tracking.
It's really good placement from Adil Rashid and will get into the boundary. Much needed 45 deliveries it's taken to find the boundary.
Enough opportunity in first-class cricket over many years to stamp the approval of his capability with the bat for Rashid. Hold your length if you're Matthew Ford. Keep your length.
And speaking about Ford and Seals, Bish, I reckon this will be the next phase of their development. Bowling in the last 10 overs. Seals obviously is focused on his T20 bowling and trying to enhance that. But when guys are coming at you throughout the series, England have batters set in the last 10. How they bowl in the last power play, final power play, will be interesting and critical for the West Indies. I know Ford, for example, has worked on that back of the hand slow ball to add to the off cutter. You've said that he needs to have a Yorker as well.
Ideally, you want to walk with a full set of skills, not just in the game, but more so at the back end. The Yorker is part of that ammunition. That'll take time. That's the length I'm talking about. The last 2 deliveries, even with the variation, as was the case there, on a length. It's not just a slower ball, but where it lands. If they have to hit it or to try to be aggressive with it, it must come into contact with the bat as the bat is on the way up. So you get height and no distance. Nice little leg cutter on a good length. That's the key.
This could be another boundary, will be another boundary. England get 9 to bring up 200 for 8.
Two nice shots from Adil Rashid, just hitting with the angle. Maybe Matthew Ford will reflect and say the two boundary balls were a touch too straight and a touch too full.
England will be pleased. 187 for 8. When Curran was dismissed, these two are put on 13, and there's ample time, 42 deliveries. They can just get up to maybe 230, 240 with seamers who can take pace off, with Adil Rashid. A number of spin options. Can be interesting. Joseph continuing. 3 deep on the leg side. With a deep point. Will be another boundary. 3 boundaries in the span of 7 deliveries for England.
Jofra Archer prepared to play that horizontal bat shot given the short delivery that Alzari Joseph served up in the previous over that hit Jofra on the shoulder.
Straight up. And Shea Hope makes no mistake. Finally, the West Indies have gotten the 9th wicket, and Joseph has his first.
Good gumption and character shown by Joseph. Remember, the previous delivery was pulled away for 4. This one may be slightly shorter, not a genuine short delivery. But again, Archer looking to fetch it and play the horizontal bat shot, and found the pace, the line, too hot to handle. He goes for 7, 204 for 9.
On debut, John Turner. He's traveled for a year or so with England, hasn't been given the opportunity until today. Was here in Antigua a year ago with the One Day International and T20 squads.
Yeah, that one bounced a little bit higher than the pull shot that went away for 4 the previous delivery. And deserved success finally for Joseph. Wonder if he'll attack the stumps.
Joseph is livid because he wanted John Turner on strike. Ford was at mid-on. Two of them always at it, Ford and Joseph. Yeah, for England, they'll be disappointed that their top 6 all got starts. No one really able to carry on. The West Indies will be happy they were able to get set batters out. On a surface that's been generally good for batting. Only the 2nd time in 38 years that all of England's top 6 have got to double figures, have crossed 15. Not one of them have made a 50. He's bowled a couple back of the length deliveries. When can he go to his Yorker? And Rashid has trusted Turner to survive one delivery so that he can get the strike in the next over. Can he find that rapid Yorker? He's only got the 3 deep fielders, backward square and deep fine, deep third. Turner survives. 206 for 9. Gurukesh Moti picked up 4 in Sri Lanka. He's got 4 in the first game alone here in this series. Big positive is Ford and Seals, both with 2 wickets apiece. And here is Ford. Leg cutter again, Matthew Ford. Asked for an extra fielder deep on the leg side to join backward square and a square fine leg. It's interesting, Bish, the way the innings has developed. You thought at the 30th over they were 126 for 4, and wickets in hand, teams tend to use that final 20, 30 to 50 as a T20 game. You thought Livingston, Curran would get a move on. And before Livingston was dismissed, they were going at 7s in those next 5, from 30 to 35. And then the drinks break came. And since then, 46 for 5.
It's a situation where the England touring unit and this squad includes 4 players on debut, a number of familiar faces not here, Butler, Brook, to mention a couple. So it's an opportunity for additional players to create depth. And I know Dan Mosley, Jacob Bettel, maybe on reflection, Sam Curran and 1 or 2 others will feel they should have gone deeper into the innings. Not curtailing scoring opportunities, but certainly be there for a lot deeper, maybe at the start of the 40th over, where they would have been able to achieve something significantly more. So that's a learning opportunity for several of them. But you mentioned, Nikhil, how much of a ballast and a boost this is for Ford and Seals in particular, not exclusively, and the continuation of Moti's good work in his role. But again, we need to see more of it throughout the series.
Turner survives again, so England still batting and battling. 209 for 9. Joseph has another. And finally, the West Indies are able to dismiss Rashid and dismiss England for 209 in this first one-day international. It's been resilient from Rashid, but Joseph has his man in the final half.
It's good reward for Alzarri Joseph. Sure, he's been gotten away for a few more runs than he would like, but I thought his bowling, certainly in his initial spell, was better than his figures reflected. And when you put in the investment, sometimes you get the reward a little bit later. But a good compliment to the work of Ford, of Seals, and of Gudakesh Moti. And a little bit of help from Ruston Chase's economy. He stuck to length bowling, which has worked at the back end for him, Alzarri Joseph. Now it's about the work with the bat coming up for the West Indies. Good stuff though from Moti. Excellent, brilliant.
Entire top six of that England side getting starts. That will be something for the West Indies to take, wanting to capitalize when you do get in on this surface. Livingston top scoring, the captain, with 48 in good time as well, 49 deliveries. Decent partnership with Sam Curran, but Moti removed both of them. 209 is all they muster.
$39 for the opening salvo, 40 between Cox and Jacob Bettel, 72 between Livingston and Curran, and they would have wanted both of them actually to take it a lot deeper into the innings. West Indies did not allow it, and that's a credit to them. Mosley 14 between himself and Curran, and yeah, I thought actually Seals was very good. That second spell where he took 2 wickets, including a wicket maiden, was instructive. Ford also followed that up with his own 2 wickets. And then Moti outstanding with Joseph coming in the back end and picking up his 2 wickets.
Good discipline from that West Indian bowling lineup. Let's go down to Mark Butcher.
Jaden, tough time for you in Sri Lanka. The selectors stuck with you and you put in a terrific performance this evening. You must be delighted.
Yeah, I'm very pleased with the performance today. I was really frustrated in Sri Lanka not getting the results I wanted, and I didn't find a bowl to the best of my ability. I think I was rushing everything. So even in training yesterday, I tried to just slow everything down, stay in control of my action, and just put it into practice today in the game.
Yourself and Matthew Ford in the power play bowl were very, very disciplined against this England lineup. Is that something that you talked about? And the line and length seem to be spot on.
Yeah, we knew that the guys at the top order for England likes the ball wide, so they play very well, square the wicket. So our plans were just to remain straight. If the ball does a little bit, do it from straight, and if they play good shots, kudos to them.
The overall performance from yourselves in the field and with the ball was fantastic as well. There was a lot of discipline. Is that something you spoke about beforehand in terms of not giving too many cross-batted shots away, too much width throughout the innings?
Yeah, even in the Sri Lanka series, the plan that we had as bowlers was to just remain on the top of the stump as straight as possible, because most batsmen in nowadays cricket are very good square the wicket, so it's just to remain, getting them to the ball down the ground, and once we stick to our plans, we'll get the results as we saw today.
And your 2 spinners as well, in terms of economy rates, they're both excellent throughout their careers, but they bowled superbly in tandem, and Moti at the end was brilliant, picking up the left-handers and really shortening England's innings.
Yeah, for sure. They've stuck to the task really well, even though the wicket was not assisting in terms of the turn that they were getting. They remained stump to stump and varied the pace very well.
Okay, beautifully done. Chaseable?
Yeah, I think it's chaseable.
Okay, well done.
Very good from Jaden Seals, who began things for the West Indies, taking the first 2 wickets, the openers. And they will now need 210 to take this first one-day international. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, some analysis. Yeah, a bit of rain around, which is a bit unfortunate and disappointing. Hopefully it does pass over quite quickly. A reflection of England's total. They got to 209 in that first innings. Starts for their top 6, really, with all their batters getting past 15. First time in 38 years that's happened, but none of them getting to a 50. And then in the end, the West Indies clinical enough to wrap up the innings quickly inside of 46 overs. 2 wickets apiece for each of the seamers. Jaden Seals removed the openers. Ford took the next 2. Alzari finished the innings, and all 3 of them complimented Gurukesh Moti well, who continues his excellent run of form in one-day international cricket. There's some rain around, unfortunately, so the covers are on, but the moment doesn't seem too concerning. It's been overcast all day here in Antigua, but thankfully the skies haven't opened to this point. As Ian Bishop joins me. And Bish, it's a positive performance from the West Indies with ball in hand.
Absolutely. The discipline with the ball, the catching, some of it, certainly from Alzari Joseph, with a little help from a few friends, was very good. But I think the pressure created, if you missed any of the live action, by disciplined bowling of Seals to a large extent and Ford, built on by Gurukesh Moti, who got the wickets of Liam Livingston and Sam Curran amongst his 4. They were crucial breakthroughs because those were the 2 established batsmen in the middle overs. Alzari Joseph then came in at the back end and topped up on what I think he at least deserved with 2 wickets at the back.
That rain has intensified, unfortunately, but it is the Caribbean. Things change quickly. So the West Indies, providing the rain will stop soon, we'll need 210. There's a bit of time to play with before we actually start losing overs. I think it's 90 minutes, 60 minutes, correction, and they'll only need to go up 4 runs and over. So will be interesting to see how that goes. But before we go to a break, we will hear from a son of the soil, and this is a sneak peek of what we can expect from Joel Andrew in his sit-down interview.
I actually look at all Snapchat videos that my sister sent me when I just started playing. Look at this till now, you know. It feels like a big achievement, but I just feel it's just the beginning.
When we hear the words Antigua and cricket in the same sentence, we're often thinking about names like Sir Vivian Richards, Andy Roberts, even maybe a Sir Richie Richardson. Maybe one day we could be thinking about Joel Andrew. Great to have you. Congrats again on all that's happening this year. We are in Antigua, where it's all started for you. Tell me, first of all, how does it feel to be in a West Indies camp?
It feels great, to be honest. You know, playing around the old guys makes me feel even better about myself, and just the support I've been getting so far is something that I want forever.
It's well documented that families played a big part in your journey. If you had to describe the role that they play, how would you put that into words?
If I try, I'll be here a long time. My mom is very neat, you know. She's just my backbone, I should say. I mean, she's more confident than me. You know, just seeing her in the stands, you know, gives me that extra push. And, you know, she's just joyful and a good person to be around, and someone that you should have in your corner.
Joel started to play at a young age with big men, so he doesn't play name cricket. You bowl to him, and once you bowl to him in whatever loose ball, he just put it away. So he's fearless. Joel and I have a connection. We talk about everything, every single thing. And if he knows that I'm here, he's going to do his best to make me happy. What he normally says is that, Mom, I'll give you something to watch, because I watch all of his videos over and over again. Once it's on YouTube, I don't watch anything else. So, you know, that's how it goes with us.
If you had to put into words, who is Joel Andrew, what would you tell them?
Say a confident young man, you know, fearless, as Viv would say, never die sort of guy. So it's just someone I want to be forever.
Let's talk about the Under-19 World Cup, where this unbelievable year began, where you scored the most runs for the West Indies and you were well talked about. Did you feel any pressure now that there are eyes on you and there's a certain expectation tied with your name?
At that time, I was feeling extra pressured because, you know, everyone expects me to, you know, score every game, and that's not realistic, but that's what I try to do. I just try not to think about it as much, because at this level, expectations will be high. So just for me to just stick out what I'm doing and just learn as much as I can at this level.
I think a month after that World Cup, you made your first-class debut for Leewards. How have the guys in the Leeward Islands shaped your journey and helped you along this process?
I mean, they push me more than I push myself, especially fitness tests and those things, you know. Hayden is the one that really pushed me to, you know, do an extra one, even when I'm not feeling it, because it will benefit me in the long run, and it did.
I really, you know, see him as a little brother, and I really try to encourage him in, you know, doing the right things to stay at the highest level. So, you know, the only thing I can do is just give him my knowledge and, you know, encourage him a little harder. He just reminds me of myself when I was a kid, you know, just always laughing. Sometimes you'll see him sleeping on a chair. So, you know, he's just, at the end of the day, he's just a kid, and, you know, I really, you know, love having him around.
And what about Casey?
He's more, you know, my idol off the field more than on the field, because I like the way he carries himself off the field.
So what about on the field? What's wrong with that?
Nothing is wrong with that, but I just...
You think you could bat better than him?
Yeah.
So much has happened for you in this year. So you get that first-class experience, went to Ireland with the West Indies Academy. While all these things are happening, what is keeping you grounded to remembering sort of where you've come from?
I actually look at old Snapchat videos that my sister sent me when I just started playing. I'm like, look at this to now, you know. It feels like a big achievement, but I just feel it's just the beginning for me.
June 2024, CPL draft is around, and Joel Andrew gets picked. Not only does he get picked, he's going to play for the Antigua Falcons.
Playing for your home is always something you love to do. And I know it's a franchise team, but it feels more like home. to me. Receiving, that call was something that I always wanted to just be in a part of the CPL because, this is the biggest part in sport. So I always wanted to experience it for myself.
After the CPL, West Indies call up. Where were you exactly when you got that call that you were going to be part of the West Indies setup? What was your emotion?
I was actually on my way back home from the CPL and I cried instantly. Because, just receiving that from the coach, that I would be a part of the team, it made me feel good about myself and it's something I always wanted.
That squad was captained by Shea Hope, who you've always said is your biggest idol. Why Shea Hope?
I mean, he's just cut above the rest in my eyes. Averaging 50 in ODIs is never an easy task. So that's something that I want for myself. So if I see it in someone else, I could just always emulate it, try to bring it into my game.
So third ODI comes around, getting your cap from Azari, who is obviously working his way to be one of the great Antiguan cricketers. What did that moment feel like?
I mean, he's more of a brother to me than a teammate. We go way back in terms of Antigua and club cricket. So receiving my cap from him was a special moment that, I would cherish forever.
If you are to play in Antigua, to hear the rally around the West Indies, to be part of cricket with Antiguans all around you, what would that mean to you?
I mean, every time I hear that anthem, I get emotional because, that's something that stands out and it's something that means a lot to everyone in the region. If I get the opportunity, I want to score my first 50 in front of the home crowd. That will make me feel good. And just still learn as much as I can because I'm still here to learn.
17 years old. We could be hearing Joel Andrew for the next 10 to 15 years. The guy makes me feel old, but brother, I hope you enjoy this. This is an invaluable experience that you will get on this series, and we can't wait to see what the limit will be for you. So, all the best.
Thanks.
Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium here in Antigua, where we continue this first CG United ODI, or we were supposed to anyway, because the rains came in at the halfway point of the match, with England bowled out for 209 by the West Indies, who chose to bowl first, with Salt and Jacks getting a decent enough start, adding 39, but so many batters sort of getting in. 27 to Jacob Bettel, 48 to Livingston, 37 to Sam Curran, a 15 down the order to Adil Rashid, but no one getting past 50. Quite an unusual thing to happen. The bowling, I thought, was very good from Seals in his second spell. Also, Matthew Ford followed up that 2-wicket burst from Seals. Then Moti came in the middle overs and dismissed Livingston, bookended by Curran. That slowed everything that potentially was built up in the innings. And Alzari Joseph taking up 2 at the back end. So altogether a good bowling performance by the West Indies. Something that I think would have pleased the gentleman seated next to me, Johnny Grave, the CEO of Cricket West Indies, who is departing last day, Johnny, in office, I think officially anyway. Thank you very much for spending some time with us. First of all, from a cricket perspective, what did you make with your own insight about the West Indies?
Well, I certainly want to finish with a victory, that's for sure. So I'm very much supporting the West Indies. I've been asked by a few of my English friends who I'm supporting, but I'm definitely supporting the West Indies, and yeah, looking forward to a victory here. It started my first international game as CEO was England playing here at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium against a very different West Indies team then, and yeah, that started with a defeat. So it'd be nice to end on a victory tonight, and hopefully we get back out there and see some good batting by our team.
Yeah, for those of you who may not be aware, Johnny for so long was involved in the Players Association in the UK, so that's where his statement is based, that premise is based. As you look back, Johnny, at a 7-year tenure involved with West Indies cricket and Cricket West Indies, to be more specific, how do you feel about it?
Tired, but no, it's been an amazing opportunity for me. It's the first CEO role that I had. I worked in English cricket for 17 years and then came over here. Hadn't really spent any time in the Caribbean at all, so it was a fantastic sort of I guess venture into the unknown. I obviously knew a lot about West Indies cricket, and that probably would have put me off taking the job, really. But it was, yeah, it's been a brilliant time, and you know, I'll certainly look back on it, both from a professional and from a family perspective, you know, with great memories, and we leave with, you know, nothing but good feelings really about West Indies cricket, and hopefully I've left it in, you know, slightly better shape than what I inherited when I joined 7.5 years ago.
I want to get into a couple of distinct points during that tenure, but first of all, last night there was a nice felicitation and celebration for you. Talk us through this and take us into it a bit more.
Yeah, the staff put something on. Obviously, I wasn't particularly fond of having a farewell do, but it was great that the staff put this on for me, and it was a great night. Probably enjoyed a bit too much rum and beer, but it was yeah, it was great fun, and it was a very nice evening for me and the family to be you know, to be sort of sent on our way with such good wishes from everyone. So it was a really nice evening.
Young family, how young are the little ones?
Yeah, they spent more of their life, you know, in Antigua than they did in London. So they're now 11 and 13, pretty much. So yeah, it's been a fantastic experience for them. Primary school here, and yeah, they've, you know, grown up on the beaches of Antigua. So it's been a fantastic experience for them.
I feel to take control of myself. Actually, I feel a little poignant because in my experience dealing with you, you've been nothing but sensational and a man of integrity. So I'll just hold those emotions back for a little bit, and just about what would you have considered your high point in terms of delivery during this tenure?
I don't know. I mean, I think probably the things that I'm most proud of is winning the World Cup bid for two reasons. I think Firstly, because, you know, the 8-year cycle, 2016 to 2023, as you know, all of those men's events were hosted just in the big 3 countries of England, Australia and India. And for us who have lobbied hard at ICC to say World Cups, which are big revenue generating opportunities for host countries, but also for home fans to come and watch their own team in a World Cup. And as you know, many of these stadiums have seen huge investment by the governments because of the World Cup. So I think, you know, winning that bid and then, you know, successfully hosting it, you know, was a great achievement by the team. And it was the 3rd one we hosted in a sort of step up fashion. Really, we had the Women's World T20 in 2018, then we had a very difficult and challenging sort of COVID-led Under-19 World Cup in 2022. And yeah, certainly, yeah, being at the final in Barbados, watching a fantastic game between India and South Africa with worthy winners was, yeah, it felt sort of, yeah, this is a good time to pass the baton on to whoever takes up the challenge. But that's certainly one highlight. I think, you know, from a boring perspective, we're in a lot more stable financial position, which has been a real challenge, and obviously that goes without saying because of COVID. But the finances of West Indies cricket, I would say, have never really been on solid ground, and now we've got, you know, enough money to get through the next 2 years where we don't have an England tour or an India tour. We know we're going to lose money next year and the year after, but we have enough money set aside, so we have no debt, no bank borrowing. And just down the road from here, we've got an unbelievable asset, a 22-acre cricket ground site that we bought off the receivers from Stanford back in 2017. And we've been able to acquire that with, again, no debt. And all the land is now freehold, clean title. It's an asset for West Indies cricket. And you know, today we had the under-19 women there in a camp. It's used virtually every day by our elite teams, and it's a fantastic facility. And it's where the staff are also based, so we now walk into a cricket ground as an organisation in a big open plan office. So, you know, that has led to a real change in culture and mindset that hopefully puts the organisation on this firm financial foothold that allows, you know, hopefully better decision making and hopefully what everyone wants, which is more consistent performances from our men's and women's team, you know, home and away, and getting back up to #1 in the world.
Tie in then a lot of what you just said there about that facility, the establishment of the academy, and all that we've seen in the news about players now being contracted. And we just listened to Joel Andrew from Antigua there and his mum and his story.
Yeah, and you're always going to have a player like Jaden Seals that we've seen today that can go from the under-19s immediately into the senior team and look like a natural. We had that almost with Alzari and Hetmeyer too. But you know, this allows our best under-19 cricketers, before they get into the first-class professional system, to have effectively an education here in Antigua, where they're going to play and train in very, very good facilities at Coolidge. They're going to have world-class coaches around them. And they're also, because we've added them into our West Indies Championship and our regional CG United Super 50 tournament, I'm hoping that, you know, when they graduate, for want of a better description, into that first-class system, they've already got 30 or 40 first-class and list A games under their belts, and that's going to, you know, hope lead to, you know, better techniques and better players and ultimately better teams. But the academy was a big thing that was missing from our system. Jimmy Adams, who was the director of cricket when I joined back in 2017, it was his big ambition to get the academy set up, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to those graduates, you know, both from the men's and women's cohorts coming all the way through, and looking to see how they perform when they finally make their senior debuts.
A couple more points that I want to sort of delve into, and one of them I want to feed immediately off what you just said about the women's compartment of West Indies cricket. We just saw them get to the semi-finals of a T20 World Cup last month, having won in 2016. And I know there's been a lot of chess moves with the women's game in particular. Where do you see it right now?
I think our women's cricket is still very much in its infancy. We've got a very small player pool. The Women's Caribbean Premier League has been a great addition to our women's system, and we want to have more investment into that competition. At the right time, more teams. We're looking at relaunching our Caribbean Development T20 tournament in May of next year, and I hope that we'll launch that with a men's and women's version at the same time. And yeah, it was unbelievable to be in Sharjah and watch that semi-final. I thought the girls played brilliantly throughout the tournament, culminating in that victory against England in Dubai, which we knew when we'd lost the first game against South Africa, that's what they had to do. And I thought the way they played was fantastic and bodes really well because there were some very young players in there. The coach, as you know, has got a buzz and a personality around him that gets, I think, the best out of our team. And there's a sort of new energy, I think, amongst that group.
I can testify to that. He is as energetic as everyone, Shane, needs anyone that I've ever known.
Absolutely. And I think that's what our team needed. A bit like, as you and I have spoken before about Darren Sammy's involvement in this white ball team of having a really good communicator with the players. I think what the women's team needed was that confidence and that energy, that West Indian vibe within what they do when they're training and playing. And I felt that they were unlucky in many respects not to get to the final. I know, not taking anything away from New Zealand, who did brilliantly, but that Chanel injury probably cost us the game in terms of losing her fourth over and losing what she can do with the bat. But really proud of how the team performed, and hopefully that can inspire more girls in the Caribbean to pick up bats and balls, because with the pay parity that we announced with WEPA a year ago, our female cricketers are going to be six-figure US dollar earners per year very, very soon, and that's brilliant for us, brilliant for them. And one of the things that we're hoping over the next couple of years is also that they'll get the opportunity to wear, as you and I would say, a proper maroon cap and actually play a test match. And I think that's going to be again another sort of stepping stone as we try and build a more robust high performance system for our female cricketers. But also what we desperately need is more girls picking up bats and balls throughout the region, and hopefully what they saw on their TV screens in Dubai can inspire the next generation. And certainly with cricketers like Hayley Matthews, we've got the perfect role model, really.
She's a champion, actually. I can't wait for the day that more of our players become so good and so marketable that we move from, let's say, DeAndre Dutton or Hayley Matthews or Stefani Taylor, who play across the world globally and privately, and more of our players can do that. That's my own sort of development. Darren Sammy, now with the tenure of the white ball team, Andre Coley with the red ball. How have you seen his journey so far?
He's obviously still a young coach, but I think he's obviously got great leadership skills and ability from his captaincy days. He understands the game, and he's really brought a new energy, I think, into this white ball setup. And we know what the schedules are like, and I think Andre having that focus on A-team cricket and the Test team allows him. He's planning now for Pakistan. He's planning now for the West Indies Championship that will be played again February through to April, so he can focus on that. And obviously the upcoming series, because we're back here in a month's time with Bangladesh Test matches. So because of the overlapping nature of the schedules, it really does, I think, allow you to properly prepare and plan for series. And if we know in the West Indies that if we properly plan and we're smart and we're good at strategic thinking, that when we all unite and rally around each other, we can beat anyone. And that sort of is my message, really, on and off the field, really. And certainly, I hope that over the next few years, we really start to see, as you say, more Hayley Matthews in our women's team, more Alzari Josephs and Jaden Seals and others coming through the ranks, Jewel Andrews, you mentioned, and being better equipped for what is still, unbelievably demanding sport, playing in foreign conditions and touring all the time. You've got to develop these cricketers to be, very, very resilient and adaptable to different conditions and formats. So hopefully that's what we're starting to achieve. And the sort of under-23 program that Miles Bascombe has sort of launched as Director of Cricket, that will be rolled out between or over the next 3 years. That's also going to help at local level bridge the gap between the under-19s programs and first-class cricket. And hopefully, as we all want, we start to see more victories, because that's ultimately what it's all about. West Indies winning more matches and getting back to being number one in the world. And that sounds very ambitious, but again, off the field, if you'd asked me in 2017 or 2019, would I be sitting here still and be sitting on a balance sheet of over $40 million US, I would have probably questioned your sanity. So you have to dream big and you have to have a plan, and we've been able to achieve that off the field. And I can't wait to see better performances on the field, because I'm often reminded that the year before I joined, we won 3 trophies in the under-19 World Cup and the men's and women's T20 World Cup, and we've won none under my tenureship. So been an abject failure on the field in terms of ICC victories. But I guess it was only ever going to be downhill after that unbelievable year in 2016.
Hopefully preparation meets opportunity not too long from now. We can talk about many things and what the pandemic meant and all of that, but in the interest of time, just to remind our viewers that the rains came in at the halfway point of the innings after England were bowled out for 209. So the covers are on. The ground staff is still out there. The crowd built up nicely, and they're still here. They're going to stay on, Johnny. Just a final question in terms of television rights and new contracts and sponsorship. I know there's something else in the works here. Talk to us a little bit about the sort of televising of the game or the streaming of the game with one of your biggest partners.
Yeah, look, we're delighted, really, I guess, to have CG United as our big one-day sponsor, and obviously they're sponsoring not just the games now, but the regional tournaments happening in Trinidad, and we've got Dafferbat and Apex back supporting us, which is, again, fantastic news for us off the field. But one of the things we've been trying to get, and I've been striving to get with the team for many, many years, is what I would call a host broadcaster. And we haven't quite yet signed the document, but we will be announcing next week that we've signed a long-term 6-year deal with ESPN to take all of our West Indies men's and women's internationals as well as those 2 men's and women's Super 50s. So we've been able to put a value against women's cricket, which bodes really well for us from a commercial perspective. But to have that ESPN network is where all the ICC events are hosted, and it gives our fans, certainty of how you can watch and follow the West Indies over the next 6 years. And financially for us, it's a game changer. It's a significant deal. It's our biggest ever TV deal that we've ever done in the Caribbean by some distance. And it was a good one, just almost to get away on my final day, but it might now be signed either tomorrow or Monday. But really pleased to get that one away, and hopefully that bodes well for the future. And it gives us a really good platform to engage more sponsors. And it's one probably that and the Sandals deal from back in the day are probably the 2 that I'm most proud of.
Yeah, it's so much that Johnny Grave has talked about here, the now departing CEO of Cricket West Indies, and he talked about the girls at the academy. They're here watching. Samara Ramnath, top and left at the back there. She's going to play for West Indies senior team. I have no doubt in my mind, not too long from now, and that will mean that there are some good spinners now with Ramarak in there with, of course, the batting sensation, all-round sensation of Hayley Matthews. When you look at them, how do you, in terms of development, how bright is that?
I think it's really bright. I think it's such an important part of our system. I think that, particularly, for some of the players who, Jamaica's a big country, and if you don't live in Kingston, the facilities that you can get, the access to physios and coaches, same in the bigger countries like Guyana and Trinidad, it's difficult for players who aren't from, that city. They have to potentially relocate, leave their friends and families in order to play their cricket. But certainly having them here in Antigua at this, it's genuinely a world-class facility now, and actually with the plans that we've got to invest, almost $85 million in that facility, albeit most of that investment is actually for commercial activities that will hopefully ensure that it's maintained at that world-class level. But it gives us such an opportunity to hone the skills in very good conditions, both in the practice facilities that we have and using the middle practice that the girls were training today. It really is a key component, and I hope that it means that there's a really clear pathway for our best and most talented players that they can go and represent now with the Under-19 Women's World Cup that came in a few years ago. If you get that experience, and then you can come here in Antigua and work with the best coaches. You can play, they train a lot with the senior women's team at the same time, so they get the opportunity to sort of play in mixed matches with the senior players, and they get the energy and vibe from Shane at times as well. So all that, I think, bodes well. And you're right, I think some of them are going to be very quickly fast-tracked, like Jaden was, like Alzari and like Shimron, straight into that senior setup. And I think already they'll be better equipped, even if they've only been on the academy for 6 or 12 months. So, it's exciting times. It really is.
Just remember Zeta James, who's already played at international level, one of the players in the future of West Indies women's cricket. Kiana Joseph, I think, has so much potential. Johnny, thank you very much for spending some time at the back end of your tenure with us. And for West Indian fans and supporters out there, if I give you a moment to give what you feel are your parting words to fans and supporters of West Indies cricket, what would it be?
Well, it'd be firstly to thank all the staff and everyone, including yourself, who've given me so much support in this job. It's a lonely job at times. It's very difficult and challenging, very political, as you can imagine. But it's been great fun. And yeah, all I'd say to all the fans is, you know, just keep rallying, keep supporting, never give up hope. And yeah, one day I'm very confident that West Indies will be back right at the top of world cricket, where it thoroughly deserves to be. And hopefully in a game that is, you know, more fair, more balanced, and more global in its outlook. And that's my hope for cricket, is that, you know, genuinely it becomes a truly global game. And I'm massively excited to see what cricket in the Olympics means to the sport in 2028. And hopefully, even though West Indies will never be in an Olympics, we'll be represented hopefully by one or two of our individual countries. And that strength of unity that we have in the Caribbean is something very, very special. So yeah, don't lose hope. It's my message to everyone. Keep rallying. And for English fans, if they're watching, you know, come to the Caribbean and enjoy cricket here. Come for international cricket, come for CPL. It's something very unique, and it's huge fun. So yeah, thank you to everyone.
And just from myself, my own experience again of Johnny, it has been excellent. It has been appeasing. Unfortunately, couldn't change much of the global model financially of the game, but in most other things, Johnny, thank you so much for being a part of our story here in the Caribbean, and we hope that you won't be a stranger, and we will see you in these parts soon once again. Thanks.
Thanks, Rich.
Thank you to Johnny Graves, CEO, now departing of Cricket West Indies. Out in the middle, West Indies dismissed England for 209 in 45.1 overs. Gudakesh Moti was outstanding, but the rains came in during the interval. And the ground staff have been hard at work with Gregory Brathwaite, one of the supporting officials. The water hog is being wound up. It looks as though the rains have abated to a large extent, and the covers should be removed shortly. The outfield is very damp, but we'll keep an eye on things. We will have a break here, a short break. Don't go too far away, because we'll be back momentarily with more news for you.
The day. That's what Phil Salt does. You know.
Welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. It is the Siege United first one-day international. England taking on the West Indies. Starts for England's top 6. In the end, though, they could only manage 209 in 45.1 overs after some good bowling by the West Indies. Ian Bishop is here alongside. Bish, put the 10 wickets into context today.
Batsmen getting in and then getting out due to the discipline and some excellence in the field from the West Indies. For Jayden Seales really got the ball rolling in his second spell. Matthew Ford came in and continued the good length bowling and picked up his reward with a couple of wickets. And then Gudakish Moti broke a long-standing partnership between Livingston and Curran, and then continued to make things happen in the middle overs, overturn one of his victims, and then Curran. And those were crucial wickets, because Alzarri Joseph then came in at the back end and picked up 2 wickets of his own, which I think were really deserved, actually. I think he bowled better than his figures suggest. That's just my view. All in all, an outstanding bowling effort from the West Indies, with a couple of wickets for Ford, Seales and Joseph, and then Gudakish Moti being the leading light, the standout, with 4 for 41.
Hour before we start losing overs. We are very close to that point, but good to see some movement out there. The rain has definitely decreased in terms of its intensity. If we do come back and have a full 50 overs, it will be 210 for the West Indies to get. Every game so important in the qualification hope for that 2027 World Cup. So they will be hoping that the ground staff can continue the excellent work that they're doing. The rivalry, as you can see on their shirts, it is a big rivalry. It begins here in Antigua, then it go to Barbados, St. Lucia. So fans around the world, get ready. Really important time for West Indies cricket, with Bangladesh coming at end of the year, but every one-day international, folks, because the West Indies are in 10th, as we saw earlier. So they'll be hoping to win as many as possible, and that 5-match T20 series, it's always exciting when these two teams meet in the T20 format. Maybe a Pooran and Akil Hossain will be back in. For England, they'll have Joss Butler, their captain, back as well. So exciting times ahead. Began in an exciting way earlier today. And speaking of excitement and these two teams meeting, let's take a flashback to a year ago right here at this venue. It was a high-scoring thriller in the first ODI.
Over the top for the first boundary of the day. That's what Phil Salt does. He'll have a look at it. He doesn't want to hang around. He doesn't like being kept quiet. He's had a look for 3. He smashed it away for 4.
Yeah, searching for that swing, but it was non-existent. And great presentation of the face of the bat. Deliberate to go over the top and gets off the mark in a commanding fashion.
They're not quite as sweet this time. It's raced away pretty quickly. The dive not quite up to it. So from having a quiet look for those first 3 balls, we've seen a beautiful shot over mid-off. We've seen a thick inside edge go down to long leg, and it's 2 boundaries in a row.
Yeah, one convincing, one less convincing, but gets the result nonetheless. And this is what we can expect from Phil Salt.
That has gone a mighty, mighty long way. That is a big, big hit. The first 6 of the day. Nonchalant it was too.
Yeah, there was a fielder position in the deep in the direction of that shot. But what was good about it was that he was hitting with the wind. And generally, once you get it any sort of height, it usually sails over in that direction.
Well, that's gone as well. It looks ever so simple. Will Jacks has gone at it for the first time in his innings. Just a length ball, comes on sweet. It's just so simple. hands go through the line of the ball, their hands end up high, and the ball ends up a long way away. That's not testing Phil Salt at all. That is just beautifully struck. Flick of the wrists. It was aimed, leg stump maybe just going down, leg side. That little flick of the wrists. Again, the balance and the timing, outstanding. That's all it did. That's all it took.
Yeah, it's like a hockey flick, isn't it? And it's almost as if it's a T20 match with this start.
He's not confused or bemused by that. A couple of bounces into the boundary, but also, again, it's relentless, absolutely relentless. The run rate goes up, it's 43 without loss. There she goes, that's gone a long way again. Over the boundary, over the advertising boards. 6 more, brings up the 50 partnership in more than double quick time. This is treble, quadruple quick time.
Yeah, this is not a T20 match, folks. This is a one-day international. Look at the enterprise from Salt. A little shimmy down the pitch, gets close to the ball, and again he's hitting with the...
Long chase. Oh dear. How frustrating is that when things aren't going your way? What you need is the fielding to try and make amends. It was what, 10-15 yards to his right initially, seemed to get there pretty well, and then the miscue.
Yeah, he's usually a very good fielder, Gudakesh Motie. Not his stronger side. He's left-handed, but by any stretch of the imagination, this should have been stopped. Eventually, he kicked it over the boundary for 4, and you can see the frustration and the desperation.
That was the breakthrough the West Indies were looking for. England were off to a flying start. And that should bring some relief for Gudakesh Motie and the West Indies. Phil Salt is gone for an enterprising 45. England 77 for 1.
Very good from Joseph. Bounce and pace and 2 wickets in quick succession. A change of ends for a couple of overs. Works for Alzari.
Extra bounce. Jacks trying to work that down to the 3rd man region. Only succeeding in getting an edge to wicketkeeper Shea Hope, the skipper. Jacks is gone for 24. Successful Alzari Joseph. England 77 for 2.
Get it, Alec!
Terrific, innovative. And I think it surprised many, if not all, of the West Indians on the field.
He struck it well, took it. But a bit risky, I would say, Bish, considering the delivery before. Spun a bit. Took his chances, got away with it.
Two in a row for Ben Duckett.
Trying to say to Gudakesh Motie, it was not a fluke the first time around. Now, something for Motie to think about. Back-to-back 4s. Back-to-back reverse sweeps.
Terrific strike from Zach Crawley. Dragged down too short, too wide.
Had all the time in the world to hit it exactly where he wanted.
Seen that reverse sweep a couple of times today. Duckett plays it well.
Yeah, he scored a number of runs with this shot. I love the confidence to play it.
This time Carrier breaks through. West Indies have found a way to fight back at critical integers in this game so far.
Amazing scenes for Yannick Carrier. Getting the breakthrough for West Indies. This partnership, the 33, has been broken. Again, trying that scoop shot, trying that lap shot. Maybe one time too many. And Carrier makes the breakthrough. Ben Duckett goes for 20. It's 110 for 3.
It's been brilliantly placed by Zach Crawley. First time we've seen that real aggression from him against Thomas. 118 for 3. It's been cut well. First boundary in 11 deliveries to end the over. 128 for 3.
Another final delivery boundary for West Indies. Again, played through the offside really well. Might have needed a dive from Casey Carty.
This time straight. Again, the placement has been supreme from Zach Crawley in this inning so far.
Yeah, we spoke about him starting off really slow, Zach Crawley. But he's really taking a liking to this pitch and to this bowling. Yeah, straight through the line, driven nicely.
Didn't quite sound right, but it's gone okay. Brings up the 150 straight down the ground from Zach Crawley. He's not one to be deterred by the odd chance given. He will carry on as merry a way as he can find possible. Across the top of the ball, he just got underneath it.
Trouble, big trouble, gone.
Oh, Hugh, well, that is it. That is it. Not a great way to go at any stage of any game. Complete misunderstanding, total confusion. And this time the wicket is gifted to West Indies. A little push on the offside. Crawley goes straight away. The fielding is good. Athanase is swift, he's athletic, the throw is perfect. Right half an inch above the stumps. But total misunderstanding. So Crawley has to go. 48 for him from 63. And England lose their fourth at 181.
That is top class. Yeah, just a glimpse into what we can expect from Harry Brook in this series.
Over-pitched delivery from Thomas. One of the really bad deliveries he bowled in the spell. And of course was easily put away.
Gone. Alec Athanase takes a good catch at slip. And again, another partnership built by the West Indies strike back.
Went for the reverse sweep. Just Butler, the skipper, looks to have come off the gloves. Just lobbed up to Alec Athanase at first slip. He's a wonderful fielder, took an easy catch. And just Butler, the skipper, is gone for 3. England 191 for 5.
It's short, but it's been clobbered. Much needed.
Just like he knew a short delivery was coming. Struck it and struck it well. High, hard and long. Over the deep middle, he bounded for 6. And that's his 50. Easily nudged down the third man for single. 50 coming up off 58 deliveries. Harry Brook. Good innings for his team. Good innings for himself. Much appreciated by his teammates.
Wonderful. He continues to impress. Harry Brook.
A really good ball striking from Brook. He's gone to 56 with that 69-meter maximum.
Flexing of the muscle from Liam Livingston.
Okay, getting in on the action as well. Livingston a flighted delivery, good adjustment, good movement down the track. And great execution.
He's kept Lewis well, and he's given him. And we're talking about pitches. This is a typical example. They'll think about reviewing it, and they do review it.
Pitching, outside off, back in line, wickets hitting. Thank you. I'll go back to Greg on field. Greg, you can say with your decision.
Liam Livingston, well, he goes for 17 from 19. England 232 for 6.
Got it. Alzari Joseph takes the catch. And that's an important wicket of Harry Brook for 71. And second success for Shepherd.
Yeah, good length and good directed delivery. Didn't have much to play around or much room, Brook. Tried to make something of that delivery and could only find Alzari Joseph. And he goes for 71 from 72. England 239 for 7.
Good strike. I thought for a minute that Cast didn't get close enough to it, but in fact he did and struck it well.
Yeah, good advancement once again from an English batter and good connection. A straighter delivery, which meant there was not much risk.
Another boundary. 2 in 3 deliveries from Sam Curran.
Yeah, Dundon is shades and has absolutely no issues picking up the length of those deliveries. Very well dispatched once again in that cow corner region.
Up in the air, but straight back over the bowler's head. I'm not entirely sure that's exactly where he wanted to hit it, but that's the result he was after. A 6 nonetheless for Sam Curran.
Looked like he wanted to hit it through the onside. But he struck it well, the lower part of the bat, and went all the way for 6.
Pulled away in the air and with the wind. And I mentioned it before and I'll mention it again. Once you get it high enough in that direction, it usually sails all the way for 6. So smart batting from Cass. Another 6.
Didn't hit it as well, but as you quite rightly mentioned, young Badger, with the wind, it went all the way.
And another 4. That was a shot of authority from Bryden Cass. Brings up the 50 partnership. He's gone to 27 of just 16 deliveries. The score moves on to 291 for 7. Up in the air, goes all the way for 6. Again, the timing. You couldn't initially tell that he had that good of a connection. Sam Curran, he has a good bat. Sails for 6.
Flat delivery from Yannick Carrier, but a little bit too close to Sam Curran, right in the hitting arc.
In the air, and safely. Both batters at the same end, a chance for a run out taken. Good awareness from Alzari Joseph to throw to the correct end, and good work from Carrier to complete the job. Confusion and chaos results in the wicket.
The run certainly wasn't on. Cast was committed. And the dangerous Sam Curran couldn't get into his crease. Good awareness from both Joseph and Carrier. Sam Curran is gone for 38. England 305 for 8.
A full toss. And goes all the way for 6. Again, these batters keep fooling me. I'm looking for these balls in that mid-wicket region, long-on region, but it goes straight back over the bowler's head for 6 yet again.
Never easy to hit a full toss straight over the bowler's head for 6.
Smash, but high in the air. Who wants it? Ocean Thomas himself wants it and takes the catch. Not an easy catch running back, but he made it look easy and gets his first wicket in the series.
Certainly was a good catch in the end, because Hetmeyer was racing in, and I'm quite sure Thomas would have seen him in the corner of his eye. Took it well in the end. He could have bailed out. Could have been a disaster. Rehan Ahmed is gone for 12. England 321 for 9.
Atkinson, the last man in. And what a shot. A shot of a top order batter. Just opened that hip to get access to the delivery and hits it over mid-off. A shot that you'd be proud of, Sir Kirtley.
Certainly was a good shot for number 11.
Well, in the air, but and will be taken, is it? Yes, it is taken. Substitute fielder Ruston Chase completes the catch, and West Indies, with the final delivery of the innings, they dismiss England for 325. Another wicket in the over for Ocean Thomas, his final delivery of his spell. Doesn't get the connection that he was looking for. Had he gotten a little bit more, it might have sailed with the win for 6 in the end. A good catch from Ruston Chase. England will close on 325, and I'm almost certain that they'll be very happy with the end result. West Indies too will be happy with the way that they fought back, given the start of the English. Salt and Jacks gave them a flyer. It was 77 for the first wicket, and then they lost wickets fairly quickly thereafter. Harry Brook top scored with 71 from 72. Good useful partnerships at the back end, and they got the 325, dismissed of the final delivery of the 50th over.
The bowling card, not pretty reading. All 5 bowlers used were among the wickets. 2 each to Shepherd, Moti and Thomas, and 1 each to Joseph and Carrier. But they were mostly expensive.
Good strike from Athanaze, all the way for 6. First boundary of the West Indies innings, taking full toll of the free hit.
Opting to go short, Sam Curran. And Alex Athenaeus not afraid of the hook shot.
And that stroke emphasizes the silkiness of his stroke play and his offside game in particular.
Very, very strong through the offside. One of his favorite strokes was hitting through the offside extra cover region. Look at that, all timing, hardly any power. Perfectly placed as well. And that's Brandon King.
Very pleasurable shot from Alex Athenaeus. 2 boundaries, one to begin the over, one to end it, 25 without loss. That is something that crowd will be pleased about. I would think some of them anyway. Another boundary to the impressive Alex Athenaeus.
And they are enjoying it. 2 short, 2 wide from Atkinson. And that was easy pickings.
Well, he's got hold of that one. The previous shot was very much a top edge. This is very much more right out of the middle of that bat, and it has sailed many a mile. Second 6 of the innings for Athenaeus is 55 without loss. Well, that's pulled with immense power. Finally, something works for Brandon King and works in spectacular fashion.
Yeah, just releasing the pressure, Brandon King, with that strike that ought to boost his confidence as well. A 75m6.
Dragged away. Dragged very nicely indeed through the wide of that deep in wicket. Kept on top of it very, very nicely as well.
Yeah, Brandon King coming into his own. Slug swept into the leg side. Dragged from the offside into leg.
Slashed away. That is 50 for Alex Athenaeus. 52 from 52 balls. Knowles into the raise of the bat, unorthodox style. But it's been a very, very nicely played innings so far. 4 more. Seem to have plenty of time to play the shots, so one has gone offside, one has gone leg side. Looking very dangerous.
That doesn't show much expression, Alex Athenaeus, but expresses himself with bat in hand.
Yeah, more spin into the attack. Livingston with his leg spin, and straight away met with a boundary. Leg spinners are everywhere. Samuel Badri's here as well.
Yeah, ubiquitous. The leg spinners. Good sweep shot from Brandon King, very well controlled. This has been an exceptional start for the West Indies. Huge shout, and that finger goes up. That's the breakthrough that they've been looking for, and he will consider reviewing it. Might already have reviewed it, I think, or what is he doing? Yeah, seems to be walking. No consideration for the review. The breakthrough for England, desperately needed. Ryan Ahmed is the one who provides it. First wicket down.
It was the googly. Seen it a couple times from Ahmed today. Gone a long way across Athenaeus, and he likes to play his sweeps, both the convention and the reverse, and able to execute. Well played to him, though. 66 from 65. 104 for 1. Time for the Blue Waters drink spread. They tried to sweep. It's gone straight through. May have stayed a touch low as well. Spin is working for England.
Yeah, just like England did when they batted, they lost their two openers quite quickly. West Indies have followed suit. Alec Athanaze went in the previous over, and now Brandon King. The breakthrough that they needed, they got, and a quick one thereafter. King goes for 35. The pressure told in the end, 106 for 2.
Played well by Casey Carty. He had to get it fine enough to beat that man in the circle.
Yeah, and he needed that. He needed that boundary. He needs a few more, actually. A real loose delivery from Ryan Ahmed, angling down the leg side and just asking to be hit.
And that's an indication of his class.
Yeah, and a reintroduction to Sam Curran. Opting to go for pace this time around, and yeah, very well played.
And again, another indication of his class and quality and his love for this ground and scoring here.
They got into position quite early.
A variable bounce there and given. I think they reveal this. No, they don't. So Casey Carty goes, cast strikes with his first ball back from a change of ends.
It's something we saw when Liam Livingston batted and was dismissed by a delivery that stayed really low as well. It really didn't get up from the height in which it was delivered. Disappointing for Casey Carty. He goes for 16. It's 144 for 3.
That's amazing, because when I saw the early sort of shape to play the shot, I wondered if he'd made that type of connection to get it down the ground for 6. He did.
It didn't quite look as though he got all of it.
Shimron Hepmai adding to the impetus of Shea Hope in this over.
Yeah, pitched up, and has been a really good scoring area.
That's well struck and well placed. Runs away the ball, much needed for West Indies. 175 for 3. That's gone high. It has gone high and straight into the hands. That's a pretty good catch from Kaz. Tricky those to judge. And he wasn't quite steady when he took it, but he kept his hands high. And that's a very, very important wicket for England to take. Danger man Hepmeyer goes for 32.
Another cross-seam delivery, short delivery. Hit right at the bottom of the bat. It was a good catch in the end. He was going over his head, had to run back, kept his eyes on it, and took it quite comfortably in the end. Good wicket. Shimon Hepmeyer is gone for 32. The West Indies 200 for 4.
Oh, that is a start. That is a start. First ball ever in one-day international cricket. And Amby, I would suggest that Shafane Rutherford is showing no signs of nerves.
Certainly hasn't. first ball in international cricket. Plummeted for 6. Straight over the bowler's head. What a start to his international career.
Now, how far has that gone? Because that's gone upwards and long as well. Yep. Well, it's what West Indies need. It also brings up 50 for Shea Hope. He moves to 51 from exactly 51 balls. Now, that's gone off the bat. It has gone high, but it hasn't got the distance. Harry Brook is the man on that deep mid-wicket boundary, positions himself perfectly. So Rutherford might have survived the previous one, but he's got to go this time.
There was more height than distance, and he was also hitting into the wind. Shortish delivery from Ahmed. Didn't hit it well enough. All the way down to Harry Brook. Steadied himself, caught it quite comfortably.
Yeah, it didn't come on for him, so he was a fraction early on the shot, couldn't get the power into it. So one shot for 6, and that's all he's going to go home with tonight. It is 213 for 5.
Well picked up. All the way for 6. Good way to start the over.
They're under 100 now, and this is what he's capable of doing, Romario Shepherd. We've seen it time and time again from him. And it doesn't matter if he's hitting into the wind or not, he's a powerful man.
Just able to sneak it over that infield, Shepherd. Regardless, the desired result.
He was trying to move across to the offside, a slow delivery, but gets enough on it to beat the 2 fielders in the inner circle. They're trying to bowl away from him, trying to stay away from that hitting arc, Sam Curran.
Big, huge, mammoth. This game is far from over. Romario Shepherd is at the crease.
Yeah, that's gigantic, and this is what we've come to expect from this Guyanese. Very strong, very powerful. Yeah, just misses that length, and a length delivery, stands up and swatted powerfully.
Pace off. He's gone the distance again. This is the power of Shepherd. 250 comes up with that maximum.
Yeah, that's why I thought bowling the slower delivery, it's high risk. Romario Shepherd is batting for it. He's just waiting for it. And he knows too, once he gets any sort of height, it's going to sail away for 6.
Not where he intended, but gets 4. No deep third.
Well, it's why they've made the laws and the rules, the playing regulations for ODI exactly like this. You cannot have men everywhere. So whether it gets there by intent or by good fortune, it's still 4 runs, and good fortune is certainly on Shepherd's side.
That's 6. That is 6. The muscle of Shea Hope just when required. 47 needed from 31. 14 off the over already from Curran.
Every time that Curran has dropped it on a length or short of a length, Shepherd has slapped it a long, long way. Curran did well the previous one to get it, or a couple of times this over, he's got it up into the block hole. Well, it's a brave effort, but it is 4 more.
Does change it straight and smacks it for 6. This has every bit of another golden innings from Shea Hope, the captain of the West Indies.
Beautifully struck. The moment it left the bat, it was heading way, way, way over that boundary.
adjacent and is reviewed straight away by Shepherd.
Third umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision is out. It's a fair delivery, front on spin vision piece. Okay, ball is very close to the bat. Can we have ultra edge, please? Let's keep it going, please. Keep it going. Gap between bat and ball. Keep it going to the bat, please. Yes, thank you. No bat involved. Ball tracking, please. Pitching outside off. Impact in line. Wickets hitting. Thank you. I'll go back to Greg on field.
Straight is not good enough. Missed his Yorker by some distance. The ball has travelled down towards the western side. Only 12 required.
Yeah, I'm afraid there's full and there's 2 full, but this is some shot, I tell you. It's just a short arm jab, but beautifully timed. A little bit of a follow through and it sailed away.
It's a 16th ODI 100 for Shea the Magnificent. And one of the reasons the West Indies will continue to have hope in their redevelopment. He has been a magnificent one-day international player. Up there with some of the best.
6 needed.
This is ridiculous bowling, but magnificent batting from Shea Hope, who wins it off of his own bat with another magnificent knock in his favourite format. The great man has been here to witness it. And the West Indies begin their new dispensation, their long-term redevelopment in one-day cricket with their highest successful run chase in the Caribbean, their second highest overall, and on the back of their captain with his 16th one-day international 100. And it is actually his fastest of those 16. Very happy players, but happiest most of all with the process that they've gone through here. West Indies win by 4 wickets. Athanaze showed us once again why he's so highly touted. King will get better. He's been out of the game since CPL until today. Shea Hope with his magnificent 109. But don't discount Romario Shepherd's 48 from 28. It's one of his great values in the white ball setup for the West Indies. His all-round game, his power hitting. Second highest run chase overall ever for the West Indies in ODIs. Highest in the Caribbean.
Well, one of the greatest players of all time, Sir Vivian Richards, has finally risen from his seat to applaud what has been a magnificent effort by the West Indies side here today. An over and a ball, 7 balls to spare, as Shea Hope cleared that boundary for the final time to take his side to victory. And yes, records have been broken. What a way to start the series. What a way for both teams to start the series. England would have felt they'd been very competitive with 325 on the board, having opted to bat first. Harry Brook outstanding with his 71. Good contributions, Crawley, Salt. That opening partnership, Salt and Jacks, was electrifying. West Indies' approach was rather different. The opening partnership was valuable. Took them up to past the 100 mark, and that's what's called a platform. That platform was used well. And the experience, the skill, the ingenuity of Shea Hope was enough to make sure that with the opportunity offered by the hitting of Romario Shepherd, that 48 from 28 balls, absolutely vital in this chase. Without that, even the genius of Shea Hope wouldn't have been enough, I think, to take them to victory. But that combination, that partnership alone, change the entire course of this game. So at the end of it all, a fabulous day's cricket here, but it's the West Indies who go 1-0 up. 326 for 6, a very, very fine victory indeed.
It really was a special run chase led by those two men. Darren Samuel was coach. Shea Hope got 100, 16th ODI 100 as the West Indies won 2 games in that series and won the series. And they'll be hoping to do similar in this first ODI here. Great news is that we have a restart for you. 210 is the target in 50 overs. And when we come back from the break, it'll be live action. Welcome back, everyone, to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua. It's the start of the Siege United one-day international series. England managed to scratch their way to 209. William Livingston getting 48. The umpires, Leslie Reefer Jr., Rod Tucker, make their way out to the middle, as do a new opening partnership for the West Indies. So great news after an 1 hour and 10-minute delay. We do have a restart, and we also have the full complement of 50 overs if the West Indies do require it. So should be a quite even contest. A reminder, England getting up to 209. They'll be very disappointed with their top 6 getting in, getting set, and not being able to carry on. Mark Butcher is here. Butch, the West Indian on side of things, on the other hand, they'll be quite pleased.
Yeah, I think they judged the conditions pretty well. Went to cross-seam bowling during the power play. Ford and Seals were very economical, very disciplined in their approach. They kept a lid on England's start. And England, for their part, didn't really come to terms with conditions. Ball holding a touch in the surface, a slow surface. A lot of batters getting caught inside the ring or just outside. And the West Indies, for their part, were disciplined throughout. Moti, I thought, was excellent, getting rid of Livingston and Curran. Curran probably put his foot on the accelerator a little bit too early. When England were 7 down, he had Adil Rashid for company and decided that he was going to sprint for home with some 12 to 13 overs left. And when he got out, it left the tail with far too much to do. And in the end, they got bowled out with 4.5 overs still left. But Jofra Archer has the ball in hand. Had that little bit of a sprinkling of rain. Run chasing here at North Sound has been the way to go to win matches here in ODI. So you would think that the West Indies have got everything in their favour. Can Archer unlock this innings from the start?
Bit of inward movement straight away. One thing to keep an eye on is that moisture factor. England have got 5 potential spin options, a wrist spin and Adil Rashid, so whether that comes into play and makes the ball a bit harder to grip. But they do have seam as well. Archer, Sam Curran, who can take pace off. John Turner on debut.
Archer finding that little bit of movement on the easterly breeze. Swing that Matthew Ford found with the new ball for the West Indies. A little bit quicker than Ford already. Only Archer's 11th one-day international since the Super Over in 2019 at Lord's. Zeroing in on the stumps, which West Indies bowlers did with great effect in their bowling effort.
5 days ago, Evan Lewis, 102 off 61 deliveries in Pallekele. His return to one-day international cricket, and now back at a familiar stadium, he'll be hoping for similar success.
Yeah, 2 slips in play.
Let's go, Windies, let's go!
And Livingston on the attack already.
Let's go, Windies, let's go! Let's go, Windies, let's go!
Fans, West Indian fans getting behind, vocal behind Lewis and Brandon King. And Captain Ian Livingston applauding the end of Jerusalem. Well, there is that early movement. If England are going to win this one, surely they need to make inroads during the power play. Archer has just got that ball tailing into the right-hander, away from the left.
Yeah, it's a familiar place for Evan Lewis. Before he took his absence in one-day international cricket, he was here in 2021, got 100 against Sri Lanka, a 50 in the next innings. So we'll have good memories here. That 176 came against England at the Oval. Came off 130 balls, but a few years ago.
Yeah, brutal stuff. Balls being dumped down the Harleyford Road.
Yeah, had that deep backward square field before the shorter delivery. And there's a sign of the rain. Slowish outfield. They'll get 2.
Yeah, not quite timed. Found during England's innings that the ball came off perhaps a little bit slower than the batters were expecting when it was banged in. Lewis almost had to hold the bat swing there to make decent enough contact.
Well negotiated first over from a West Indian perspective for Fernand.
Yeah, Archer just felt that he slipped a little, lost his footing. Be greasy out there. And of course, the bowlers will carry the moisture from the run-ups on the soles of their shoes. Doing a bit of rutting away at the crease to try and get a better hold. Huge moment this in the career of John Turner, just 23 years of age. Finished an economics and finance degree during the course of this summer, has carried drinks for England over the course of the last couple of years, including on England's last tour of the Caribbean in white ball cricket back in 2023.
Immediately that pace and extra bounce that he surprised teams with in England, playing for Hampshire.
Yeah, England will be aware of the strength of Brandon King, with the ball outside off stump. So Archer got the ball going back into him, and Turner has now done the same. It's a terrific record in the power play and list day matches. Only played 17 of them in his career. "17 wickets at just a smidge under 15 apiece in the power play for John And Jofra Archer was the man tasked with handing over that one-day international cap to John Turner before play earlier on this afternoon.
And when he burst on the scene last year, Butch, in the 100, took the wicket of Johnny Bairstow. I think 2 wickets in an over. Playing for the Trent Rockets. He's definitely got some surprise element about him. Hitting that length and then getting that bit of extra bounce. It's been a long time he's been in these squads and hasn't got the opportunity, but he's worked hard, and here he is now. Outside edge, Brandon King, he loves driving through the offside, so that will excite England with a slip in place.
Yeah, England had 2 slips for the left-handed Lewis. Because England are trying to get the ball to go back in towards the off stump of Brandon King, they went with just the one. May well have carried to second slip and given Turner his first wicket in international cricket. Yep, tall, wiry lad. Nice acceleration towards the crease, gets into his stride nicely. You mentioned the bounce, Nikhil. Chest on action, but that real high arm action and the late flick of the wrist at the top of the arm swing. Pulling down on the back of the ball, that's where that extra bounce comes from.
Nice start for Turner in international cricket, 9 for none. Very straight line. No surprises there from England. They would have done their research, would have seen what transpired in Sri Lanka a couple of days ago. Asita Fernando peppered Brandon King with the ball coming back into him and the short ball.
Yeah, the front pad goes across towards off stump. The left toe kind of pointing towards extra cover. And what happens there is that the knee gets in the way of the bat swing. Just open up that front toe a little bit, point it a bit more towards mid-off, and that'll keep the front knee out of the way and allow the bat to come through.
Right, Butch, tomorrow is a very special day in Antigua, 43rd independence for this proud nation. That guy is named Flagman, and he's at every cricket game in the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, whether it's domestic, regional, or international cricket. I promise you that's his name, Flagman.
Happy Independence Day. Beautiful.
I wonder why that is.
And he's also known for his bird noises. When the Liberta Blackhawks local team play here, he's constantly, every 5 minutes, making these hawk-type noises.
Can you demonstrate?
Right. Here we go.
Come on, give us one. Give us that Black Hawk. There it is.
Let's go, Windies, let's go!
Go, England!
Let's go, Windies, let's go!
Archer's been full to start. Using that swing. When, Butch, does he use the surprise of that short ball against King? Saw Turner hit King on the arm last over.
Well, the great advantage of having the pace of Archer is that you can drop it in at any time. At the moment, I think he's just really trying to work King over in that front pad. Any movement at the moment doesn't last for long, so now's the time to go at the front pad.
I think I saw against Australia at times in the power play, bowled with a leg slip in place to make batters think about the shorter delivery and the illusion of it. Classy, but straight to the fielder. Made it over, 9 for none. Familiarity between those two, King and Lewis. Brandon King came into the West Indies T20 side for the first time. Lewis was his opening partner. Turner continuing. And Butch, looking at England's arsenal of fast bowling that they're developing, watching in Pakistan the other day, Braden Carse and Potts, and now you unleash someone like Turner, you've got Jofra Archer, Topley, Mark Wood. What is the best way, in your estimation, to be able to continue the production and that conveyor belt of these faster bowlers who can bowl 150 plus?
Yeah, at the moment, England, particularly with Brendan McCullum and Rob Key, have been scouring the country, and 4 bowlers who have the capability of bowling 140 and above. And then it's very much a case of making sure that you can keep them fit, manage workloads. I mean, fast bowling being the physical activity as it is not, you're not going to ever eliminate the injuries that they come across. But I think that the key really has been to fast track these guys who have the ability to bowl quickly into international cricket, get them into the environment, get them around the setup, allow them to understand.
Hasn't timed it, but only the 2 deep fielders, and both of them behind square, so Lewis will get a couple.
Allow them to understand that how much hard work is required, the training, the strength element, the flexibility element. And don't be shy to throw them in when they're a little bit raw. I think that's been the key. Certainly been a real sea change in the way that England have selected bowlers from county cricket.
Saki Mahmood as well. Saw him in the 100 final. I think you were there, Butch. Really impressive set of 10 deliveries. Won the team tournament. Josh Hull is another one in that England setup. Scrimshaw, as you said, made his England debut last year, so there's a lot. He has connected with that one. And great awareness of the field as well. 8 from Turner's second over, 17 for none.
Yeah, got away with the first one. Miscued it up and over mid-wicket, but this was right in Evan Lewis's wheelhouse. On the hip, swivels on it. No intention of doing anything other than hitting it over the boundary for 6. And that is him at his very best.
positive start for the West Indies. They only need 4 and over. They want to maximize what seems to be a slow surface, maximize this harder new ball and the power play fielding restrictions. Archer continuing. Start of a really nice period for West Indian home fans. This 8-match white ball series, then Bangladesh coming later in the year for a full series. There's been a certain excitement, a buzz around West Indies cricket going into the World Cup. Obviously, they would have been disappointed, the fans, with the results, but a lot to look forward to with young players coming through. There's that inward movement again, definitely getting swing.
Yeah, that seam canted down towards fine leg. Intention is to keep bringing that ball back in towards Brandon King. You get one through the gate, drag on maybe, even an LBW. Starving King of any sort of width. Six from 16 balls now from Brandon King. You can just feel that his frustration is starting to build.
Yeah, that fine leg fielder was quite wide. Just working it off his hip, Brandon King. Second boundary for him.
Yep, just as he was starting to fret a little, he got a freebie from Jofra Archer. Just got the line a little too straight. King only too grateful to turn it away for 4.
He's definitely found a rhythm in this over, Archer, though. His pace is up, much closer to 140 kilometers per hour in this over. Before it was 134, sometimes below 130. So now in a groove. It's amazing, Butch, the way data has come into the game, where analysts is doing their research. Brandon King, every team will know. In-swing the ball to him, ball short at times, keep it straight. Back in your day, you had to go on memory, I assume. You tell me.
Yeah, the only tablets knocking around back then were the ones you popped. But also, I mean, there was a lot of memory. End of that Archer over, 22 without loss. Captains had to carry around a lot of that information, or with players that you hadn't seen before. Kind of really carefully watch batters' movements and try to quickly get a mental picture as to where the weaknesses might lie. But there are no secrets, no surprises anymore. And if you have a weakness, it'll be mercilessly exposed.
Turner continuing.
Good line from Turner. Didn't do much. King just caught on the crease momentarily. That's a beauty. That one did do something. The line causes the issue in the first place. Turner just sort of mid to wide of the crease, angling the ball back in towards off stump. And as Courtney Walsh knew and was able to perform on many occasions, the ball only has to move a fraction away from the batter to cause them problems from there.
Really is a good channel, and Brandon King will be thinking about the drive. Luckily, he's not played it because those deliveries are close. Could easily nick one of those three.
Yeah, again, it's just the angle. The angle coming in towards off stump makes King think he has to play it, only has to hold a fraction. And then when he gets something which is in an area of strength, finds himself with the feet stuck on the crease and unable to put it away. Good stuff this from Turner.
Yeah, both King and Lewis have played so much T20 cricket in comparison to the 50-over format. And similar to Salt and Jack. So if England can do what the West Indies did well, where they stay disciplined, even though they need 4 and over, they will be looking for boundaries naturally. Just frustrate the two of them. Could bring you success. 24 for none. .24 for none, the West Indies in pursuit of 210. Jofra Archer continuing for his fourth. First 3 have been good. Pace has been up in that last over as well.
Yeah, round the wicket now to Lewis, but still getting that away movement. West Indies bowled England out 209, and that was largely in part thanks to Gudakesh Moti, who bowled a super spell towards the back end of the innings. Getting rid of Liam Livingstone just as he was about to cut loose. Sam Curran went a little bit too early, perhaps. And he had Adil Rashid for company. His forfeit could very well be match winning.
This has been an improvement from Jofra Archer, though. Almost half his deliveries and overs in that Australia series were in the power play, but he went at 7 runs and over. Travis Head and Cole used the pace and scored heavily against him. He's been able to control the run rate, the scoring rate so far.
Left-hander's nightmare. I think Stuart Broad bowling around the wicket to somebody like David Warner. If as a right-handed bowler you can get the ball to move away from that wide angle around the wicket to the left-hand, as you are in business. Turned him into an S.
So skilled. 141.6 kilometers per hour. And one thing Sherfin Rutherford has spoken at length about coming out of that Sri Lanka series is absorbing pressure. Their batters needing to absorb pressure more. So in a situation like this where Lewis is under pressure, can he see out these next two deliveries? Maybe this is Archer's final two in this spell and get to the next bowler who maybe is a bit easier.
Yeah, and of course, there's no real scoreboard pressure here in terms of the run rate. Still well below 4.5 runs per over. England's only way of winning this game is to bowl West Indies out. Nice moves.
He is fierce. Another maiden from Jofra Archer, 24 for none. .24 for none. Opening stand still intact. Turner continuing. Done well to star Brandon King of too much width.
Yeah, they've been impressive. England's opening bowlers, Archer really finding a groove his last couple of overs. Turner has been superb on debut. The only thing missing has been the wicket.
Right, Archer was able to beat the outside edge of Lewis a couple of times in that last over. He's got 2 slips, Turner, with a deep third and fine leg. So strong square of the wicket. That will release the pressure.
Got to be so pinpoint with your length at Evin Lewis, particularly for a chest-on bowler like Turner. More often than not, is going to pitch the ball outside that left-hander's leg stump. Lewis gets anything that he can pick up off the hip, just a fraction short. He bangs it over square leg all day long for a maximum. It is something. There's a Toby Radford, who used to be batting coach for the West Indies, done a piece in Wisden Cricket Monthly about left-handers and their dominance against right-handed pace bowlers of late, and the fact that there are a lot of right-arm bowlers who are very chest-on, and therefore in the old days right-arm bowlers would try and swing the ball back into the left-hander. Because of the proliferation of fast bowlers who bowl with both feet pointing down the pitch, chest-on bowlers, the ball more often than not is pitching outside the line of leg stumps. You've really got to get it to go across the left-hander, or you have to be brilliant at bowling around the wicket and moving the ball away from them that way. Turner struggling to find as good a line to the left-hander he does to the right. Sure, it'll be something that John Turner works on. Going around the wicket to the lefties, but in this spell thus far, you can see why England have been so keen to fast-track him into the international setup. And the ball pitching outside leg. It's taken a bit of a chunk out of the thigh of Evin Lewis. The gentleman down in Hawkeye been beavering away on this package for Brandon King and his struggles around off stump. See there, I was making about the front foot sort of planting and pointing towards extra cover. Temptation for batters is you're trying to keep the front pad out of the way, so you get more and more open in the hips. After delivery, England not letting King off the hook whatsoever. 33 without loss.
Three without loss, the West Indies in this run chase. 210 the target in this first of the CG United ODI series. All padded up with bat in hand. Kisi Karti ready to go when required. Cool, enjoyable festive evening here in Antigua and Barbuda ahead of public holiday tomorrow and independence celebrations. Very enjoyable. Don't you think, Carlos?
Yeah, it's been nice weather, save for the rain, obviously. The English fans would be wondering why they packed the rain of all things to bring to Antigua and the Caribbean with them. But other than that, it's been quite cool. When the sun was out, it even make an appearance in front of the clouds. Clouds hit it nicely. Real good temperature for bowling and for fielding, especially 50 overs. It's just as cool now. Not as much sweat on the jerseys as in the first innings.
Oh, smashed. So elegant. Evan Lewis announcing his return for 6. Third 6 in this innings for him.
Elegant is a good word, Alex. And with all the swing that was on show, he's been in a real proactive mood. Anything slightly short from Turner has been dispatched. And now Jofra Archer over pitching and meeting the same treatment.
Well, Evan Lewis has already hit more 6s in this innings. Oh, trouble here. Could be. Need to find his way back. Brandon King. Good to have another look at that.
Always important as a fielding unit to get the ball in, and this is why. It didn't look like much would have been on, but a slip, a bounce of the bat.
Could have been a different result. They have to be sure. Oh,
Thank you. Grounded. When the
did
bell
get back. The grounded bat.
Yeah, definitely did get back, but as an umpire in this stage, then we should see the not out sign soon, as we do now. Had you said not out and that bat bounced up and he actually was out, he'd be vilified for not using the technology.
So true.
So as clear cut as it eventually turned out to be, you have to give credit to Leslie Reefer. It's not club cricket anymore. He has the opportunity to use the technology. You pay big bucks for the access to it. Why not use it?
9 off this over so far, 1 to bowl. That's a beautiful shot. Outstanding, Brandon King getting involved. Full face of the bat. 4 more for the West Indies. 13 off the over, 9 gone. West Indies 46 without loss.
Great shot from Brandon King, a trademark cover drive, as elegant as ever, all along the ground. And I think we've seen the ball stop swinging, so it's not been that prodigious swing back into Brandon King to cramp him. It's allowed him to free his arms on that 4th, 5th stump. Very well executed. Gets that ball wet as well. Hampers the future swing.
He conceded more in that last over, Jofra Archer, than he did for his first 4. Just 8 for his first 4, 13 off that last one. It's been a bright start for this debutant, John Turner. Yeah, really worth having another look at this, Carlos.
Yeah, beautiful. And that shot and that release is a nod to good batsmanship. Seam stood up right, slightly angled in as he had for the previous 4 overs. But because the ball is getting slightly older, it doesn't swing as much. And you think to batters being put under extreme pressure with the new ball and this modern way of thinking where you just swing out of a tough situation. But Brandon King went the other direction. He stuck it out. He's faced some absolute jaffers from both Jofra Archer and John Turner. And all of a sudden, on the cusp of the 9th over, it stops swinging. And the same ball that jagged back and hit your pad hits the middle of the bat and goes for the most elegant 4. And now it puts a little bit more pressure onto this England bowling attack. No wickets down. Last over the power play. A measly 4 runs over required. The West Indies are in the ascendancy and they're leading the game.
Yeah, you're right. Couple of wides now from John Turner, and a lot on the mind of this man, Liam Livingston, no doubt. He's a first-time captain. Yeah, he's done really well, Evan Lewis, as well, taking some of the pressure off Brandon King, as you said. He's struggling on that off-stump line.
You're working you hard, man.
And a couple of big boundary hitting, 3 sixes from Evan Lewis, just ease the pressure a little bit. Tell you what, they're loving it. Wow, fantastic. Have a day-night ODI here in North Sound. Ooh, and just stole a quick single as well. Good running. Good signs altogether for West Indies fans.
Very, very good running by Evan Lewis. I think that's one of the things that he's improved in his game. He was always electric, whether in the field or between the wickets. But he wasn't always that interested in running these types of runs. Just dribbles past the bowler, pressure on the fielder. And if he can add that to his boundary hitting more consistently, what a player would the West Indies have in 50-over cricket.
Oof. Big swing and a miss from King.
A little fuller than that shot deserved. And you could sympathize with Brandon King a bit. He's been hit on the arm off a good length, a few previous deliveries. But the ball is getting slightly older. That one was too full. And you think back to the 3rd and 4th wicket of the England innings, where a little bit of pressure is built, a little bit of a release is sought, a length ball is bowled, and the batter's trashing at the ball instead of keeping the composure like Evan Lewis did and essaying an acute pull as opposed to a rash one.
Last ball of the power play, so 3 off that last over, and after 10, West Indies are 49 without loss. 49 without loss, West Indies power play score after 10. Not terribly far off from England, who were 46 for 1. Similar score, but of course chasing here. No wickets down. Adil Rashid. Unsurprising. Captain's drawn for him.
Yeah, real wicket taker. Loads of experience. And England have 5 spinners in the ranks. This man is the pick of them all. Liam Livingstone will be looking to him to break this partnership.
Yep, fielding restrictions relaxed this stage of the innings. So 4 men allowed outside the circle. $50 up for the West Indies, off 65 balls. Good partnership from this opening pair. Reasonably new look opening pair. I know West Indies fans around the region will be so happy to see the return of Evan Lewis. Can't imagine it's been 3 years, really, since he's played West Indies cricket. Such a talent.
Yeah, moving forward is one of the things that I think West Indies cricket can definitely do better. Not only cultivating, but harnessing those relationships with players. We talk about building a squad to a next World Cup. Hard to build a squad if no one is ever sure of their selection, never feels as though they are trusted. And I don't know what was the reason for the hiatus with Evan Lewis, but definitely losing someone of Evan Lewis's caliber with his credentials, performances and stats. Left-handed opening bat takes the game away. You wouldn't want to have too many of those rebuilding. You don't want to have too many rebuilding periods as you look to make a fist of a World Cup challenge, whether in T20, whether in 50-over cricket. You always look to the teams that have been more successful. It's a level of continuity. How can the West Indies create these relationships with players and then cultivate them to ensure that they instigate long-lasting performance and success?
Yeah, they thrive. Well, whatever the reason for the long absence, wonderful to see him back and playing so beautifully. Century in Sri Lanka and a half century. Really where he left off. Lots of West Indies fans around this ground in all shapes and sizes. Hello, lovely lass. Still looking for the breakthrough through England. 11 gone, 54 without loss. Right, that yellow worm is the West Indies' ascendancy. Going pretty well, no dots as well. They've had a decent, good, even power play, having faced a lot of quality from John Turner and from Jofra Archer. A couple of sixes off the bat of Evan Lewis. Easing the pressure at the other end, where Brandon King struggled a little bit to get into his rhythm, and there you go. Then he found it.
Yeah, it's been a partnership. Evan Lewis taking the pressure off, as you rightly said, but Brandon King blossoming. And here's Sam Curran to try to break said partnership. And it's important that these two play him well. Can look fairly innocuous at times, and you never know where you'll get a wicket from, and then all of a sudden he gets back-to-back wickets. He loves a fight. He loves to be in the thick of battle. And even though he may seem diminutive and he isn't bowling 140k, some of the things that you look for pacers, chance, there's a whole lot of heart and a whole lot of passion behind everything that he does. Very skillful, very successful up until now. Very wily as a cricketer, with ball in hand and with bat in hand, as we saw in the first innings.
Yeah, and he's one of the more experienced players in this English 11. Young team, 4 debutants. So a leadership role required from Sam Curran as well. Oh, classic. Someone hold this mic for me, I'll be right back. A favorite Caribbean pastime, dominoes. It's not what you think. Oh, did you hear the sound of that? Cracked away into the onside, another 6. Evan Lewis marauding in North Sound.
Power from Evan Lewis. In front of square, even over mid-wicket. Goes to show how well he's seeing it. And a delightful crack off the bat.
Someone let the domino players know, just put a pause on that. Get a seat. This is some outstanding watching. It was a good stop. It was a nice shot as well. Hit it nicely. Seeing it big, Evan Lewis. Setting a nice platform here as well, this opening pair. This run chase. Eases the pressure for the batters. Follow them.
The only thing I'd say with Sam Curran bowling from this end to Evan Lewis, it's hitting into the wind. Evan has been the more destructive of the two. So it's either a ploy to force him to try to hit with the wind and use that as a reason to get him out, or they've made a mistake. But that's the end of the 12th over, 61 without loss.
.61 without loss in this run chase, the West Indies. Evan Lewis almost a runner ball. Not quite as fluid or fluent from Brandon King.
Straighter.
touch.
And one area that West Indies said it wanted to be better is rotating the spin. I mean, this England innings is not a template for most ODI batting, but think back to Jordan Cox and playing the sweep and the reverse sweep. Those are shots that manipulate the field Even if they're not boundary getting strokes, which they can be, you can move fielders around. Brandon King is now operating with a short mid-wicket, 2 extra covers, 1 in and 1 deep. And you can start to feel bogged down, and you can start to feel as though the field is closing in on you. How can you maneuver those fielders?
Well, this one is in the air. There's a fielder running towards it. Is there enough? 6 again. It's raining 6s in Antigua.
Adil Rashid will not be unhappy with that. That's into the wind, not controlled. 6 nonetheless. A little bit of a shimmy down, hand off the bat, not quite there. Will Jacks always felt as though he was in the game. Ultimately, he wasn't. A 5th 6 for Evan Lewis. A little bit of disappointment from Adil Rashid, but a good game of cat and mouse. Wily spinner. Powerful Evan Lewis.
His 5th 6. He hasn't hit a 4 yet. Pick up a couple here. It's a good over. Entertaining stuff. 10 off it. 13 gone on the West Indies. 71 without loss. They've shown really good patience, this opening pair for the West Indies. If we compare the innings to that of the English, they got bogged down early, those openers. Started maybe to make a few rash decisions, but just bided their time here. Evan Lewis started to kick off. Even with 59 for 2 at this stage, where the Windies have been able to take full advantage of their good start.
And this knock has shown a lot of character from Brandon King so far. And I hope I don't put the markers on him. But it's difficult to face the level of quality of fast bowling that he did with Jofra Archer and John Turner, bringing the ball back to him, really challenging his technique. And in some instances, you think he failed. It didn't look good, but he stuck it out, ended the power play with that gorgeous cover drive. And he's seeing his partner at the other end take the bowling apart. Can he just continue to usher the partnership along? Just like that, single, keep it ticking over. Yes, he would want to improve that strike rate, but batsmanship is an art that you can struggle for your first 40, 45 balls, and then something suddenly clicks. And all of a sudden you end up 80 off 80. And if it's a not out, West Indies have won.
No, you're so right. And good game awareness from him as well to keep his cool. You know, it's not an imposing required run rate. It's Liam Livingston's first day as captain. Day-night encounter, first CG United ODI. Oh, well defended. What a good ball. Just checking to see if he still got the bottom of his bat.
Quality Yorker from Sam Curran. Always that man for a fight. Just came along, just length, slipped a Yorker in. Quickest ball he's bowled so far as well. Not threatening 128, but definitely up from his stock 1, 2, 3 so far.
Just working it now. Tickled away for 4. Behind square, another 4. First 4 of Evan Lewis's innings. And these folks are loving it.
Yeah, delicate. Just to mix with the power. And if you told Evan Lewis he'd hit his first 4 to get to 49, he'd tell you never. But there have been 5 sixes before that first 4, and he's motoring along nicely.
Just a couple of runs away from 2,000 runs in ODIs. Evan Lewis, where might he be had he not had a 3-year break?
We'll never, ever know. I feel like there's so many lost generations in the history of West Indies cricket where someone is on a hiatus for 2 or 3 years, they come back, and they're either never the same or they're even better, and you wonder what if.
That's his 50. An entertaining and well-deserved half century for Evan Lewis, appreciated by his team. 14 gone, West Indies 77 without loss. His 11th half century, Evan Lewis, and it was really stylish, being appreciated by his compatriot Brandon King, and certainly up here in the comments box, Carlos.
Yeah, beautiful. You always talk about milestones, reaching milestones, and you look at the bottom right, 1150s and 500s, so he does convert. But these are the sixes, a glimpse of the power. Those ones with the wind, that one against it, that was beautiful. And that was destructive. This one not as convincing, but when it's your day, you look to the heavens and you give thanks. Well played, Evan Lewis.
Yeah, not a big fella, small in stature, low center of gravity. So neat to watch, a compact player.
Love that word, compact, Alex.
That's the 2,000 runs in ODIs for the Trinidadian Evan Lewis. Well played, sir. Average of 40 in ODI cricket, not half bad.
Very, very good, I'd say, Alex.
Comes the 23rd West Indian, 2,000 runs in ODIs.
And that 176 not out, unforgettable. And I reckon if he hadn't been injured, that would have probably been a double.
Slip there. Took it late, Brandon King, got it past him and pick up a couple of runs.
Yeah, Evan Lewis, 176 not out at the Oval. Got struck. Oh yes, the Oval in England. Kennington Oval, not Kensington Oval.
Be clear.
Struck on the toe, had to be retired hurt, but what an innings it was.
Oh, it's the big appeal.
One question is, did it take the inside edge, or did it just spin that sharply? Well, we're about to find out. Liam Livington, skipper, has apps for review.
TV umpire to director, we have a play review for LBW. The original decision is not out. I've checked the feet and it's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please? Okay, it doesn't appear to be any bet. Can we just go to Ultra Edge, please? Just waiting for Ultra Edge. Okay, just keep rolling, keep rolling. There's a gap between bat and ball. I'm satisfied there's no bat involved. Can we go to ball tracking when ready? Original decision is not out. Pitching outside off. impact outside. Rod, you can stay with your original decision of not out. Stand by. You're on screen. Signal now.
Good decision from Rod Tucker in the end. Brandon King survives. England will have lost one of their reviews there, as you see. Four runs off it, 15 gone here. West Indies sailing along, 81 without loss.
There is some rain, especially given the way the West Indian opening partnership has gone. The rain is putting the fire out. At least England will be hoping so. You do need 20 overs to make a game, so no team can get points and use it up with Lewis without 20 overs. Yeah, this is bad. I'm not happy about this. Covers are coming on. We need to build indoor stadiums. Really hope this is not a long-standing shower. I think we had 25 more minutes to play with. Could be wrong about that, but 20 or so minutes to play with before we started losing overs in the first rain break. We will start losing overs immediately now. But the West Indies are comfortable. They're ahead by 48 runs on the Duckworth-Lewis. But of course, you have to have a 20-over encounter to make a game. This is where we stand at the moment. Brandon King. It's been difficult, challenging for him, but he's still there supporting Evan Lewis, who in contrast has really found a purple patch in his career. 100 in the CPL, 50 in the T20 series in Sri Lanka, and then 100 in his return along with this 50. Archer and Turner applied pressure in their respective opening spells, both putting in 5 overs. Adil Rashid has asked a few questions, but the West Indies have actually scored well since that first power play with the field spread. This is where we stand at the moment. 129 needed off the 35 overs. Really is disappointing to have this inclement weather in this first CG United one-day international, because it is a highly anticipated series around the region for many back home in England, a chance to see new faces. But the West Indies will be pleased with the way they bowled today. Definitely have to give credit to the crowd who have stayed. Had about an hour of rain earlier. The English fans are always here in the Caribbean, but the Antiguan fans as well have come out to enjoy, given that Independence Day is tomorrow, so they've come out to celebrate with cricket. Bish is alongside me, dancing like them, as always, in the commentary box, because he loves his job and he's always happy to come to work.
Hello, Nikhil. Hello, everyone. They have good reason to be in a jovial mood, the West Indian supporters. They're seeing a good performance from the team, first with the bat, first with the ball, then with the bat. England were sent in to bat and were bowled out for 209. So the West Indies very pleased with that.
Right, Bish, and speaking of that bowling performance, 2 wickets apiece for the seamers and 4 for Gudekesh Moti. What impressed you the most about this performance?
Just the consistency of length initially, although you're seeing a few scoring shots. The opening partnership was 39. The power play was only 46. When Jaden Seals got this wicket, courtesy of very good catch by Alzari Joseph. Phil Salt went, and then a maiden wicket, maiden over wicket, Will Jacks going. And after a few more shots, you had Matthew Ford coming into play and picking up a couple of wickets himself. So those 2 young bowlers showing their wares early.
That wicket of Jacob Bethel seemed to indicate that two-paced nature of the surface. Livingston and Curran, though, structured a partnership. And it looked at the 30th over that they were going to change the intensity, up the ante, and go after the West Indian bowlers. Hit chase for 6-4, then next delivery was put down on 44, but it only cost the West Indies 4 more runs before Moti from the other end dismissed him, and Dan Mosley being caught on that deep leg side boundary. Next delivery, Jamie Overton, who's playing as a batter, wasn't given out originally, hit on the arm though, not the glove. So well in front, and wicket and jubilation, as Sir Curtly Ambrose would say. And then again, that wide plan to the left-hander from Gudekesh Moti to get Curran. Rashid got a small blitz towards the end to get England past 200 with Jofra Archer. But Alzari Joseph wrapped it up. First of taking the wicket of Jofra Archer, then Adil Rashid to end the innings. The rain definitely seems to have lightened, but it is still falling. 209 is what they got. A year ago, they got 325. It was chased. The West Indies will be hoping to chase this 210 if they get the opportunity to. But very impressive bowling figures for the West Indies, the way that they went about things as a collective, all chipping in. And then in 15 overs, the West Indies, a familiar opening pair, Lewis and King, 81 without loss. Still a lot of batting to come. Carty, Hope, Hetmeyer in to reinforce the middle order. Rutherford, then the all-rounders of Chase, Ford, and Joseph will say he's up there as well. This 50 package from Evan Lewis, Bish, the temperament and difference in format. He's adjusted well.
Well, if you remember early in his career, he said that Chris Gayle was someone that he admired, and that was basically for his six-hitting prowess, something that Evan Lewis enjoys executing. And 3 consistent scores, 3 consecutive scores of 50 or more now in his last 3 ODIs, dating back to his game against Australia in 2021. Strong onside, but he's good on the offside as well when things suit him and the line is appropriate. Great to see him back. He's been away for too long.
Darren Sammy wanted to get him back into the fore, and you can see exactly why. 2,001 international runs for Lewis. None of these England bowlers have been able to dismiss him. This is where we stand with the rain falling. We are losing overs as we speak, but the West Indies won't be concerned because they're well ahead of the asking rate, which is 3.5 runs per over. They need 5 overs though to constitute a game. but they are ahead of Duckworth Lewis at this stage. So as the rain falls and drizzles, we will take a short break. Hopefully by the time we return, it would have stopped and we can get back out there to have a resumption.
Back here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, unfortunately, the rain is still with us. It's lightened just a touch, so we hope that it will abate altogether. Fans continue to wait as much as they are waiting on the arrival of Antigua Independence Day, and they have much to celebrate because they've got a bright light on the horizon in a young man called Joel Andrew. And a few days ago, Nikhil Uttamchandani caught up with him.
When we hear the words Antigua and cricket in the same sentence, we're often thinking about names like Sir Vivian Richards, Andy Roberts, even maybe a Sir Richie Richardson. Maybe one day we could be thinking about Joel Andrew. Great to have you. Congrats again on all that's happening this year. We are in Antigua, where it's all started for you. Tell me, first of all, how does it feel to be in a West Indies camp?
It feels great, to be honest. You know, playing around the old guys makes me feel even better about myself. And just the support I've been getting so far is something that I want forever.
It's well documented that families played a big part in your journey. If you had to describe the role that they play, how would you put that into words?
If I try, I'll be here a long time. My mom very neat, you know. She's just my backbone, I should say. I mean, she's more confident than me. You know, just seeing her in the stands, you know, gives me that extra push. And you know, she's just joyful and a good person to be around, and someone that you should have in your corner.
Joel started to play at a young age with big men, so he doesn't play name cricket. You bowl to him, and once you bowl to him in whatever loose ball, he just put it away. So he's fearless. Joel and I have a connection. We talk about everything, every single thing, and if he knows that I'm here, he's going to do his best to make me happy. What he normally says is that, Mom, I'll give you something to watch, because I watch all of his videos over and over again. Once it's on YouTube, I don't watch anything else. So, you know, that's how it goes with us.
If you had to put into words, who is Joel Andrew, what would you tell them?
Say a confident young man, you know, fearless, as Viv would say, never die sort of guy. So it's just someone I want to be forever.
Let's talk about the Under-19 World Cup, where this unbelievable year began, where you scored the most runs for the West Indies and you were well talked about. Did you feel any pressure now that there are eyes on you and there's a certain expectation tagged with your name?
At that time, I was feeling extra pressured because you know, everyone expects me to, you know, score every game, and that's not realistic, but that's what I try to do. I just try not to think about it as much, because at this level, expectations will be high. So just for me to just stick out what I'm doing and just learn as much as I can at this level.
I think a month after that World Cup, you made your first-class debut for Leewards. How have the guys in the Leeward Islands shaped your journey and helped you along this process?
I mean, they push me more than I push myself, especially fitness tests and those things, you know. Hayden is the one that really pushed me to, you know, do an extra one, even when I'm not feeling it, because it will benefit me in the long run, and it did.
I really, you know, see him as a little brother, and I really try to encourage him in, you know, doing the right things to stay at the highest level. So, you know, the only thing I can do is just give him my knowledge and, you know, encourage him a little harder. He just reminds me of myself when I was a kid, you know, just always laughing. Sometimes you'll see him sleeping on a chair. So, you know, he's just, at the end of the day, he's just a kid, and, you know, I really, you know, love having him around.
And what about Casey?
He's more, you know, my idol off the field, more than on the field, because I like the way he carries himself off the field.
So what about on the field? What's wrong with that?
Nothing is wrong with that, but I just...
You think you could bat better than him?
Yeah.
So much has happened for you in this year. So you get that first-class experience, went to Ireland with the West Indies Academy. While all these things are happening, what is keeping you grounded to remembering sort of where you've come from?
I actually look at old Snapchat videos that my sister sent me when I just started playing. I'm like, look at this to now, you know. It feels like a big achievement, but I just feel it's just the beginning for me.
June 2024, CPL draft is around, and Joel Andrew gets picked. Not only does he get picked, he's going to play for the Antigua Falcons.
Playing for your home is always something you love to do. And I know it's a franchise team, but it feels more like home to me. Receiving, you know, that call was something that I always wanted, to just be in a part of the CPL, because, you know, this is the biggest party in sport, so I always wanted to experience it for myself.
After the CPL, West Indies call up. Where were you exactly when you got that call that you were going to be part of the West Indies setup? What was your emotion?
I was actually on my way back home from CPL, and I cried instantly. Because, you know, just receiving that from the coach, that I would be a part of the team. It made me feel good about myself, and it's something I always wanted.
That squad was captained by Shea Hope, who you've always said is your biggest idol. Why Shea Hope?
I mean, he's just cut above the rest in my eyes. Averaging 50 in ODIs is never an easy task. So that's something that I want for myself. So if I see it in someone else, you know, I could just always emulate it, try to bring it into my game.
So third ODI comes around, getting your cap from Azari, who is obviously working his way to be one of the great Antiguan cricketers. What did that moment feel like?
I mean, he's more of a brother to me than a teammate. We go way back in terms of Antigua and club cricket. So receiving my cap from him was a special moment that, you know, I would cherish forever.
If you are to play in Antigua, to hear the rally around the West Indies, to be part of cricket with Antiguans all around you, what would that mean to you?
I mean, every time I hear the anthem, I get emotional because, you know, that's something that stands out and it's something that means a lot to everyone in the region. If I get the opportunity, I want to score my first 50 in front of the home crowd. That will make me feel good. And just still learn as much as I can because I'm still here to learn.
17 years old, we could be hearing Joel Andrew for the next 10 to 15 years. The guy makes me feel old, but brother, I hope you enjoy this. This is an invaluable experience that you will get on this series, and we can't wait to see what the limit will be for you. So, all the best.
Thanks.
Joel Andrew talking to Nikhil there a while ago, and of course, youngest debutants in ODIs, Joel Andrew, Xavier Marshall, the former Jamaican West Indian player, Jerome Taylor was very early into things when he initially played, and of course Ravi Rampal out of under-19 cricket against Zimbabwe back in 2003, as was the case with Jerome Taylor. So hopefully Joel Andrews' future is as bright and sparkling and precious as many of those who went before him. Just a reminder, if you missed any of the action, West Indies won the toss, elected to field, dismissed England for 209 in just over 45 overs. Moti continued his outstanding work, but great to see Seals and Ford with a couple of wickets, and Joseph with 2 at the back end. And after a delayed start to the West Indies batting effort, they have progressed serenely, mainly through Evan Lewis with 51 from 48 to 81 without loss. We'll start losing overs. 20 overs will constitute a match. Right now, the West Indies well ahead under the Duckworth-Lewis-Stern consideration. So we'll continue to wait with Gregory Brathwaite and a few of the ground staff. Hopefully the inclement weather clears and we can restart the game. We'll take a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a moment.
welcome back to the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. At the moment, 209 posted by England, the West Indies 81 for none after 15 overs, needing a further 129 if there is a restart. Reminder that there needs to be a 20-over encounter for it to be constituted as a game. So we will wait. Cutoff time is around 10:15 p.m. but we are losing overs as we speak. The target will be recalculated. We'll let you know as we know. But earlier we did see that first one-day international of these two teams when they met last year here in Antigua. Now we'll show you the second one where they also met here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, and it was a difference in results.
That's through the offsides. Fallen slightly wide and just has enough on it to reach the boundary. First boundary of the day.
Yeah, off the mark, straight away from Brandon King. It's something that we've spoken about in terms of the way he starts. Very watchful usually. But if he can get off to a much quicker start, it will also give confidence, more confidence to Alec Athanaze if he needs any. But that's quite languid.
That's well struck. That is beautifully struck. That was an absolute stand and deliver, just a little bit too full and that tiny bit too wide, but that was timed to absolute perfection.
Signature Brandon King. This is where he's exceptionally strong. Good bat presentation, high elbows, and this time he finds the gap. He played a shot like that in the last over, but found the fielder. This time it's along the ground, in the gap.
Hey. Well, that's well bowled. That is beautifully bowled. Butler is asking the question, have they found an inside edge? Is it edge? Is it pad? But it's a beautiful delivery. And a tumbling take from Joss Butler, who wants this first wicket. Hence, a review.
It's a big noise. Huge noise. I was actually, definitely.
And forward one more frame. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you. I can see that that's been hit by the batsman. I'm ready to make my decision. If you could go back, please, to the on-field umpire.
Well, there we have it. The first blow is indeed struck. A good review for England. And Alec Athanaze has to go for 4. West Indies lose their first wicket on 15. Good shot. Just a little shuffle forward with that front foot. Good hands, good timing. Just early evidence, relatively early evidence. If the ball is there in any sort of arc, any sort of slot, then you can just get those hands through, trust the bounce pretty well, and that's beautifully timed.
Yeah, all three of his boundaries come in that region.
Well, what a take. What a take. So Sam Curran's day gets better straight away with that. That's where fielding can be so very, very good for bowlers. A good catch. Lifts the bowler's spirits, lifts the team's spirits. This went pretty quickly.
Yeah, nothing shot really from Alec Athanaze. No conviction in that one. Sorry, Casey Carty. And that brings about his demise. Goes without scoring. 20 for 2 now, the West Indies.
Well, just look at that. This is a new day for Sam Curran with the ball. Beautifully bowled, line and length, absolutely immaculate. That little bit of bounce again, even from the shorter man, and another good catch.
Yeah, what a difference a day makes. In this case, a couple days for Sam Curran. Again, across the right-hander, outside edge, and another catch for Zach Crawley. Much more comfortable that time. Back-to-back wickets for Sam Curran. King goes for 17. West Indies 23 for 3.
Oh, was that close enough? There's a shake of the head. Hands are raised behind the wickets. Butler has another decision to make as to whether or not to try the DRS. Conversation has 6 seconds left. 4, and they're going for it. So we'll see what comes of this.
Okay, there's a gap on the left-hand side between bat and ball. Thank you. Yeah, there is no bat involved. Ball tracking, please, when ready. Nigel, ball tracking coming up now. Pitching in line, impact in line. Wicket says hitting. And Nigel, I'm going to need you to overturn the decision. I'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen. Signal.
What a start to the day for England. A disappointment for Simran Hetmeyer. And you have to say West Indies are in some trouble.
Typical of Shea Hope. Very little effort and pleasingly done.
And the kind of form Shea Hope is in, he wasn't going to miss out.
And that's where Shea Hope continues to be at his best.
That was even a better shot than the 1-2 deliveries ago. Another over-pitch delivery. Bit of a scramble seam, and look at that, straight bat. Hardly any effort whatsoever. Just a punch, all timing.
Very good from Atkinson. Unfortunately, it couldn't be wrapped up at slip. By Crawley, did it carry, but very good consistent bowling.
Another good delivery. Fell short.
Didn't get away with the half volley this time, as he did with the first ball of the over. Lovely shot from Rutherford.
That's exactly what should happen to half volleys. And Rutherford was equal to the task. Didn't miss out on that occasion.
Oh, he should have stopped that. Really, having done all that work at mid-on, Liam Livingston got across quickly enough, and he knows it. He's berating himself. Should have stopped it.
Overpitched once more. And that is the problem that is played in cars up to this point.
Shea Hope is amongst the best batters in the game. Can someone else, in addition to Hope, stand tall for the West Indies with the bat?
Now, that by no means was a bad delivery. It was a good length, just short of a good length. Shea Hope took his chances and got away with it. So there's no fault of Cars this time.
It's in the gap. It goes to the boundary as well. This has been good maturity and responsibility by Rutherford. Brings up the 50 partnership as well.
They should have done better in the outfield. But good placement from Rutherford, getting enough to get over that short mid-wicket fielder.
That's a gift, and gleefully accepted.
So that's a poorly lined delivery. Not what Jax is supposed to be doing at this point. Should be keeping things twice.
Jackson.
Very well played from Rutherford.
Little outside edge. Controlled though from Rutherford. Not just controlled, but timed as well, you could say. Raced away before.
Yeah, it went down, so I think even if there was a slip, I wonder if it would have carried.
Turned very quickly for that second run. And the two that he's made very, very easily taken to yet another 50, which also seems to have made pretty easily as well.
For She-Hope, coming in 44 balls.
Garbutt this time, just that little bit of failure of length, and he's gone and hit that a mile. So that takes him past 50, takes him up to 50, dead on the nail. Massive blow, the first time we've really seen Shafane Rutherford really unleash. Lovely, lovely way to reach the landmark.
And it's a similar shot that he tried to execute in the first game that led to his dismissal. I totally understand why he tried to play the way he did in the first game. It was understandable to me, at least. Today he showed us a different skill set and a different temperament.
That is powerfully struck as well. We've seen the previous one and the previous over clubbed over wide long on. That's a classic extra cover drive which is raced away. Well, he is putting back to ball now, but in a very, very controlled way, which is, I think, entirely to his credit. Because he has got that power. That wasn't a long, long way away from the man out at long on. He had all the power, all the strength. You can see the effort that goes into the shot and the follow through. Beautifully timed. Really sweet timing. You've got the left arm over the wicket, anything that goes pretty much past the stumps on the other side, and his time like that is going to beat the field.
It's always a risky delivery, particularly with the old ball in the middle overs with mid-on and mid-off in play as opposed to anyone deep down the ground.
Catch it! Yeah! Well, there's the wicket. That is exactly what England wanted at this stage. They've been desperately trying to break this partnership. Just a slight piece of mistiming from Shafane Rutherford, and Phil Salt is the man taking a good catch. Just gets it upish, doesn't get it over. Very, very catchable height, and just a little bit away to his left, but that makes a big difference to England.
Yeah, good from Liam Livingston as well. Now we get a chance to see who comes in. Left-hander for left-hander, time will tell. A good innings of 63 for Rutherford, 152 for 5.
Straight through. Livingston strikes. Important for England. 2 wickets now lost in 2 overs for the West Indies.
A very tentative plot by Yannick Carrier. Missed it completely, right through the gate. Jubilation. And despair for Carrier. He's gone to 5. West Indies 160 for 6.
That's the wicket. It's Livingston again. He's got 3 in the middle overs, and it's She-Hope who departs.
You can see the celebration from the England players. That's a prize wicket, a big wicket, the one they were looking for. Spun quite a bit. He played it straight enough, She-Hope, but missed it. And jubilation once again for Livingston. Yes, he did enjoy that. That's a big wicket. And of course, despair for Captain She-Hope. He's gone for 68 from 68. West Indies now in some trouble again. 163 for 7.
Ladies and gentlemen, England have got...
Has he got hold of it? He hasn't. Or he has enough, maybe. Excellent effort from Crawley. Had to cover a lot of ground running to his right, and I think he did good enough to save that from going into the boundary.
covered a lot of ground, got there quite comfortably, took a good catch, but a momentum, couldn't stop, but did it touch the boundary ropes? Looks to be safe.
Very innovative and very effective.
Mario Shepherd showing that he can play those little daft shots as well. Not all about power for him. And that was cleverly played. Just paddled down to final for 4.
But not phased as Shepherd. A man was placed in that region and still good enough to get it to the boundary.
That one went final.
Four more. Authoritative.
We know how powerful he can be, Romaro Shepherd, but that was more timing than power.
This is very cheeky. It's the 4th boundary in the over. Exactly what the West Indies needed.
Romaro Shepherd is doing just about whatever he pleases.
And he does so now. The 3rd catch for Zach Crawley. And that's what you want from your leg spinner, your wrist spinner. Livingston is showing in at one end. Now Ahmed gets into the attack.
But definitely not what West Indies would have been hoping for at this phase.
West Indies 190.
But a very good catch from Crawley. Didn't quite get the distance. And Shepherd goes for 19. West Indies 189 for 8. And that is a breakthrough once again for Rian Ahmed. Very good delivery and picking up his 2nd.
It was predictable that he would continue going full to Motian to get that googly in. He was too short occasionally for once in his previous over, but he adjusted his length at the back end of the previous over, adjusted it at the beginning of this one, and he's picked up his 2nd wicket of Gudakish Moti for 6. 200 now for 9. Things happening quickly.
Up in the air. This time it should be taken. The bowler takes it himself, Atkinson. And that's all she wrote for West Indies. Josh Butler won the toss and inserted them. And they're all out for 202. And lots of overs remaining. A good start with the ball from Sam Curran. Picked up those 3 wickets. West Indies were in trouble at 23 for 4. A very good partnership. But then again, they lost wickets in a flurry. Rian Ahmed picked up another 2 wickets as he continues to enhance his ODI career. Short delivery, as you'd suspect, asking Alzari Joseph to hit into the wind.
Yeah, felt for that trap, Alzari Joseph, as you mentioned, into the wind. And of course, with the pace, an extra bounce from Atkinson. Didn't quite get enough on it. Happy faces for England.
Yeah, he'll be very pleased, Josh Butler and Matthew Mott, with that result so far. Nathan Hayes didn't really get going today. King started off nicely, confidently, but couldn't carry on. Hope and Rutherford put on a partnership of 129 when they desperately needed it. But once those 2 were dismissed, nothing too much to write home about. Shepherd tried, as did Alzari Joseph, but in the end, 202 on the board. And you have to think That's woefully inadequate, but you never can tell. For England, the bowling, Sam Curran, what a day it has been. Forgettable a few days ago, but memorable today. Atkinson with 2 of his own. Livingston, well, he picked up three very important wickets. 3 for 39, Ryan Ahmed. Identical figures from match number 1, 2 for 40.
In the gap, and that is very, very typical of Phil Salt and his aggression even in chasing small totals.
Certainly they're getting some chances. Yeah, as you spoke of earlier, the ball is swinging, and we see that this individual Salt just seems to just throw his hands at everything. And when it's going on your day, it's so impressive to see.
Impressive to see Alzarri Joseph getting that away movement even against the wind. Very good seam position. Yeah, absolutely right. Salt goes hard generally. Lovely shot, square of the wicket where so many boundaries came in that opening partnership first game. 25 without loss. Slightly off, and because of a hard new ball, anything with Salt and Jacks go hard square.
Oh my!
Wow! Spiteful from Alzarri Joseph. Talk about the traditions of the great fast bowlers of the past. That delivery is right up there.
Where did that come from, this? That's the sort of delivery the late Malcolm Marshall would be saying you needed a ladder for you to be playing.
Amazing bounce. A bit of a scrambled seam as well. I'm not sure whether that contributed. Fighting fire with fire. That goes all the way to 6.
I think that was premeditated, in my opinion. Just judging from what I think that first ball could have done the trick, allowing that particular shot. I felt that he was just hoping at this particular stage. As you can see, his head was looking one way, and then when he made contact, then he started to pretend that I meant this.
Yeah, a show of aggression, I think, to get at Alzarri Joseph, to try to reapply pressure to him in the hope that he would be put off. Top class. Still wonder if that deep point is someone that you want to institute for this opening pair. I know the deep third is there because they go hard at the ball and they can't top edge the third.
But that was a good shot. He got himself in the best position. It wasn't the worst delivery, but when you have good hands and good eyes, I guess.
He is snuck through, Shepherd. Very well deserved. And the West Indies have success. Salt is stunned.
Salt in the room. That's a good delivery, and I think Phil Salt just stayed there for a while, rather amazed. I think this could have just come back just a little bit and just hurried onto him quicker than he would have liked. Rather amazed, but just rubbing Salt in the room.
Upon reaching their 50.
Yeah, very good from Shepherd. Phil Salt goes for 21 from 15, 50 for 1.
21, England 50 for 1.
Terrific. The sound of the bat was pleasurable to English supporters.
I don't think it was the best delivery, really. The deliveries just before that, they were pretty good in good places, but this one just gave the batters just that room outside off stump.
Terrific. The sound of the bat was pleasurable to English supporters.
I don't think it was the best delivery, really. The deliveries just before that, they were pretty good in good places, but this one just gave the batters just that room outside off stump.
It's gone high and well over that boundary at top edge, but there's definitely carry there. Got to say that the previous delivery would have been more of a template, I am sure. But the short ball just disappears.
Into the pitch from Romario Shepherd and dispatched.
He's made contact with that, and it is heading past the ambulance onto the perimeter road and might take some fetching.
Yeah, you don't catch those. Definitely fetch those. But up and under that delivery, under what was almost a Yorker length delivery.
Oh, he has dragged it on. It's half stopped the shots. That little bottom edge just almost crept back onto the leg stump. And this is just, I think, a subtle change of pace, because up it goes. Starts the drive. It's one of those drives where you try and slap it square on the offside, but the bottom edge drags it down, and West Indies have indeed got themselves another wicket. Zach Crawley has to go for 3. Disappointment for him, and England is 75 for 2. Gets a little low, the inside edge goes away for 1. Yes, we were at a dinner a couple of nights ago, organised by the West Indies. And that was mentioned. 50 then for Will Jacks, his second in ODIs. As I say, this tour is a great opportunity for the likes of Will Jacks to get themselves on the map. Of course, like that will help the cause as well. Just drifted a little bit down the leg side. Just a fraction too full, but very, very nicely struck.
Elegantly played. Just a bit too full and poorly lined.
Oh, that's gone off the glove, I think. It has gone off the glove. So the sweep shot again. And as I say, Duckett would back himself to connect and back himself to get runs, but it's bounced a wee bit. The glove has just looped in the air, and that's his night done.
Yeah, he was bowled in the previous match by Yannick Carrier behind his back, but this time opting for the same shot and the same demise. Coming off his glove, and an easy catch for Captain Shea Hope behind the stump. Disappointed for Ben Duckett. He goes for 3. It's 85 for 3.
England have lost their 3rd wicket. Ben Duckett goes.
Top shot, really well executed.
This is all class from Harry Brook. We saw him in game 1, and we're seeing him here again. Very much in control, outside the line of off stump. So he wasn't too worried about the LBW or the ball. Eyes on the ball, hitting with the wind.
In the gap. Missed his line there, Rutherford. Jacks capitalizes.
Yeah, you can ill afford to do this, given the paucity of runs that they have. Badly lined, and Jacks, he's well set, he's in. He wouldn't miss out on this opportunity. Just needed to beat the fielder in the inner circle, and did that.
Too short this time. Brute force and power.
Yeah, great first delivery, disappointing second delivery, and he's been punished, duly punished by Will Jacks. Again, hitting with the wind if there's any, but knows that he just needs to get some height and sails away.
Looks good. And Rutherford, who's a star with the bat today, has gotten the crucial breakthrough of Jacks.
And there's no consideration of a review. You know, from Jax, he feels as though he's gone, hit plumb in line, but this is what can happen if you have this space and you bowl this length on the surface. Keeps a little bit low. Yeah, plumb in front of Jason. Not too difficult a decision for the umpire. Half century in his second one-day international, wicket in his second one-day international for Rutherford. Jax goes for an excellent 73 of just 72, 116 for 4.
Greeted with a sumptuous pull shot. Very stylishly from England's captain, and he breaks into a smile.
A short delivery from Alzari Joseph. Did well to ride the bounce, Just Butler.
Lovely stroke, beautiful use of the feet from Harry Brook. 146 for 4. Brilliant strike from Just Butler. 150 comes up for England.
Again, any width that is given
That magnificent blow has brought up the 150
to
for
swing
England.
the arm.
150 for England.
Previous over got hit for 6 off the last delivery. This time around, getting punished again.
And again, that's more like the Just Butler that we've come to know and expect over the years. One of England's finest white ball batters.
It was definitely a revival innings for him. 2 sixes hit back to back. Sure, that ought to feel good coming off of his bat. 94 meters.
Sliced away, and he runs away ever so quickly. Yeah, it looks as though they're doing their best to finish this with a flourish.
Peel off the outside edge. The game is all but over. 19 to get.
It's a thick edge. It'll race down to that. It's a fine third boundary for yet another boundary. Takes Butler to 46 from 41.
Wasn't deliberate. They could put a little bit squarer, but came off the outside edge.
That's just imperious. It's a beautiful way to go to 50, a beautiful way to show your batting form, a beautiful way to lead a team as the victory approaches rapidly.
Coming in 43 deliveries with 3
First 50 in this format for 15 innings for Josh Butler. And as a player in his position, you always know you have the ability. Gets on top of that beautifully. There's no one out there to stop that one either. 6 followed by 4. It takes the scores level.
Certainly is a top innings for Just Butler, the skipper. Lack of pace, didn't bounce much. He played it very well.
Well, the sweep shot will do it. The punches down the ground to mid-off, then straight to fielders. That goes into open space. It's the final boundary of the innings. It's the one that takes England to victory. Josh Butler will be a much relieved man for many, many reasons. He's played his part tonight. He's looked as though he is back in some sort of form, and we'll hope to obviously try and keep that form going for the rest of the tour. But as captain of England, having lost that first game just 3 days ago to a West Indies side that finished in inspired fashion. And with Harry Brook there just to see him through. Butler 58, Brook 43. Partnership of 90, which just gathered pace and momentum and made the victory a very easy one in the end. England will be mighty pleased. Very, very impressive performance. Will Jack's the top scorer with 73 from 72, but Brook with 43 from 49. Butler the captain with 58 from 45. Just played their way through, did it very comfortably, very calmly. Some lovely shots, of course, from both of them in the course of that partnership, which was worth 90 from 78 balls. So 206 for 4 sees England home comfortably. In terms of the bowling for West Indies, well, it was the spin of Gudakesh Mochi that looked most dangerous. There was a feeling maybe that Yannick Carrier might be dangerous as well. He got some to turn, certainly got some balls to turn that finished quite expensively. Mochi the best, 2 for 34. Shepherd 1, Rutherford playing his second ODI, bowling for the first time in an ODI, picked up 1 as well. But let's face it, it was always going to be a very, very tough task for West Indies bowlers to take the 10 wickets they would have needed to somehow sneak a win here in Antigua in this match number 2 of the series. So, England in match number 2, winners by 6 wickets, and the 3-match series stands at 1 apiece.
Well, the umpires are out on the ground. Greg Brathwaite is just surveying the scene. The rains have blown through. The great advantages of that strong easterly breeze is that the clouds don't stick around for very long. And what we've been left with is this equation. West Indies now needs 76 runs from 120 balls, or 20 overs in old money. Target's 157. And the West Indies are in great shape to go 1-0 up in this 3-match series. So playing conditions are thus: power play from 16 to 28, with 4 fielders outside the circle. And the third power play, should we need them, 29 to 35, and 5 bowlers can bowl a maximum of 7. Archer and Turner have already bowled 5. Rashid and Sam Curran have bowled 3 and 2 respectively. So England have their work cut out for them, I think it is very much fair to say. We're about 3 or 4 minutes away from a start, so we shall take a short break, and on the other side we will continue with the West Indies run chase. Players make their way back out onto the middle here. Quite a reasonable number of spectators have hung around to see the denouement of this first match in the CG United one-day international series. Evan Lewis has been superb, but the first and so far only half century of the match, 51 from 48 balls for him. Brandon King, his partner, has struggled a little, but has hung in there with 23 from 42 in the face of some good new ball bowling from England. The revised playing conditions are these. We've lost 15 overs of the match, so Duckworth, Lewis, Stern have done their bit, or its bit, and the West Indies need 76 more runs in 20 overs, 120 balls. power plays have been curtailed. We may not need the final one with 5 fielders outside the circle. Therefore, with the West Indies 81 without loss, 76 from 20 overs. West Indies are, well, all but home, you would think, but for some kind of catastrophic cricketing collapse. Evan Lewis has backed up his sparkling return to the one-day international side with a 50, belligerent 50, 5 sixes and 1 boundary for him. Brandon King has struggled for any sort of fluency, but has hung in there in the face of what was an excellent opening burst from England. Jofra Archer, and in particular John Turner on debut. But once the ball stopped moving sideways through the air and off the pitch, Carlos Brathwaite, West Indies batters have taken control of things.
Yeah, they've run really well between the wickets, but Evan Lewis has been destructive with his power hitting, scoring a greater than a run of ball so far. And as you mentioned, Brandon King has struggled, but he has stuck in there. And it's not a 300 or 350 chase, it's merely 200, no revised. And this is the next challenge, trial by spin. 5 of them, whether you count them outside of Adil Rashid part-timers or not. Normally in the West Indies, once it's a little slower than pace, we struggle.
Oh, that's got to be out, surely, yes. The only question perhaps was whether it pitched outside the line of leg stump. But Leslie Reefer has raised the finger. Brandon King will confer with Evan Lewis as to whether to review, and review he does.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. The original decision is out. I've checked the feet and it's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please? Doesn't appear to be any bat. Can we just go to ultra edge? Yeah, just keep rolling that through, keep rolling through, keep rolling that through. The flat line when the ball passes the bat. Unsatisfied, there's no bat involved. Can we go to ball tracking when ready? Copy. Stand by for ball tracking. Still waiting for ball tracking. Original decision is out. Pitching outside leg. Leslie, I'm going to ask you to overturn your decision of out to not out. You're on screen. Signal now.
Yeah, pitching outside leg was the issue. Dragged down so far by Liam Livingston. Pitched a long way outside leg stump. King survives again. Almost have been thinking, you know what, I won't review it. I'll put myself out of my misery and wander off. Let somebody else have a go.
You'd normally get a few shouts by now from the crowd, cut down and come in, you say in the Caribbean. However tough, it is admirable.
Players on both sides come out a little rusty after the rain break. The quality of the cricket has not been sparkling in the first 5 deliveries after the resumption. Evan Lewis has looked sharp though. Excellent half century. Off spin from Livingston, the England captain, to the left-hander, and a dispatch. That has been hit with ferocious power and a bit of quality to finish the 16th over from Evan Lewis. 87 without loss.
just like he's been batting in the nets in the rain break. Lovely over cover, nice mix of power and class. And his shot over cover is a good one. He was continuing where he left off before the rain break.
Hedo Rashid came into the bowling attack immediately that the power play was over, the first power play. England and he would have been hoping that West Indies were 2 or 3 down before he got the ball in his hand. But West Indies openers weathered that early storm. Evan Lewis started to open his shoulders. Slip in place, but it's wide of him. And the King is not going to find the boundary. But they will pick up 3.
This is going to be a memorable knock for Brandon King. Not for all of the best reasons, but you do remember those knocks where nothing hit the middle of the bat.
Just check the fielding from Mosley. I think it was okay. I remember a lot of innings like that. Couldn't find the middle of the bat to save your life. One thing, you mentioned it before, that because the run rate from the get-go was so low for the West Indies, that Brandon King can actually nudge the ball around, nudge it for his partner, see if he can find some sort of rhythm while he's out there in the middle. Use it as a glorified net. Boundary again. All else have struggled to find the middle of the bat on this surface this afternoon and this evening. Not Evan Lewis.
Yeah, there's been no hangover from the rain break for Evan Lewis. Pounced on a fuller one over before. A drag down this time around and making full use of what's on offer. A bit of a rusty start from the English bowlers after the break. But that's the beauty of a partnership as well. Desmond Haynes used to say and not give himself enough credit. If he got 20 and Gordon Greenwich got 80, it was a 100-run partnership and he'd be sure to start the next test. The next game, it might be Brandon King's turn to be fluent.
4 more. Nobody behind square on the boundary on the leg side. Lewis finds the gap once again. Celebrations are... I'm not sure they've stopped celebrating, really. Independence Day tomorrow here in Antigua. 3 years of it for these islands, Antigua and Barbuda. And we'll have a West Indies victory to celebrate, barring something dramatic here. Filthy delivery, dispatched as you would expect by Evan Lewis. The 100 comes up for the West Indies and they are galloping towards this target now.
Served up and dispatched into the wind, no less. I think this is the most destructive part of Evan Lewis as a batter. The ability to change gears and just snatch the game away from you. 4-4-6 through the last 4 balls of that over.
Man. Go on, Liv. Me, Jacko! Me!
But this not for Brandon King does one or two things. It either digs him into a deeper hole, or it sets him up nicely from having spent more time at the crease for what is a very long series in this CG United. 3 ODIs, 5 T20s, it's time at the crease. It's a little bit of character shown, but it would be an innings to forget or to remember. We'd know at the end of the series.
.106 without loss. Jacob Bethel take over from Adil Rashid, Security Ambrose end. Up some useful wickets, important wickets in the recent series against Australia. Left arm spin gives it a bit of a tweak, prefers to bowl at the right handers rather than the left. Got a real challenge in front of him in Evan Lewis, in the mood right now. He stung that. For Archer in pursuit. Yeah, got rid of Cameron Green on a couple of occasions. Mitch Marsh. Honest Labuschagne. Good scalps, all right-handers. Looks to have the character for international cricket in the short time that he's been at it. There's Jacob Bethel. Whether or not he finds his way into England's first choice 11. It's a question that's yet to be answered, but he certainly looks to have a big future in front of him. As opposed to a future behind him. Oh, sliced off the outside edge. Evan Lewis was looking over mid-off, who's up inside the circle.
Wonder if Evan has done some calculations and realizes a century is very, very possible, especially with Brandon King being a little bit scratchy at the other end. And you'll see Jacob Bethel as a favourable matchup.
Gets it this time. Oh, he's nailed it. Absolutely nailed it over long off. The rehearsal didn't go quite so well. Second time it disappeared.
A little bit of width, full of a length, mid-off is in. That could only spell one thing when Evan Lewis is in this mood. Maximum. And I think Adil Rashid has done Jacob Bethel a bad one here because he's been forced to bowl with deep backward square. Evan is not a big sweeper of the ball unless it's a rank half volley outside the leg stump. I think you need that long off back.
7 sixes now for Lewis. 19 gone, 118 without loss. Brandon King finds the middle of the bat, but finds the fielder. Would you believe it? Barely timed a thing for his entire stay of 55 deliveries, and the one time he connects out of the middle, he hits it straight down the throat of Will Jacks.
Off the bat, you're thinking shot. And then you would have seen the fielder head in the air. That's the end of a painstaking knock. However important it may be. 30 for Brandon King, 118 for 1, West Indies.
Casey Carty sat with his pads on throughout that 118-run opening partnership. Makes his way to the crease with not much work left to do. Brandon King peeled off one glorious extra cover drive. Survived a couple of LBW shouts on DRS. And then when he does find one out of the middle, goes straight into the middle of Will Jack's hands. 39 required. There's nobody there. Good 50-metre chase for both Jacks and Bethel. They'll come back for 3.
Love that sweep from Casey Carty, though. Adding some strokes to his game. One thing he needs to improve is his strike rate, especially early in the innings, first 10 to 20 runs. If he can add this shot to his game and be more clinical with it, that can aid, especially coming in the middle order. Spinners on, rotating of strike, that would help.
I guess the question that fans in England, should there be many up back at home right now, might be asking is, where's Kevin Hodge? So impressive during the summer in the Test series. Does he get a shout, or likely to get a shout in 50-over cricket for West Indies?
Well, the answer is our regional Super 50-over tournament.
And there is an answer to that strike rate question, Carlos. Carty is in no mood to hang around.
Love this. Difference of 2 runs. Where did it land?
Difficult one to tell whether it was cushion first or ground first or both at the same time. tend to think it was cushion first. But that might be the end of the game beckoning, as opposed to any absolute certainty. Third umpire gives it 4. Well, 20 overs gone, just 15 overs left. West Indies need 30 in those 15 overs. It's 1-2-7 for 1.
Returning photo of the Sakursi Habros ends, number 95, Adil Rashid.
Surely just a formality at this stage for the West Indies. Lovely position for Kisi Karti to come in. To try to see the Windies through to their first victory in this CG United ODI series. Captive audience still here. 9:30 in the evening in Antigua. Lots of positive signs. Beginning of the series. Enjoyable. Ian Bishop beside me. What stood out to you, Bish?
Number of things, Alex. Hello, everyone. The way that Seals and Ford bowled to get the initial breakthroughs. Moti just continued his work, but the general discipline of the West Indian bowlers for the most part. And then Evan Lewis's form. To see, and I watched him closely during the concluded CPL earlier, and he looked in good touch. And backed it up by going to Sri Lanka and getting runs in the white ball format, and then backing it up here, I think shows. We always had a saying in our dressing room when we played. I think Brian Lara always used to say, don't waste good form, because bad form is somewhere down the road. So really good to see Evan Lewis once again stamp his authority on proceedings, because he's always had that talent. Not many in the Caribbean doubted that. It's whether he remained available and whether he remained fit.
Just 2 from it. 129 for 1. An equation that will please West Indian fans around the world. A couple of rain delays. And there's a new target via DLS. It's been this man, Evan Lewis, who has risen to the occasion in this first match of the series.
And the other thing about form, another saying we had, was Keith Hatterton always used to say, batting is a pleasure, bowling is a job. What he meant was that bowling is a lot of hard physical work, Whereas batting, which that young man I'm sure will grow up to be, is so pleasurable when you can be striking the ball to the boundary.
Two profound phrases you've given us there, Vish. I like them both. Don't waste good form from Lara. It's a bit like make hay while the sun shines. And he's so right about batting being a pleasure, often called a batsman's game for that reason. Tickled away for 4 more as the West Indies close in here.
And more so Evan Lewis closing in within sight of a 600. It's a shot that he scored quite a bit from the sweep, but has also gotten him dismissed on a few occasions, but 13 away from 100. His age, Alex, Evan has not always been available, right? And you and I both have had a lot of time for him. He's a shy gentleman, even as a guy who's been around the game for so long, but he has to be thinking, now, what is my legacy?
.22 gone, 138 for 1. Well, he doesn't need many more, and there are 6 of them.
And that's what he'll try to do. He needs another 6 with 13 runs required. Yeah, the pride of the West Indies at the moment with 100 in the last game in Sri Lanka. And he'll try perhaps to get it with another 6 to back up that 100. And there's nothing about net run rate and all of that in this, so I'm sure West Indian fans all around the world will be hoping he gets that next 6 runs. Lewis ain't running, Casey Carty. He ain't running and getting off strike.
I think Casey Carty's received the message. They've gone upstairs.
TV umpire to director, we have a play review for LBW. The original decision is not out. I've checked the feet and it's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please? Okay, ball is close to the bat. Can we just go to ultra edge? Copy that, just waiting for ultra edge. Ultra edge coming up. Yep, just keep rolling it through. There's a clear gap between bat and ball, and keep rolling. I'm satisfied. There's no bat involved. Can we go to ball tracking when ready? Original decision is not out. Pitching outside leg. Rod, you can stay with your original decision of not out. You're on screen. Signal now.
Yeah, a bit of a desperate review from the England side at this stage. He's thrashed it. There's a man there. And he's taken Evan Lewis a bit of a smile, but I know he'll feel that. Pocketed by Jacob Bethel. And unable to reach his triple figures. What a wonderful innings comes to an end.
Looked to have come off low on the outer half of the bat, very low on the bat, so therefore there wasn't the distance and the power generated in initial sixes. But it's been a very good knock and a continuation of good form by Evan Lewis. He goes for 94, 144 for 2. Shea Hope comes to the crease. It was less than a year ago that he hit the winning shot to clinch the ODI series against England right here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Slashed it square. And Evan Lewis looking to get to his landmark with a 6, just sliced it. But it doesn't take away from the excellence of his knock, the freedom with which he's played. Just one for Shea Hope.
Now, Livy. The top edgy man here.
Another 11 runs required, 146 for 2. Liam Livingston, Mark Butcher alongside me. Just saw a shot there of Brandon King. Someone who has had his success at the international level. I think the struggles here will set him up more than likely for down the road, spending time at the crease. It was ugly, but all of those are little building blocks to trying to get back to his best form, I think, given the injuries he's had this year.
Yeah, absolutely. Lacked a little bit of rhythm. England bowled excellently at him at the start. I mean, they gave him no room, no width whatsoever, bringing the ball back in. Just sometimes you get that if people bowl well at you in that situation and you survive it, it reinforces the work that needs to be done technically in order to become more proficient at that weakness that bowlers are going to go at. The worst part of it is the damage it does to your ego, because everybody wants to go out there and find the middle of the bat and play fluently. Unfortunately, in this game, that is not always the case. But from tough times, tough players are developed. And he'll be better for it, for sure.
Should have been held, isn't held. Adil Rashid puts down a chance that he will feel he should gobble 9 out of 10 times.
Yeah, England have... well, since the resumption, really, to have given up the ghost. If not intentionally, still. knew the game was up once the recalculation was done. 209 batting first was nowhere near enough, in truth. But from their point of view, it's an extremely inexperienced side, 4 debutants in it. And again, they will be better for the trials and tribulations of today. 148 for 2.
Yeah, I think the problem with the drop is that it came at that height where you're thinking, can I jump and have fingers down, or should I go reverse cup and have fingers up? In the end, it hits him in the midsection as he jumped to try to get it into the palm of the hand.
Yeah, a bit of a metaphor for the entire performance today, really.
Just saw a shot of Shilfane Rutherford there, and being a fellow left-hander yourself, we talked about not wasting good form, and Shilfane Rutherford with consecutive half-centuries, 3 of them with pads on, in Sri Lanka, showed that he wasn't prepared to waste his best form.
Yeah, it can disappear as quickly as it arrives for those blessed with greatness. They're in it more often than they're out of it.
Battle to chase maybe in the games going forward. All the games, 5 previous games, 1 chasing here at Sir Vivian Richards, and you can see why.
Yeah, most definitely. But 261 in the average first innings score, all losing in those previous 5 matches, and 50 shy of the average. Tricky in terms of slammed over the top. Carty has been belligerent since arriving at the crease after that 118-run opening stand. He is in a rush to get this done as quickly as possible.
Get his reps in. Carlos Brathwaite had echoed some sentiments of West Indian fans about Casey Carty. Talented, but the strike rate needs to be upped. He's that better than a runner ball so far. $153 for 2. Back here on Saturday and then on Wednesday to complete the CG United ODI series, followed by a mouth-watering prospect of 5 T20 internationals in Barbados and then St. Lucia. Lovely venues for this series, absolutely lovely. St. Lucia still buzzing. Buzzing from Julian Alfred's success at the Olympics in the sprints, buzzing from the franchise win by the St. Lucia franchise in the CPL.
Yeah, I've got to say, Bish, I didn't have to think very long when I was asked to come out and do the gig. Weather's just taken a turn for the worse back at home, and it was never very good anyway, as you know, having spent most of the summer back in the UK. So, Antigua, Barbados and St. Lucia. You twisted my arm.
didn't have to twist it very far, I can tell you. Yeah, just batting first in the games that I've seen and the previous 5, even the day games, it can sometimes start off a little tacky, a little slow, and get better in day games.
Yeah, you'd think, looking at that, as the West Indies canter to victory here in the opening match of this 3-game ODI contest. It's an old rivalry, one that often brings out the best of the West Indies, no matter where they are in terms of the world rankings. And that they have totally outplayed England here in this first match of 3. Handshakes all round. England will know there's an enormous amount of improvement to be made and required. And the West Indies and their skipper, Shai Hope, who has become used to turning over England in recent times in ODI cricket, can celebrate an excellently orchestrated win here at North Sound.
Wrecker-in-chief Gouda Kishmoti with 4 wickets, important ones of Livingston and Sam Curran, who had that half-century partnership. But when you've gone through the tribulations and turmoil as Shai Hope's team did in Sri Lanka, but they won the last one and they've compounded that good form in this one, as you should if you're playing against a lesser experienced team. Don't drop your standards to the lack of experience. Make them see what's in front of them and make them lift theirs for the rest of the series. Every point, as you rightly said, every win helps Darren Sammy's team to try to get up the table, because the next World Cup is about the top 10 teams getting an automatic right. Long distance view, at 1 step at a time. A win by 8 wickets.
Yeah, set up by really disciplined bowling, I think, in the first half. England extremely inexperienced in terms of their batting lineup. Sam Curran at number 6, the most experienced of them all in only his 33rd one-day international. And Matthew Ford, Jaden Seals, who has had a difficult time of things in his ODI career up to this point, were excellent in terms of giving England's openers no chance to get off to a flyer. And West Indies squeezed England until they popped, and they were dismissed for 209. In reply, well, it was all about Evan Lewis. He was quite magnificent. They weathered a really difficult time of it in the power play. John Turner on debut and Jofra Archer finding some movement and bowling with good heat, but both he and Brandon King got through that. 118-run partnership set things up. There was a rain delay that brought the target down to 157, and West Indies got their ad a canter. Lewis, the only downside for the West Indies was that he didn't make his 3 figures, falling 6 runs short. 1 wicket for Adil Rashid, 1 wicket for Livingston, the 2 leg spinners. But in truth, England were way short of the standard that they will be aspiring to, and the West Indies have dispatched them in no uncertain terms by 8 wickets.
CG United moment of the match goes to no one else but a fast bowling colleague, Alzari Joseph, whose judgment, commitment, speed and technique brought Jaden Seals his first wicket for 5 one-day internationals and broke the opening partnership, getting rid of Phil Salt. We'll have a short break, and when we come back, we will have the presentation ceremony, so don't go too far. Back here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, West Indies have won the opening CG United one-day international, bowling out England for 209. Moti, the man with the best figures, 4 for 41, and then Evan Lewis with 94 led West Indies home by 8 wickets under the DLS method. Consecutive wins following the win in Sri Lanka in the third game. Let's join Uttam Chandani at the presentation.
Welcome to the post-match presentation in the first one international of this CG United ODI series between the West Indies and England in 2024. We'd like to thank the official sponsors for making this possible: CG United, Dafabet, Blue Waters, Macron, and the Antigua and Barbuda Tourism Authority. First order of business is to introduce today's CG United Player of the Match, presented by Mr. Mark Somerville, Group Business Development Manager, CG United. And it is for his 4-wicket haul today, Gudakesh Moti. And Gudakesh will also have a chat with us. Well done, Gudakesh. Tell me, obviously, coming off that Sri Lanka series now into home conditions, Gooders, how does your preparation and thinking, planning go when it has an away series and then a home series in the conditions?
Well, first of all, the condition was different in Sri Lanka. You had most ball spinning more, and here is less, but you still have to come and adapt to the condition.
You don't get many opportunities to bowl to left-handers, but you dismissed a few today. What was your plan against Curran and Mosley?
Well, I wasn't getting much turn off the wicket, so I was just trying to keep it on a straight line and hit my lengths.
Tell me about the others bowling at the other end, Roston Chase, for example. How much did you feel that helped you and the building of pressure?
Well, it helped a lot because runs wasn't coming on both ends easily, and which helped me a lot to get the 4 wickets.
And in the Caribbean, your variance of pace, tell us about your emphasis on that.
Well, we had a training day yesterday, and I was trying to assess what pace to bowl at, and I figured out that bowling fast on these conditions is easier, so I was trying to bowl slow as possible.
Really good start to the series. Well done today.
Thank you.
Gudakesh Moti, today's player of the match. We'll now ask Liam Livingstone, captain of England, to come in. Liam, tough day at the office. Let's reflect on your batting first of all. Your entire top 6 got starts. How do you get them to sort of convert into bigger scores?
Yeah, I think that's the test that we've got to come over the next couple of games. Yeah, I guess it's just the rhythm of 50-over cricket. We've probably had a couple of weeks away. So yeah, trying to get up to speed and find that rhythm as quickly as possible. But yeah, I think, look, we know that somebody in the top 6 has to go on and get a big score for us to set a total, and unfortunately we didn't do that today.
Just on that, actually, what tempo are you looking for in the 50-over format, with the fact that you've got so many T20 players in this year's squad?
Yeah, I think, look, 50 overs is a long time. We want to try and put the West Indies under as much pressure as we possibly can, but that's going to change game to game. The pitches are going to change, the conditions change, and that's up to us as cricketers to read that, to understand different situations, and yeah, ultimately work out what's a good score and go from there. But yeah, I don't think we adapted that well today. I thought the West Indies bowled really well, and we lost wickets at key stages when we just started to put our foot down again. So disappointing day, but we'll come back again on Saturday, whenever it is.
Yeah, tell us about that opening spell with Turner and Archer. What impressed you about it?
Yeah, I think everybody saw what JT is all about today. We've seen Joff a lot before. Joff looked pretty threatening with a new ball. But yeah, especially JT, I don't think many people will have seen him. And I thought he bowled really well. We were pretty unlucky not to get a wicket up top there, and probably could have changed the game a little bit. So yeah, hopefully more of the same of that for the rest of the series.
Right, enjoy the day off. We'll see you in a couple of days.
Thank you, mate.
Liam Livingstone, captain of England. We'll now get Shea Hope, captain of the West Indies, picking up a win. Always good to see this guy smiling because he doesn't do it a lot. Shea, well done today. I want to start at the beginning of the day. Your 2 opening bowlers, Jaden Seals, Matthew Ford. Assess their performance in relation to what you guys have asked them to do in ODI cricket.
Yeah, well, firstly, they set the tone. Is we always ask the opening bowlers to take wickets with the new ball. It's something that we really strive on. I think it always sets the tone, especially going into the middle overs. If you have the ball at 2 set batters every single time, then you're putting yourself under pressure. So we always ask the opening bowlers to get some early wickets, and they did that today.
What did you find was sort of the difference in your bowling performance today, comparing it to maybe the 2 games in Sri Lanka that you lost?
I think it's clear we've just been a lot more consistent. We were hitting that line and length that we always asked the guys to hit. I think the consistency and the discipline is the biggest factor for us today, and it's something that we really need to pay close attention to going forward. And we see that it's always going to bring success, so we just got to be as patient as we can and be as disciplined as we can.
Evan Lewis, 100 in Sri Lanka, now 94 today, Shea. What were you looking forward to having with him coming back into the team? What do you think he adds to your 11?
He definitely has some experience. He's been around for a long time, and you can see he's just a different beast right now. He's very hungry. You can see all the work that he's been putting in behind the scenes is obviously coming to fruition here. I think that if he continues like this, we're going to have a very good opening period going forward, and I'm just glad to see that he's getting the starts he's getting now.
And you're happy, I'm assuming, so we'll hope to see you smiling a bit more.
Yes, for sure. Happy with the first win.
Well done today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to Nikhil, and just to reconfirm that the West Indies took the first game here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium by 8 wickets under the DLS method. They'll stay here in Antigua for the second game on Saturday and move to Barbados for the third and final CG United ODI, followed by 5 T20 internationals, 2 in Barbados, 3 in St. Lucia. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we will have some interesting analysis for you. Welcome back to Sir Vivian Richards Stadium once again, and we have confirmation again of that opening win for the West Indies in this CG United one-day series. England bowled out for 209 in just over 45 overs, and the West Indies chasing it down, winning by 8 wickets under the Duckworth-Lewis-Stern method. Lewis and Moti the stars. So if you missed any of it, Mark Butcher alongside me to take you through the England wickets.
Yeah, teams batting first have struggled to win here at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. First man to go was Phil Salt, trying to break the shackles, going over the top. Excellent catch from Alzuri Joseph. Jacks was dismissed by the same bowler, Moti taking the catch on this occasion. Jordan Cox on debut was caught Carty at third man off the bowling of the excellent Matthew Ford, who then backed that up with the wicket of Jacob Bethel. This was pivotal. Moti got rid of Liam Livingstone just as he was beginning to get going. Mosley holed out to Evan Lewis. Overturn at number 8 went first ball. And then from that moment on, it was down to Sam Curran, but he decided to go for home early and was caught at long on off the bowling of Moti. Jofra Archer was dismissed, caught Hope, bowled Joseph. Joseph picked up a second after getting a bit of stick in the early part of the game, and the West Indies had dismissed England way short of their 50 overs for a total that was way short of the average here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium.
The entertainment wasn't finished yet because that man, Evan Lewis, got to 94. What did you like about the inning?
Well, I mean, he had to weather some really excellent bowling from Archer and Turner in the first place. And then once the ball had stopped moving, got a little bit damp perhaps, or a little bit soft, he got anywhere offline and he just destroyed it. The one thing about Evan Lewis in great form is that he doesn't second guess. If he's deciding he's going to hit it, he absolutely follows through. He's got really good technique, excellent balance when he makes contact with the ball. And if he hits the middle of the bat, it disappears. It was a superb innings in a game where everybody else had struggled for any sort of timing. And he fell agonisingly short to get another one-day international 100. But it was a splendid innings, and one that will give him an enormous amount of confidence as we go into the next 2 one-day internationals. Backing up, of course, that 100 in the final ODI versus Sri Lanka.
We'll celebrate Independence Day tomorrow here in Antigua and Barbuda, and then we come back on Saturday to the same venue for a day game. We'll be live on air at 9 a.m. local time for match 2 of the CG United series between West Indies and England. West Indies 1 up. Can England draw level? Join us Saturday, but for now, from the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, as the ground staff works hard, it's goodbye. 1, 2, 3, welcome to the highlights of the first CG United ODI. Welcome to the highlights of the first CG United one-day international between England and the West Indies. And after a 39-run opening stand between Phil Salt and Will Jacks, welcome to the highlights of the first CG United one-day international between the West Indies and England. And after a 39-run opening stand, Alzari Joseph took a good running catch to get rid of Phil Salt. In Seals' next over, he got rid of Will Jacks. And the wickets kept coming as Matthew Ford picked up his first of 2. Good catch. And then a half-century partnership ensued between Livingston and Sam Curran. And it looked to be taking the initiative away from the West Indies, with Livingston hitting a couple of lusty blows. But then enter Gudakesh Moti, picked up the wicket of Livingston, continued on his way with an important wicket of Sam Curran, 4 wickets in total to Gudakesh Moti. And England dismissed for 209. The run chase started with Evan Lewis as the aggressor in a 100-run opening stand with Brandon King. Some rain did affect the progress of the innings. Brandon King found it difficult finding the middle of the bat, and the rain break didn't help his rhythm. Duckworth-Lewis target was enforced, but that didn't stop Evan Lewis with 8 sixes in his knock. Brutal in many ways, but 6 runs short of a 6th possible one-day century. And catch taken in the outfield to his disappointment. Enter Shea Hope, the captain, who finished off proceedings and saw the West Indies to an opening game victory. They're 1 up in a 3-match CG United series. England bowled out for 209, West Indies winning by 8 wickets under the DLS method.